in that list of great Jewish figures. That instills pride, or not. Knowing that it was a Jew who wrote the first European novel, that instills pride. That makes you proud of your people. Knowing that it was a Jew who built the atom bomb for Stalin, that's possibly something that'll give you a lift. But collecting a sewing kit on the Lower East Side, collecting a document, a scribbled agreement between the Water Carriers Union and the Ramailis Yeshiva in Vilnius in the 19th century, how does that instill pride or identity? And that's a question. It's a question of what you value. It's a question of what the core of the YIVO Institute really is all about. Because at the core of the YIVO Institute is the idea that ordinary life is worth valuing. Not the Taj Mahals, not the Tower of London, not the Michelangelos, not all of the prestigious Nobel Prizes, but the daily life of the people, the way they cared for their children, the way they educated them, the way, as my father often said in this story that he would tell, the way the rabbi puts his boots on in the morning. That's what YIVO is all about. And that is something that is very difficult to communicate to a lot of people, the value of ordinary life. And in this, YIVO was it was ahead of its time in terms of its understanding of that value and the intent to impress that upon the consciousness of the Jewish world. Well, we will say more about that, I hope, in the hours to come. In the meantime, it is a great pleasure to introduce Kalman Weiser, who I hope will give us a bit more insight into how YIVO has maneuvered in this ocean of objects and facts and items that it has collected over the years in the United States. So, Kalman?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here today. Before I begin, I'd just like to thank a few people. I'm going to show you a lot of slides. And the better slides are ones that were provided by people here in YIVO, by Eddie Portnoy, by Alex Weiser, and Stephanie Halperin. The less good slides are the ones I found myself. I'd also like to thank Cecile Kuznets for many things, but right now I'd like to thank her for the wonderful talk she gave about YIVO mainly in its European period and the beginning of its American period. She spoke in a meticulous standard Yiddish, the language of the Yiddish cultural elite. As you hear already, I'm going to speak to you in a Canadian-tinged Staten Island English. The language of, well, I'll let you decide what that is the language of, but it's my language. I also want to draw your attention to this photo. You're going to see it again later, this building, Yiddish Scientific Institute. You know today's YIVO's name is not the Yiddish Scientific Institute. One of the things I will answer for you today, if I answer one thing, it's this. It is, why is YIVO no longer called the Yiddish Scientific Institute in English? Okay, so without further ado, I'll begin. In March 1940, let's see, I'm not advancing. What's going on? Oh, the green button. Yes, no one told me that. There we go. Okay. So this photo you've seen, Zosha Tchaikovsky. Okay. Max Weinreich, great. Okay, in March 1940, YIVO co-founder Max Weinreich arrived in New York Harbor together with his elder son, Uriel. By a stroke of luck, the two were in Copenhagen when World War II erupted in September 1939 and unable to return home to Poland. They were received with open arms by YIVO's American division, der Amerikaner Opteil, which arranged for Weinreich's visa and employment. Okay, what you see right here, and I'll tell you about a little bit about the American division, the Amoptel. This is some of the founders in 1929. Max Weinreich is there in the front row on the right. Jacob Schatzky is there on the furthermost right. You'll hear about him. Max Weinreich next to him. And Samuel Charney, better known as Shmuel Nigel, the literary critic and historian in the middle. On the left is the Hayes building, which is now Joseph Papp's Public Theater on Lafayette Street, which is the original home of the American YIVO. So they were received with open arms by YIVO's American division, which arranged for Weinreich's visa and employment. Its 3 rented rooms in the Hayes building, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society on Lafayette Street, now the site of Joseph Papp's Public Theater, paled in size with YIVO's building in Vilna, but it raised a substantial part of the Vilna Institute's annual budget. Weinreich joined a critical mass of YIVO scholars already active in New York. These included such American division members as historian Jacob Schatzky, literary historian and critic Samuel Charney, and linguists Yudel Malk and Yuda Yoffe. In fact, the heads of all of YIVO's academic sections were soon present in New York. Leibush Lera of YIVO's pedagogical psychological section and Yankiv Lashinsky, who directed its economic statistical section, had been present in America since before the war. Elias or Elia Cherikover, the head of YIVO's historical section, arrived a few months later from Paris with his wife, Riva. Their numbers were soon reinforced with the arrival of additional refugees, intellectuals fleeing Hitler's Europe. The secretary of YIVO's philological section and the Institute's guiding spirit, Max Weinreich was now appointed to the newly created position of YIVO's research director. He immediately set to work, devoting himself with characteristic energy to expanding the activities of the American division beyond fundraising, collecting material about American Yiddish culture to send to Vilna, and publishing its own scholarly yearbook. At the same time, he carefully monitored political and military events in Europe as best as he could, and attempted to coordinate activities as long as possible with colleagues in Vilna and with YIVO branches worldwide. As the war dragged on and contact with Vilna was interrupted, Weinreich publicly proclaimed YIVO's commitment to a Jewish future in Europe. At the same time, he affirmed the decision to make New York the world center, at least for the duration of the war and possibly indefinitely, of a global organization dedicated to the study of contemporary Jewish life. The American division merged with the Central Jewish Library and Press Archives, an independent organization which shared its premises in the Hayes building to form what became known as der YIVO in America, the YIVO in America. The newly minted YIVO in America inherited the Central Library's 15,000 chiefly Yiddish volumes and artifacts as a basis for its collections, as well as its self-trained librarian, Mendel Elkin, a former dentist and lifelong Yiddish literature and theater enthusiast. So what I'm showing you here, I skipped a little bit, is these are the other heads of the Vilna and YIVO, the chief administrators, Zela Kalmanovich, who you can see on the left in the center, in the first row, and Zalman Reisen is on the right, the first on the left. Unfortunately, they did not survive the war. One was killed in a German camp in Estonia, a work camp, and the other was taken prisoner and killed by the Soviets. But this was not known until later, of course. I think this is not the updated version of the talk. Okay, that's okay. There are some slides missing, but so be it. Okay. You'll meet Mendel Elkin later again. Okay, the 1940s and early 50s were a time of staggering productivity by YIVO associates in New York City. motivated by an urgent sense of purpose in desperate times. Anxiety over the uncertain future of the Institute during the war years and their immediate aftermath was naturally exacerbated by growing awareness of the gruesome fate of friends, family, and colleagues in Eastern Europe. Further, while those YIVO associates who had made it to New York were mercilessly spared genocide, they were tormented by debilitating feelings of rage, despair, depression, and impotence as the dimensions of what we today know as the Holocaust became clear and penetrated their consciousness. For members of the founding generation of YIVO scholars who survived the destruction of Eastern European Jewry, Vilna and all that it represented as a center of secular Jewish culture would occupy a hallowed place in memory and nostalgia as the embodiment of the youthful aspirations of the Institute and its staff. It never ceased to be the yardstick by which to measure achievements in an America to whose stony shores it was not clear YIVO's mission could be successfully transplanted. The dynamic encounter with a massive American Jewish community, increasingly dominant in English and little attuned to the Yiddishist ideals upon which YIVO was founded, obliged staff to reconsider profoundly the Institute's ideology, goals, and methods by the late 1940s. Many colleagues and observers then questioned not only Max Weinreich's vision to broaden YIVO's mandate, to make it a leading center for the study of American as well as Eastern European Jewry, they questioned the very wisdom of pursuing a future for the Institute beyond circles of transplanted Eastern European Jews, wherever they were to be found. In the early post-World War II era, YIVO clung to its mission of producing knowledge, as Yudel Malk put it, from the folk, for the folk, and with the folk. But how could this mission be pursued when the largest part of that folk, the Yiddish-speaking masses of Eastern Europe, was no longer alive or scattered to new continents? And where would YIVO draw its material and moral support in the absence of the unique ecosystem of Yiddish schools, labor and political organizations, press and journals, and cultural societies with which it enjoyed a symbiotic relationship in Poland and neighboring countries? Particularly in the United States, YIVO scholars and activists were pessimistic about the survival of secular Yiddish culture and interest in Eastern European Jewry beyond their own generation, despite the existence of a still vibrant and variegated Yiddish cultural scene. Max Weinreich, however, was certain that American Jewry needed YIVO and its tradition of philological, historical, and social science research just as much, if not more, than YIVO needed American Jewry, if American Jewry were to exercise not only demographic, financial, and political preeminence in the post-World War II era, but also intellectual and cultural leadership of world Jewry. Both symbolically and practically, Weinreich's arrival in America in 1940 marks the beginning of a still unfolding American era in YIVO's history. His vision and imposing personality provided much of YIVO's direction and impetus for decades to come. Yet today, in 2025, some 85 years since New York became YIVO's world center, we still know relatively little about YIVO's history in America in comparison with its storied first 15 years in Vilna. Now, in my remarks today, I would like to shed light on the challenges faced by YIVO at the beginning of its American era by discussing Weinreich's vision for an American YIVO and the struggle over its direction that culminated in his own estrangement from the very institute whose first offices were held in a desk in his Vilna apartment. Of middling height, bespectacled and graying, 46-year-old Max Weinreich was hardly a physically imposing figure. But Dr. Weinreich, as he was called by almost everyone, commanded universal respect in the Yiddish world and beyond for his towering intelligence and polymath scholarship in linguistics, literature, cultural history, and social psychology. His name was virtually synonymous with the Institute, even if he shared its administrative leadership in Vilna with Zalman Reisen and Zelig Kalmanovich, scholars I mentioned who did not survive the war. At a press conference at Greenberg's restaurant on the Lower East Side, By the way, I've looked for it. I can't find Greenberg's restaurant. It's probably a nightclub now. In October of 1940, Weinreich explained to the city's Yiddish intelligentsia that relocating YIVO's nerve center to New York did not simply entail the mechanical transfer of operations and structures from Vilna in order to relocate an Eastern European Jewish institution to America. On the contrary, in this and other addresses in the 1940s, Weinreich charted a course to intensify YIVO's research activities in New York, to enlarge library and archival holdings inherited from the American division, to increase its number of publications, and to expand its audience and financial base beyond chiefly working-class immigrants and relief organizations such as the Joint Distribution Committee. Perhaps most significantly, Weinreich called for what amounted to a radical reorientation in YIVO's attitude toward America and the English language. He spoke of the importance of devoting serious attention not only to the relatively neglected subject of Yiddish culture in the United States, but to understanding American Jewry and the economic, social, and psychological problems it faced. To achieve these goals, it was essential to draw more scholars into YIVO's orbit, including English-speaking academics, and to begin training a new generation of American-born students in Yiddish linguistics, literature, and folklore, and the broader YIVO tradition of interdisciplinary scholarship in history and the social sciences. Speaking to a packed auditorium at Hunter College at YIVO's first conference as the organization's world headquarters in January 1941, Weinreich asked rhetorically whether coming together to discuss scholarship was justified as a Chorben. A destruction of yet unknown proportions threatened the whole of Eastern European Jewry, as well as Western European and Central European Jewry. His answer was characteristic of his perspective on the role of YIVO in Jewish life. It depends on whether you see research as entertainment for good times or a necessary part of a collective's existence. Research about Jewish life and Jewish problems was for Weinreich, as Cecile explained last night, not a luxury, but a necessity. YIVO had been called into existence, he reminded his audience, for the benefit of the Yiddish-speaking masses. The Institute, with its commitment to gathering and analyzing information about Jewish life, was the intellectual gathering point, he boasted, for the more than 3 million strong Jewish community of interwar Poland. In an environment where conditions were so difficult for Jews as they were in Poland, YIVO contributed to the building of Jewish resilience through self-knowledge. Applying a martial metaphor to describe a people with neither a state nor an army, Weinreich remarked that, quote, YIVO was not a toy that a bunch of bookworms play with for their own pleasure, but a great Jewish folk institution to help the collective and the individual with the weapons of scientific research, end quote. Yet to understand its significance for Jewish life in Poland, he continued, one could not simply measure the achievements of a few dozen scholars in Vilna working together for uncertain wages to document and study Jewish life. Rather, one needed to appreciate YIVO as a source of pride for Yiddish speakers and the quasi-religious significance it possessed as a bastion of modern, secular Jewish learning for a largely impoverished Eastern European Jewry still rooted in tradition prior to World War II. He maintained that, quote, a deep faith in YIVO as a new center of Jewish spirituality emanated from all its documents, and Yiddishkeit is, after all, spirituality, end quote. Could America emerge as a new center of Jewish intellectual life? Weinreich asked rhetorically at the YIVO conference. A student of Simon Dumnov, the intellectual father of the Jewish cultural political theory known as autonomism, Weinreich understood Jews as having possessed multiple demographic and cultural centers across the millenniums. Over the centuries, he explained, Jews had migrated from Western Asia to Western and then Eastern Europe, most recently establishing new centers for their national culture along the way in such places as Frankfurt am Main and Vilna. America, with its more than 4 million Jews, possessed a larger Jewish population than Poland and the 3 Baltic states combined, and was significantly more prosperous and physically secure. But it was still young and still culturally and intellectually reliant to a large extent on the leadership of Eastern European Jewry. Did it possess the necessary vitality and resilience to become the next center of Jewish civilization? Several of Weinreich's YIVO colleagues doubted this, whether openly or in private. They saw American Jewry as benevolent but immature, willing to provide philanthropic support for its suffering brethren in Eastern Europe, but not for building Jewish culture, above all scholarship. Further, American Jews were by and large ashamed of Yiddish, which they associated with old world poverty and ignorance. It was a burden best left behind in order to become full-fledged Americans. Weinreich himself lamented the quality of Yiddish spoken in America and the state of Jewish scholarship here. Scholarship was still largely committed to the study of Semitic philology in universities, or investigations of colonial era and 19th century Jewish contributions to American society and its economy by amateur scholars seeking to demonstrate Jews' worthiness for inclusion in the American nation. Even high-quality scholarship by professional sociologists that did not ignore the massive wave of Eastern European Jewish immigration since the 1880s was, as far as Weinreich was concerned, of limited value. It tended to view the dissolution of a distinctive Jewish cultural identity as a progressive and unavoidable phenomenon. In Weinreich's appraisal, American Jews were at best willing to give money for the study of contemporary anti-Semitism, the primary issue that pained them as Jews, by advocacy organizations and for the production of apologetics to combat it, but not for the study of all facets of Jewish life and its strengthening, which was, of course, YIVO's raison d'etre. This was reflected in the pitiful lack of support offered YIVO by mainstream American Jewish organizations, above all by the Council of Jewish Federations and welfare funds. YIVO relied instead on the individual contributions of immigrant Jews and their social and cultural organizations such as the Workmen's Circle and labor unions, as well as some wealthy patrons. Indeed, into the 1950s, YIVO faced mounting debt as its operating costs routinely exceeded income. Most of YIVO's 24 or so associates worked full-time positions in addition to their work at YIVO in order to support themselves. Many of its most ambitious projects had to be scrapped, or, as in the case of its pioneering history of the Jewish labor movement in the United States, for example, or its Hasidic folklore drive in the 1940s, had to be put on hold for lack of funding and staff. For cultural nationalists such as Weinreich, American Jewry was part of a global Jewish people rooted in Eastern Europe, and for whom YIVO served as its national library and academy. Ideologically committed to Yiddish as the language of this people, YIVO had made very limited use of non-Jewish languages prior in its publications, despite growing linguistic assimilation in the interwar period in Eastern Europe. In America, in contrast, language shift was far more advanced among Jews, thanks in part to a longer tradition of attending public schools and the greater openness of American society. Weinreich and his colleagues viewed English perhaps more positively than Polish thanks to its status as a world language, the high caliber of American universities, and the comparative lack of violent anti-Semitism in American society. But they still treated compromise with English as a necessary evil. English was an important tool for outreach to draw American Jewry, especially its youth, to Yiddish and to YIVO's grant of scholarship. Hence, Weinreich proposed that YIVO publish bilingual annotated editions of Yiddish literature. I think I have an image of this. Let me see. Here we go. On the right, you can see YIVO's first, this is, again, like so many things ahead of its time, this is probably the first bilingual edition Yiddish-English of Peretz, put out in the 1940s by YIVO. But Weinreich viewed the creation of a distinctly American Jewish culture in a language that is English, whose cultural resonances and imagery were historically Christian, as an inherently flawed enterprise. But precisely because he considered American Jewry young and not fully formed, Weinreich saw an opportunity for YIVO to shape and guide it, especially its youth. While American Jewish youth lacked Jewish knowledge and were often ashamed of their Jewishness, they showed great academic potential. They possessed more secular knowledge than Eastern European Jews, whose access to schooling was limited by poverty and discrimination. Introducing them to highbrow Yiddish culture and the YIVO scholarly tradition, he argued, would help to show them a way to live proudly and productively as Jews in the modern world and rid them of what he considered internalized anti-Semitism. Weinreich expressed confidence that American Jewry, at least a vital core, would come to embrace Jewish cultural distinctiveness and be made ready to assume global Jewish intellectual leadership under YIVO's tutelage. Until now, he proclaimed in 1941, there was no Jewish institution in America whose task was to research the entirety of Jewish life, from the present and the past, in America, and everywhere with the methods of modern social science. Now there is a Yiddish Scientific Institute. Today it is small, but it will one day become great. In the 1940s, YIVO produced an impressive array of publications on diverse topics in the areas of modern Jewish history, demographics, sociology, linguistics, literature, and psychology, as well as works concerning more general topics such as language and race relations in the United States. If you download YIVO Blätter from the 1940s and 50s, it's remarkable what was achieved. The Institute's public lectures, adult education courses, and other events that we've largely forgotten about today drew enthusiastic participation and acquainted a broad audience with the latest in scholarship about contemporary Jewry. It hosted exhibitions about aspects of American and Eastern European Jewish life, including the recent genocide and the fate of survivors, for whom it collected testimonies immediately after the war. Indeed, long before scholarship about the Holocaust was widespread, YIVO scholars were pioneers in documenting and studying it. Weinreich himself authored Hitler's Professors, which you see here in the middle, the first study of a German academic's role in legitimating the extermination of the Jews. By the way, Weinreich wrote this book in English, which was probably his 8th language, and only later translated this into Yiddish because he wanted this to be available for the Nuremberg trials. 4-day annual conferences, usually held in January at Hunter College, were more than professional meetings of academic specialists or gatherings of Yiddish-speaking intellectuals. They were communal events that routinely drew crowds well in excess of 1,000 people and sometimes as many as 2,000 people, to hear prominent lecturers reflecting on topical matters such as the recent Nuremberg trials at their opening night in Hunter College's auditorium. The opening night's orations, as well as more specialized academic talks given over the following days and reports about the progress of the Institute, were discussed for days in the global Jewish press in Yiddish, Hebrew, English, and in other languages. YIVO also managed to transport the archives of its historical section from France to New York City, and with the help of the American government, to reclaim a large part of its Vilna collection of books and archival materials that had miraculously survived the Germans and the Soviets. Its expanded archival and library holdings, enhanced through systematic collection and the increased donations of materials, necessitated its relocation to a regal new home. Now let's see if I have a photo here. Yes, so this is the regal new home. The building was bought in 1942. The inauguration was 1943. YIVO moved from its cramped and dusty premises in Lower Manhattan to a mansion on 123rd Street and Broadway that had formerly housed the Jewish Theological Seminary. Its small staff of full and part-time workers grew significantly, in part through the post-war absorption of recently arrived Holocaust survivors employed with the help of US government grants for refugees. Among them, there we go, in the middle, okay. Among them was, for example, Dina Abramovich, whom many of you knew well, a young partisan who had worked as a librarian in the Vilna ghetto and who would later succeed Mendel Elkin, whom you see on the left. That's Hirschbein on the right and Elkin on the left. She would later succeed Mendel Elkin as YIVO's head librarian. With YIVO's support, she received training in library science at Columbia University, adding to the professionalization of a largely autodidact staff. To reach an audience as large as possible, YIVO departed from its pre-war practice of irregularly publishing an almost exclusively Yiddish language bulletin to publish a monthly bilingual English-Yiddish one. So step back. So this is, of course, YIVO Yedias. On the left is the very first issue from 1943 in America. The final page announces the death of Elia Cherikova, Elias Cherikover. The second page is the second issue, the front page in English. It was essentially Yiddish, English, roughly half and half, but the Yiddish issues were always more detailed than the English ones into the 1950s. It also introduced YIVO Annual, which presented a selection of works from its flagship journal YIVO Blätter in English translation. Its attempts to continue the Aspirantur, its pre-war graduate training division, were less successful. They were stymied by the demands of military service on American Jewish youth and the lack of attractive career options for its students at a time when Jewish studies had not yet found purchase in American universities, and YIVO itself was in no position to hire its students full-time. But it nonetheless managed to offer courses to a number of future scholars, including such important figures as, I'll show you a photo, including such important figures in the subsequent history of YIVO and American Jewish scholarship as linguists Uriel Weinreich and Joshua Fishman, and folklorists Beatrice Silverman Weinreich, that's Bina Weinreich, and Chana Mlotek. All of them exceptional graduates of Yiddish secular schools as well as American universities. It also helped to introduce Yiddish studies to American universities, sponsoring courses in Yiddish linguistics and folklore for students at UCLA in the summer of 1948, and publishing College Yiddish, the first modern scientific textbook for use in English language universities in 1949. Weinreich himself became professor of Yiddish at City College in New York in 1947, helping to spread YIVO language norms such as spelling to American-born students. For all of its impressive achievements, YIVO in New York drew not only praise in the Jewish press and the growing recognition of American academics, it also attracted withering critiques in Yiddish cultural circles that questioned whether it was fulfilling its historic mandate. The extent of these critiques, which span the political spectrum, testify, however, to the degree to which YIVO was considered an indispensable public institution responsible to the Yiddish Gesellschaftlichkeit, that is, Yiddish-speaking organizations and their constituencies primarily outside the Orthodox world, where secular Yiddishism found little sympathy. Occasional complaints recalled pre-war ones that YIVO neglected Hebrew, Yiddish's pre-war rival for the title of Jewish national language, and a language associated both with religious tradition and the Zionist movement. YIVO's staff, composed largely of socialist Bundists, labor Zionists, and Yiddish territorialists, was also accused, on the one hand, of striving to remain nonpartisan as much as possible, and on the other hand, of discriminating against communist and pro-Soviet elements, as well as their schools and publications in America. Most of the dissatisfaction, however, centered on YIVO's relationship to Eastern Europe and to Yiddish in the wake of the Holocaust. Some critics objected that YIVO had lost its way by devoting too much attention to the United States and made too many compromises with English, when its primary duty ought to be documenting and preserving the legacy of a murdered Eastern European Jewry. Future Nobel Prize-winning author Isaac Bashevis Singer, let me find his photo, there he is on the left. He, for example, complained that YIVO was not doing enough to record the treasures of the Yiddish language and its customs, while competent Eastern European-born speakers and scholars were still to be found. YIVO linguist Yutal Malk, you see him on the right, similarly demanded that YIVO focus its efforts on documenting the Holocaust and the civilization it destroyed. A veteran educator in Yiddish secular schools on both sides of the Atlantic, he possessed little faith in the ability of those scholars present in America, of those schools present in America, to produce the next generation of consumers and producers of Yiddish culture and scholarship, when Yiddish was decreasingly the language spoken at home by Jewish schoolchildren. Other voices to the contrary protested that YIVO dwelt too much on the past and ought to make ever greater accommodations to an English-speaking Jewry, both in order to remain relevant and to raise funds desperately needed for its survival among donors for whom Yiddish was a relic of the immigrant experience. And yet other voices complained that YIVO had turned its back on the immigrant Lower East Side, the working class Jews and their organizations who were its mainstay. They variously reproached YIVO with moving to aristocratic Morningside Heights, where scarcely a Yiddish word was heard, with publishing snobbish YIVO Yiddish, full of highfalutin Hebraisms and unintelligible neologisms, and with futilely seeking to attract an uninterested American Jewish youth. In summary, critiques centered around the question of who was the folk YIVO strived to serve in the present and in the future. Eastern European Jews, wherever they were to be found in concentrated masses, an English-speaking American Jewry that had achieved or was aspiring to bourgeois respectability, or only those aging, largely working-class groups within American Jewry that explicitly supported Yiddish culture. YIVO's founding generation was itself getting on its years, with not a few deaths already registered in America, beginning with Elias Chalikova in 1943. Less prominently, debates about YIVO's direction also touched upon the degree to which YIVO should devote itself to high-caliber research or work of a more popular nature, such as exhibits and adult education programs, to meet the cultural needs of a non-expert audience. In late 1951, YIVO's board of directors announced the results of a self-study commission to determine whether reorganization and a change in its focus was necessary. Affirming the centrality of Yiddish to its mission, it explained that YIVO would continue to focus on Eastern European Jewry, but it would emphasize Eastern European Jewry's contributions to life in newer Jewish centers worldwide, rather than limit itself to the past or only to America. Indeed, YIVO in New York aspired to closer relations with YIVO branches, committees, and Friends of YIVO societies around the world. By 1952, such organizations existed not only in larger cities in the United States, such as Chicago, Miami, Los Angeles, and Canada, in Winnipeg and Montreal and Toronto, but also in Latin America, Australia, South Africa, Western Europe, and Israel. These smaller local bodies, some of which predated World War II, organized fundraising events, solicited materials for YIVO's archives in New York, purchased and sent books for the library, and held public events such as exhibits and lectures, often held by touring YIVO representatives coming from New York. The exception to this New York-centric model was YIVO's branch in Buenos Aires, which maintained contact with New York, but remained independent after World War II. The Argentine YIVO established its own archives and collections, as well as produced its own publications to serve Latin America's largest Jewish community to this day. YIVO in New York continued to collect and accept materials about Jewish life everywhere, as reflected in the acquisition of Holocaust documentation from across Europe, including about non-Ashkenazic Jews and about the Ladino language. Indeed, even if preserving the cultural legacy of non-Ashkenazic Jews was never expressed as an explicit or primary goal, photos and announcements on the pages of its bulletin, Yedias, throughout the post-World War II era, particularly in the 1950s, reflect an interest in non-Ashkenazic Jewish communities in North Africa, Ethiopia, the Balkans, and elsewhere. These communities had come into closer contact with Ashkenazic Jewry as a result of the recent war and immigration, particularly to Israel. Moreover, YIVO journals never limited themselves to writing about Ashkenazic or Yiddish-speaking Jews, not before World War II and not after World War II. If anything, the Holocaust and the birth of Israel affirmed for YIVO's staff, as for many Jews everywhere, a sense of interconnectedness and a common fate. It would be a mistake, however, to conclude that post-war realities and intensified interest in non-Ashkenazic Jewish languages and cultures reflected a deviation from YIVO's diaspora-focused, Ashkenazic-centric worldview. Yiddish at this time remained the most widely spoken language among Jews, and their largest concentration, who were overwhelmingly Ashkenazic, was to be found in the United States. YIVO publicly envisioned a future for Yiddish as a language that united Jews worldwide, but it also worried about the language's future, especially in America and Israel. It was therefore imperative for YIVO to affirm in 1948 its support for Israel as an emerging Jewish center, while expressing its hope that Yiddish, along with other forms of diasporic Jewish culture, had a future there also. While the emerging Cold War foreclosed opportunities for collaboration with scholars in Eastern Europe by the 1950s, YIVO cooperated closely in coming years with the newly created chair for Yiddish at the Hebrew University to promote Yiddish scholarship. It also worked with Yad Vashem, the newly founded Israeli Holocaust Authority, for over a decade to share documentation and produce resources for the study of the Holocaust and the commemoration of destroyed Jewish communities. Given YIVO's financial straits, this essential work would not have been possible without German reparations, which was then, of course, a very controversial subject that bitterly divided the Yiddish and broader Jewish worlds. Dramatically, YIVO co-founder Yitzhak Isaac Nachman Steinberg resigned from its board in protest. But what he and others denounced as blood money helped to fund many important YIVO projects and employ Holocaust survivors as workers for more than a decade into the 1960s. As impressive as YIVO's accomplishments were in the 1940s and 50s in retrospect, particularly in light of the circumstances, Max Weinreich was profoundly disappointed. In his estimation, YIVO had become chiefly a library and an archive. While collecting books and documentation was always one of YIVO's pillars of activity, he complained that the Institute was underperforming in the areas of research and publications. Most importantly, it was not systematically training a new generation of scholars to carry on its mission. In his view, YIVO's neglect of these functions could no longer be justified by the exigencies of the war years and their immediate aftermath. Weinreich also worried deeply about proposals to change YIVO's English name as a means to draw a broader audience and raise more money for its operations. Yiddish Scientific Institute, colleagues such as Samuel Charney argued, was a poor translation from Jiddischer Wissenschaftlicher Institut, since Yiddish also meant Jewish in English and science usually meant the natural and not social sciences. As Weinreich and others opposed to this change pointed out, however, YIVO was called into being foremost for the purpose of conducting research about Yiddish-speaking Jewry in Yiddish. The choice of Yiddish Scientific Institute in 1925 as the English-speaking name was a deliberate one. A YIVO without Yiddish was no longer YIVO. Changing its name represented to Weinreich's mind a capitulation to the prejudice that all things Yiddish were inherently inferior. Further, he argued it would likely do nothing to expand YIVO's audience, since it was YIVO's fundamental program, its emphasis on Jewish distinctiveness and the European roots of American Jewry, that was the main obstacle to finding a welcome place among the masses of contemporary American Jews. Weinreich warned of a slippery slope. Yiddish in YIVO's name would be the first victim. It would be followed by the removal of Yiddish signage, such as Stuppen and Ziehen, from the doors. Eventually, he warned the very acronym YIVO, an acronym he had personally coined, would disappear from the Institute's name since it betrayed YIVO's origins in Yiddish. Beginning in the summer of 1950, Weinreich took a leave of absence from YIVO to devote himself to work on what would become his magnum opus, Geschichte von der Jiddische Sprache, History of the Yiddish Language. So satisfied was he with his time away from the Institute and the renewed pleasure of long days devoted to research rather than administration and proofreading publications painstakingly, that he extended the leave for another year from 1951 to 52. During his absence from formal duties, opposition to his return as research director hardened among his opponents in YIVO. Following further discussions by the Self-Study Committee, YIVO's administration voted in 1952 for the Institute's reorganization. Weinreich, who had resolutely objected to changing YIVO's name and pushed for the creation of a graduate school, was outvoted by the majority seeking to take the Institute in a different direction. Feeling outmaneuvered, he resigned from his position as research director. The position was replaced with a 9-member committee on research that would choose projects and conduct research under the guidance of a coordinator serving limited hours. Opponents of the decision in the Yiddish press framed it as little more than a calculated purge. Under the guise of democratizing the Institute's leadership, a mutinous faction had ousted Weinreich, its father, from his rightful position as head of the Institute because he insisted on Yiddish as the language of the Institute's operations and privileged research and training over the expansion of archival collections and scholarly popularization. They complained bitterly that YIVO had strayed from the path of Vilna, embodied by Weinreich and the old guard of scholars active in Europe prior to the war, and instead embarked on the path of New York, represented by YIVO's executive secretary, Mark Duvalier. This new path involved proposals to attract non-elite and English-speaking audiences, such as publishing publishing a journal that was in English and publishing articles that were more accessible to a general audience. This, they warned, would lead YIVO away from research about Eastern Europe and cause it to diminish the role of Yiddish, which they feared would eventually disappear from YIVO. While there certainly existed tensions in the organization around its direction and factions gathered around Weinreich and Duvalier, the divisions were more of degree than kind. No one in YIVO seriously supported wholly abandoning its Eastern European legacy or Yiddish. Nonetheless, its members were divided, at times bitterly, about how much to engage America and the use of very limited resources. The conflict between Weinreich and Duvalier was more personal than ideological and practical. Weinreich sensed that Duvalier, a highly ambitious and talented administrator, active in the pre-war Yiddish Actors Union in Warsaw, sought to unseat him as the Institute's leader. He was not only disinclined to cede control of the Institute, convinced as always of the rectitude of his own positions, as a scholar and acknowledged expert who had guided the Institute from its earliest days, Weinreich could also not abide a non-researcher dictating the path of the Institute he had co-founded and built. The feelings were mutual. Duvalier saw Weinreich as an impractical scholar with little appetite for American fundraising techniques and unsuited to direct an institute. Further, despite near universal admiration for Weinreich as a brilliant scholar and a talented researcher and talented teacher, many in the Institute, in fact, objected to what they considered his micromanaging of virtually all aspects of the Institute's functioning. His critics described him as intellectually arrogant and inflexible. Published volumes of the Great Dictionary of the Yiddish Language, for example, a project headed by Yudel Mark, did not receive YIVO's imprimatur, largely due to an emotionally laden divide over spelling. Now I'm coming to the end, so thank you for your patience. Following renewed debate between proponents and opponents of greater Americanization within the Committee on Research, YIVO did indeed change its name in 1955, briefly to the Jewish Scientific Institute, and then permanently to the current name, the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research, a decision, of course, provoking outrage in the Yiddish press. To Weinreich's relief, the acronym YIVO was at least preserved. The Institute also moved into a new home, the former Vanderbilt Mansion on 5th Avenue and 86th Street. Unfortunately, I don't have a good picture with me here. That's in the updated version that didn't get here till too late, but I'm sure you'll see the building later. It was purchased with proceeds from the sale of the Morningside Heights address and contributions from YIVO's wealthiest supporters, after the city of New York decided to clear the area for the construction of a housing complex. A dispirited Weinreich, who previously had a hand in almost all YIVO matters, kept at a distance from YIVO's day-to-day administration for roughly the next decade. The Committee on Research, which met about once a month, exercised only loose control over research to the detriment of larger projects requiring much supervision and coordination, such as the YIVO Yad Vashem Holocaust Project. By the late 1950s, YIVO's research journals were appearing with decreasing frequency. The chief culprits were a lack of funding, declining readership, and the dwindling number of personnel capable of contributing to and editing its Yiddish language publications as the ranks thinned of scholars educated in pre-war Eastern Europe. Nonetheless, YIVO's staff remained very active, cataloging its ever-expanding collections and with myriad other endeavors. Neither Weinreich nor his influence permanently left YIVO, however. While Duvalier left for Israel to work in the 1950s, Weinreich continued to sit on YIVO's executive board and participated in its conferences and various projects for years to come. Ironically, his distance from YIVO for roughly a decade afforded him the time to complete his history of the Yiddish language, what he called spiritual weapons for those who come after me. His gloom about the future of Yiddish and Jewish scholarship was somewhat alleviated by the presence of a growing number of young scholars speaking at his conferences in the 1960s and active in research activities. Following his retirement from City College in 1964, he again became a presence in YIVO's building, so much so that YIVO's newly appointed executive director, the young Shmuel Lapin, complained that he could not make a decision without it first being reviewed and approved by Weinreich. In retrospect, it is difficult to imagine that YIVO could have fulfilled all the goals that Max Weinreich set for it. But Weinreich was a maximalist who believed that only by aspiring to the highest standards, whether it be, for example, the use of YIVO spelling or thoroughness of research, could YIVO make modest accomplishments. Even in the moments of his greatest despair about the future of Yiddish and YIVO, he did not surrender the conviction that American Jewry, if only a small academic elite, could be shaped by YIVO to ensure that not only the Institute, but the Jewish people would have a future worthy of its distinguished past. While he never saw the publication of his 4-volume History of the Yiddish Language, Weinreich witnessed shortly before his death in 1969 the realization of 2 major projects reflecting his commitment to YIVO's future and the future of Yiddish studies. These were the creation of an intensive Yiddish language and culture summer institute in conjunction with Columbia University in 1968, and the birth of the YIVO Center for Advanced Jewish Studies, what was posthumously named the Max Weinreich Center in 1969. The center was chartered by New York State to provide 4-credit courses to graduate students pursuing Yiddish and Eastern European Jewish studies, as well as financial support and guidance to recent PhDs conducting research in those fields. The 2 programs educated and continue to educate thousands of students, helping to make possible not only the transmission of knowledge following the irreparable cultural rupture created by the Holocaust, but also facilitated the integration of Eastern European Jewish studies into American academia. They fortuitously arrived at a moment when American academia was becoming more receptive to ethnic studies, and a part of American-born Jewish youth was eager to recover a lost heritage and to apply innovative and up-to-date scholarly approaches to its examination. Graduates of YIVO programs have long represented a who's who of the fields of Yiddish and Eastern European Jewish studies, as well as the Jewish cultural arts. As one of the few great Yiddish scholars and YIVO co-founders to escape the Holocaust, Weinreich's near-miraculous survival helped to ensure the transmission of Yiddish scholarship, and YIVO as an institution following the destruction of more than a generation of scholars and the dispersion of the folk, from which YIVO derived its purpose and vitality. Of course, he was not alone in this task, but his personality and vision left its imprint on YIVO for decades to come. His goal of continuing YIVO's mission as a truly global institution rooted in the culture of Eastern Europe was impossible to wholly fulfill in post-World War II conditions. By the late 1960s, most YIVO societies outside of New York had already closed for lack of funding and interest among the children of immigrants. Nor did YIVO become the leading center for the social scientific study of contemporary American Jewry as he initially hoped. American Jewish organizations and universities instead came to fulfill this role. But without Weinreich's dogged pursuit of a program of research and training, as well as collecting, a grossly underfunded YIVO would likely have closed its doors not long after the demise of the Eastern European-born generation. And who knows what would have become of Yiddish studies. It would take the passing of Weinreich's generation born in the late 19th century to make space for a new generation that had come of age in post-World War II world to assume leadership at the Institute and complete its Americanization in the closing decades of the 20th century. This meant leading it on a course beginning in the 1970s, a greater engagement with a university-educated, middle-class, English-speaking American Jewry, from which its staff was increasingly drawn and whose needs and sensitivities it better understood than Weinreich's generation. The YIVO that emerged would serve as a guardian of the cultural treasures of the Eastern European past and their mediator and interpreter for the benefit of generations that did not know Eastern Europe personally or its languages. But that is a story for another day. Today, some 85 years since New York became YIVO's world center, YIVO continues to strive to meet the evolving needs of a community that is scarcely less divided along political and ideological lines than the Yiddish-speaking folk of the past. What continues to unite its community and to animate its mission is a devotion to the legacy of Eastern European Jewry and to discovering meaning in it for the present. Thank you. By the way, I neglected to say, because I got caught up in my own words, that this is the 1970 class. This is the third year on the left of the YIVO Institute Yiddish summer program named for Uriel Weinreich. That's Mordechai Schechter in the very middle, and probably many other faces you might recognize. And that is the original charter for the Max Weinreich Center on the right. Thank you again.
We'll take just a few minutes for questions now, and then we'll head into the next panel.
I see that you survived without subtitles, so that's very good.
Thank you very, very much, Kalman. I had a question which would have started, you didn't mention two words, which were Israel and Palestine, but you came to them. But I was curious, really, whether there was what was the YIVO discussion about what was happening in the 1940s and 50s in Palestine, Israel? Was there any thought given to establishing a YIVO center there? All of that, really.
Well, I mean, first, it's important to keep in mind that YIVO already had representation in what was British Mandatory Palestine before World War II. YIVO also had relations with people working in the Hebrew University. What I didn't mention, because there's too much to mention, that there was a thought of actually bringing YIVO to Israel. Well, it wasn't Israel yet, but right around 1947, there was some thought that all those collections that were being, how should I say, rescued after World War II, they should go to what was going to become Israel, and that YIVO should go along with it. And Max Weinreich was offered the chair in Yiddish at the Hebrew University, and he spent about 6 months mulling this over in 1950, decided that it wasn't for him. I think what a lot of people may not understand about this time is that while many of the YIVO people weren't necessarily Zionists, some were, some weren't, they were generally sympathetic to the idea of Israel. After all, this was their brethren who had just survived the Holocaust. They were concerned that YIVO culture would be represented. There were individuals who had more concerns of a political nature about, for instance, what will be Arab-Jewish relations in this context and so on. But YIVO it issued a public statement in 1947 and 1948 anticipating Israel and then saying we look forward to working with Israel, but there wasn't a public discussion about this. Privately, of course, different people had different feelings about this. Max Weinreich encouraged Uriel, for example, to study in Israel, to do work in Israel, but he always had a bit of resentment toward the Israelis, many of whom, of course, were people he knew from Eastern Europe. He went to university with these people. The same thing with the YIVO Yad Vashem project. They knew these people intimately. But when, for example, YIVO would invite representatives of the Israeli government, remember, YIVO was then on Fifth Avenue and 86th Street near the Israeli consulate. So they'd invite representatives to come to the conferences, and the young representative, who was a Sabra, would speak in English. And Weinreich would get very angry. You have to speak in a Jewish language, Hebrew or Yiddish. Privately, he wasn't so happy with a lot of Israeli politics, but YIVO was generally supportive of the creation of a Jewish state, but they wanted a place for Yiddish in this Jewish state.
Thank you for what was, in fact, a very moving talk. I remember, I have 2 footnotes to what you said.
We should introduce yourself, first of all.
I'm Sam Norwich. I was director of YIVO from 1980 to 1992. I'm Anita's brother. I had to give my yichus. I came across a memo that Weinreich wrote to the Verwaltung of YIVO in early 1944, in which he apologized for the low productivity, low publication rate of YIVO during the previous year, blaming it, of course, on what you call the exigencies of the war. YIVO had only published something like 4,000 pages during 1943 in the various fields of its research. And I remember thinking I would give my left arm for 1/10 of that kind of productivity. The second remark is about the building on 123rd Street. The way I heard the story, the building was basically donated to YIVO in 1942 as Wiedergutmachung, as reparations on the part of, it was donated by the Chancellor of the Jewish Theological Seminary, which owned the building, Louis Finkelstein, so that YIVO would have a larger place than the one it occupied in the Hayas building on Lafayette Street. I heard that story from Ruth Messenger, whose mother was the assistant to Finkelstein. In those years, a woman of Ruth's mother's capability would not have been a professor at the seminary, or, as is today the case, the head of its rabbinic program. A woman would only be a secretary. But Finkelstein and Ruth Messenger's mother together did a crucial thing for YIVO. With the sale of that building in '55, YIVO was able to purchase, together with some additional donations, the building we occupied from 1955 until 1994.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the building sold for about $400,000, and they raised an additional $80,000. And then they had to refurbish the entire place.
I heard they paid $1 for the building, the first building.
The first building,
Yeah, they had to pay, the symbolic $1.
right.
Invite you up to start the next panel going. So, yes.
Do you have a PowerPoint here?
I don't know it.
Are our PowerPoints loaded?
Yeah, so I don't know who wants to be in control of this, but this is just how you go forward and this is how you go backwards.
Can you but they're not, this is the wrong PowerPoint up here.
Is this right?
This is the one that was just done.
Is there anything here? Are our PowerPoints loaded?
Yeah, here, okay, now that's mine. Okay, that,
Okay, great.
okay.
Wait, if we sit up here, we can't see your PowerPoint.
Well,
Can we sit down there?
It's not
or-
that important.
No, okay.
Okay, I'm. So how do I advance it?
So it's only on the clicker. Saw that as well, but it's just this is forward here, the green button, and the red is back.
Yeah, I won't be using it. Eh, Can we please begin? We're running a few minutes late. Let's begin. Eer ik ga beginnen te reden, wil ik zeggen een paar woorden. Ik wil uitdrukken een hartelijke jasje koier, die euch nicht bloß für die heutige Konferenz, zu Jonathan Brent und zu alle seine Mitarbeiter und Verwaltungsmitglieder von YIVO. Ich rede nicht bloß wie ein gewesener Exekutivdirektor von dem Institut, nur euch wie ein Kind von der Sheriff's Aplete. Und ich will ausdrücken, a Jasche Koyer, für keinem Kohl für den Kiem von dem Institut, wie eine unabhängige wissenschaftliche Institution, unabhängig von Universität, unabhängig viele von Gewirr oder zwei Gewirren, am Even Jovin. Ein Institut, was tut weiter, was das jüdische Volk darf. Ich sage dem Jasche Koyer, euch zulieb die finanzielle Basis von dem heutigen YIVO, was ist ein paar Jahre von der Arbeit von Jonathan, von Melissa und von anderen Mitarbeitern von dem Institut und von Mitgliedern von der Verwaltung. Ayashe Koyach für den groß vergrößerten Eulen, was der Institut hat zugezogen in die Zeit von der Pandemie und in den Jahren nachdem. Und für die Aufgabe, was der Kiem von dem Institut ist nicht mehr eine Frage. Das heißt, der YIVO ist ein Jesch. Und ich meine, es ist ein Jesch nicht bloß für den Heint, nur euch für die kommende Deures. Need I translate? I wanted to express a word of appreciation and of praise to Jonathan Brent and to his colleagues at the Institute today, who his colleagues on the staff and his colleagues in the board, who have not only assured the independence of YIVO, which at various points in the last 2 decades was in question, not only in the last 2 decades, and have assured the future of the Institute, both in financial terms and in terms of the much broader worldwide constituency that they have been able to attract to YIVO in the course of the last decade or two, and most especially in the years since the COVID pandemic. The work that has made possible enriches all our lives, and I wanted to begin with a Yasher Koyach for that, and not only for this conference. Now let's begin with this session. The speakers you have in your programs, we'll begin with Professor Eric Goldstein, followed by Professor Hasya Diner and Professor Naomi Seidman. Professor Goldstein.
Thank you, Sam. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be speaking today about this small book, largely forgotten today, but it was one of the first English publications of YIVO in the 1940s. It's called The Classification of Jewish Immigrants and Its Implications, a Survey of Opinion. And here's what it looks like in hard copy. And as I said, it's largely forgotten today, but as I hope you'll see, I feel it's very historically significant. On November 8th, 1943, in the middle of World War II, Earl G. Harrison, the Commissioner of U.S. Immigration and Naturalization, issued an order that Jewish immigrants entering the United States would no longer be classified as Hebrews, a racial designation which had been used for over 4 decades in the government's immigration records, and that they would now be listed instead as part of the, quote, race or people of whatever country that they came from. Little fanfare accompanied this order. In fact, hardly anyone seemed to notice at all. There was not a single reference to it in the general press, and I could also not find any mention of it in Jewish publications. It's unclear if Commissioner Harrison consulted with Jewish leaders before making his decision, but it does not seem to have been made in response to any recent appeal. The commissioner, however, could only have imagined that Jewish leaders would be happy with his instruction. After all, organizations including B'nai B'rith and the American Jewish Committee had opposed the classification of Jewish immigrants by race ever since the practice began in 1899. And I'll just, wanted to show you, this is the list of races and peoples that was used, this one's from 1929, by the immigration officials in classifying immigrants as they arrived in the United States. The representative of these groups who opposed it was Simon Wolf, a Washington, D.C. attorney who tried to convince both immigration officials and members of Congress that Jews should not be classified in official records at all, arguing that as a religious group, they were constitutionally protected from the government inquiring into their faith. As Wolf himself admitted, though, in private correspondence, his real reason for opposing the classification of Jews as Hebrews was the fear that it might raise questions about their status as white and threaten their hope for integration into the white American mainstream. Although Wolf knew that many American Jews regularly used racial language to describe themselves, and many actually found the idea of a Jewish race to be an emotionally satisfying concept, he felt strongly that there was a particular danger in using this in government officials using this language, especially in an era when race was employed to enforce social and legal boundaries in the US with renewed vigor. Wolf and the organizations he represented ultimately failed in their quest to remove the term Hebrews from official records, and to some extent their fears came true in 1924 when the Jackson-Reed Act, inspired in large part by racial nativism and the particular demonization of Eastern European, Southern European, and Asian immigrants, imposed harsh national origin quotas that brought Jewish immigration almost to a halt. As a result, Hebrews continued for decades to be included on the list of races and peoples. By 1943, however, important changes in the social position of American Jews were afoot that made Harrison's change in policy a logical move. Aided by wartime developments, Jews were finally overcoming obstacles to social integration into the white mainstream that had been fostered during the interwar years by persistent anti-Semitism. As this integration began to take hold through military service and the weakening of other social, economic, and cultural barriers, race began to lose its saliency as a term to define Jewishness. Also speeding this transition was the association of racial Jewishness with Nazi ideology, which was strongly targeted by American wartime messaging. As the racial definition of Jewishness declined in popularity, American Jews began to search for new, more appropriate terms to articulate their distinctiveness both to themselves and to the non-Jewish public. But there were also motivations internal to the Roosevelt administration and to American society that helped propel Harrison's decision to remove the classification of immigrant Jews as Hebrews. The administration's promotion of an inclusive nationalism, which opposed bigotry against European immigrants and their descendants and welcomed them into the American mainstream during the war years, was not simply a gesture of goodwill, but it was also part of a conspicuous policy to unite and strengthen the resolve of a diverse population against America's enemies. Liberal as this welcome seemed at the time, it was implicitly conditioned by the expectation that these groups would attenuate their distinctiveness and blend more seamlessly into the white native-born population, a process many members of the dominant society saw as necessary to increase the stability of American society. It is in this light that Harrison's order concerning Hebrews can be understood. Far from an isolated act, it was consistent with a series of policy changes made over time that succeeded in decoupling race from American immigration policy and replacing it with nationality as the key means by which various immigrant groups were classified. Jews were the first group to be taken off the INS's list of race and peoples because they were seen as the group most likely to inspire racist conspiracy theories about the negative impact of immigration on American society. This became a particular concern of the administration in 1942 and 43, when greater awareness of the fate of European Jewry was emerging. While the administration felt constrained in opposing the popular quota system that had kept many Jewish refugees out of the country in the 30s and 40s, Harrison's office was nonetheless supportive of aiding Jewish refugees, and he was working behind the scenes in 1943 to forestall efforts in Congress to pass even more restrictive immigration laws that would prevent them from coming to the U.S. after the war. He likely reasoned that by removing the Hebrew designation, a change that made Jewish immigrants virtually invisible in official records, except as citizens of their countries, he could undermine the expected opposition and give the government leeway to accept more Jewish refugees than would normally be possible. So here is where the unlikely role that YIVO played in responding to Harrison's order in the spring of 1944. Given Harrison's benevolent motivation in changing the classification policy toward Jewish immigrants, how surprised he must have been to receive a letter in April 1944 from officials at YIVO, most likely from its research director, Dr. Max Weinreich, expressing grave concern about the removal of the classification and asking for a detailed explanation as to why the change had been made. Although along with his fellow YIVO associated scholars, sociologists Jacob Leshinsky and Nathan Goldberg, Weinreich argued that the removal of the classification would deprive scholars of a valuable source of data from which social scientific studies of Jews could be produced. Apparently hoping to effect a reversal of the order, but aware of the limited influence that 3 émigré scholars would have over such a decision, Weinreich and his colleagues decided to conduct a survey in which they would engage a broad range of prominent scholars and communal leaders, both Jewish and non-Jewish, and solicit from them opinions on the INS's action. And here you see the 3 scholars that we'll be talking about. Devising a questionnaire that was sent to approximately 200 individuals and sent back by about 140, the 3 scholars asked, and let's see, here's the actual questionnaire. 1, whether it was important to have specific statistical data on Jewish immigration, or whether there was no reason, whether there was some reason to refrain from collecting it. 2, whether the respondents approved of the INS's removal of the Hebrew designation, or whether it should be restored. And 3, whether the classification of Jews as a race was appropriate, or whether some other term should be used. Once the replies were received, Weinreich crafted a summary and analysis of the main points, which was published in the Yiddish language YIVO Blätter, as you see here, along with the full text of the responses, an article by Leshinsky on the necessity of having specific statistical data on Jewish immigrants, and another by Goldberg reviewing the history of the classification of Jewish immigrants. And then a year after it appearing in YIVO Blätter in 1944, the English language book was published under YIVO auspices to reach an English-speaking audience. While the survey responses were varied, the mostly American respondents did hit on a number of similar themes. First, Jews and non-Jews alike agreed that race should be banished as a term for Jews, describing this usage as unscientific, inappropriate, even dangerous. While the YIVO scholars put this question third on their questionnaire, most respondents made it the focus of their response. Many, again, both Jews and non-Jews, specified that if race was to be used in the classification of immigrants, it should only refer to differences in color between African Americans, whites, and Asians. Most respondents approved of removing the term Hebrews because they saw it as a racial designation. Those who offered an alternative typically suggested Jewish. There was agreement with the YIVO scholars that data on Jewish immigration was valuable, however. Many were leery of the government collecting data on Jews. Some suggested that immigrants have the choice of voluntarily identifying themselves, and many Jewish respondents argued that the data should be gathered privately under Jewish auspices. Whomever collected the data, most respondents agreed that in lieu of race, immigrants should be asked to identify, say, their ethnic group, cultural affiliation, or perhaps mother tongue. Having chosen the survey as a method of airing their concerns, the YIVO scholars decided to publish all the responses, which did not necessarily advance their case. However, embracing a model in which the consideration of diverse opinions was central to the scholarly process, they hoped that through interpreting the data, responding to it, and framing it with scholarly articles of their own, they could still successfully express their qualms about the INS's ruling. When reading the YIVO scholars' articles and analysis alongside the responses to the survey, a clear difference of worldview shines through. Weinreich, Leshinsky, and Goldberg approach the issue from the perspective of diaspora nationalists with backgrounds in interwar Eastern Europe who understood Jews as a culturally autonomous national group with collective rights that demanded recognition by the state, whereas the mostly American-born or acculturated respondents saw Jews as individual citizens in a voluntaristic society where Jewish identity was a private matter outside the purview of the government. Although most of the American respondents recognized the value of collecting data on Jewish immigration, the YIVO scholars emphasized the importance of Jewish inclusion in official statistics as a matter of respect and recognition for the Jews as a people. Although Leshinsky had lived in the US since 1938, his views were shaped by his past involvement with various Jewish nationalist parties and as an advocate for Jewish autonomy in interwar Ukraine. As a demographer and statistician, he was focused on making sure that Jews' role in society was properly acknowledged and contextualized, that their true qualities were recognized through the presentation of conclusive data, and that stereotypes about them were refuted. In regard to American immigration records, he argued that it would be misleading if Polish Jews were simply written down as Poles, because it would credit Poles with qualities like the tendency to remain permanently in the United States that were really more typical of Jews, and it would obscure the fact that the Jews fled Poland in large numbers owing to economic disadvantages and discrimination. It would also make invisible the high concentration of Jews in skilled work and artisanship, making it impossible to refute, quote, the anti-Semitic thesis that the country is overrun with Jews who do not possess any capital or qualifications. More galling to Liczynski than any particular analytical outcome, however, was the general sense of disrespect implied by the state denying Jews recognition as a group worthy of inclusion in statistical analysis. Whether European Jews constitute a national or religious group is not for anyone in the United States to determine, he wrote. Considering his past work as an advocate for Jewish autonomy in Ukraine, he was especially bothered that a Ukrainian coming from any country would be recognized as a Ukrainian, while Jews would simply be listed according to their country of residence. As one of the founders of YIVO in Vilna, Max Weinreich, a native of Latvia who arrived in the US in 1940, had also been a builder of Jewish cultural and national autonomy in interwar Europe. As a linguist and advocate for Yiddish, however, his focus was more cultural and less political than Liczynski's. For Weinreich, Jewish group distinctiveness was self-evident. Whatever ties Jews had to the larger society, it seemed to him futile to deny that they lived as a group distinguished by their language, culture, and social structure. Jewish separateness is not a question of this or that particular conduct of the Jews, he argued, but a sum total of historical facts. Given this perspective, Weinreich viewed respondents who wanted to define Jewishness in a narrow way, to keep data about Jews out of the hands of the government, or to limit the discussions of Jewish difference to private communal venues to simply be denying reality. Nathan Goldberg, who taught sociology at Yeshiva University, had been in the US longer than Liczynski or Weinreich, having emigrated from Slonim in 1920, but he was more aligned with Weinreich and Liczynski in his views of Jewish identity than with the American respondents. The classification of Jews under a separate heading does not seem to constitute an act of discrimination, he argued. On the contrary, failure to classify them as Jews may, in a certain sense, be regarded as an act of discrimination. Aside from these general differences in understanding between the YIVO scholars and the American respondents, they also diverged on two very specific issues. One was the meaning of race in the American context, and two was the relationship between Jewish statistics and anti-Semitism. While the YIVO scholars seemed to recognize that Hitler's use of racial thinking made the term race problematic for Americans in describing Jews, they were not as bothered as the Americans by this usage, unless it was clearly intended to impute Jewish inferiority, a practice Weinreich called racialism. Liczynski stated matter-of-factly that, quote, the question of whether the word race is an appropriate term or should be replaced interests me less than the need for Jews to be recognized as a distinct group in government statistics. Even more significant, while the American respondents were clearly motivated by the context of the black-white divide in America and the fear that a racial description of Jews could call into question their status as white, this concern was admittedly foreign to the YIVO scholars. To be frank, wrote Weinreich, the question of color is to me a marginal issue. A similar gap in worldview was apparent in how the two groups viewed the potential that government collection of data on Jews could facilitate anti-Semitism. I do not believe that accurate information about the Jews will checkmate anti-Semitism, wrote Liczynski, but fight against it we must with accurate information. We must argue with open and hidden foes, and each official figure carries much more weight than any obtained by private agencies. While the YIVO scholars understood the threat of anti-Semitism as one that endangered the rights and status of Jews as a people, the American respondents saw it much more as a threat to individual Jews who face barriers in their pursuit of upward mobility and integration into American society. In their view, it was preferable that the government did not ask Jews to identify themselves in official records because they wished to be able to manage their own visibility as Jews as it suited them in navigating the opportunities and pressures of American life. Nowhere was this gap in perception as obvious as in the survey's treatment of Jewish refugees. One respondent, philosopher Sidney Hook of NYU, understood the unspoken motive of Commissioner Harrison in trying to pave the way for post-war Jewish refugees by removing the Hebrew classification, agreeing that registering Jewish refugees as Poles would generate less opposition to their arrivals than registering them as Jews. Weinreich doubted that such a plan could remain under the radar, but at base, his objection to it was rooted more in an outlook that privileged Jewish group interest over individual interests. In his view, the way to help Jewish refugees gain access to the U.S. was not by concealing their identities, but, quote, by making the average American understand that the fate of European Jews in the present war has been singular. In what other group did so many perish by cold-blooded extermination methods? Whatever the future may have in store for America regarding immigration, he wrote, these facts must become common knowledge, but informing public opinion means singling out the Jews, not hiding them under a false label. Despite these stark differences between the YIVO scholars and their American respondents, one of the most significant things about the YIVO survey of 1944 is the extent to which, in its final conclusions and proposals, it did end up reflecting a degree of coalescence between the viewpoints of the two groups. Weinreich suggested an improved questionnaire for use by the INS. One of the questions reflected not only the importance of classifying Jews as Jews, but also the Americans' concerns about the danger of a racial classification of Jewishness and their desire to define race only in terms of color. Weinreich settled on the term ethnic origin as the best way to ask if someone was Jewish, and presumably agreed that the best answer to this question would be Jewish, not Hebrew. He was not convinced that the data should be collected privately by Jewish organizations instead of by the government, but he did give a nod to the voluntaristic nature of American society by adopting the idea that each immigrant should have the rights to define their group identity in a manner of their own choosing. In considering the impact of the survey on the respondents, one of the most significant contributions of YIVO's efforts was that they pushed the Americans to appreciate the value of keeping statistics on Jews, even though the INS never did restore the separate classification. Even more important, by asking the respondents for terms other than race that could be used to define Jewish distinctiveness, the survey played an important role in creating a consensus that such terms were badly needed and helped develop a vocabulary to express this revised definition of group identity. Because this book was circulated widely and reviewed in several academic journals, it was likely an important factor in popularizing terms like ethnic group that were just starting to take hold especially among lay people during this period. Finally, in its approach of surveying and publishing a wide range of opinions from far-flung sectors of the American and American Jewish worlds, this publication opened an important conversation between individuals and institutions who had quite different opinions on Jews and Jewishness, but who signified by their participation in this project a willingness to listen and learn from one another. With this coalescence in mind, one can see this book as one of the early signs of the Americanization of YIVO, as scholars and thinkers shaped by their former homes in Eastern Europe started to struggle and reckon with the ideas and attitudes prevalent in their new home. But this process was clearly not a one-way street, as we can see how YIVO, even in its infancy as an institution headquartered on these shores, was already raising important issues and challenging the thinking of the American and American Jewish publics. Thank you.
Permit me a comment about Commissioner Earl G. Harrison. Before he became Commissioner of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, Harrison had been Dean of the University of Pennsylvania Law School. After he was commissioner of the INS. He was asked in June of 1945 to go to visit the DP camps in Germany and Austria. He was asked by Truman to visit the DP camps in Germany and Austria because Truman had received messages from various sources complaining about the treatment of DPs, and particularly of Jewish displaced persons in the DP camps. He and two other colleagues spent July of 45 touring 30 displaced persons camps in Germany and Austria. Harrison himself went to Bavaria, which was the locus of the American zone of occupation in Germany, and held the vast majority of the DP camps and the vast majority of the Jewish survivors. He and his two colleagues issued a report a month later, in August of 45, noting that Jews were indeed kept in camps, sometimes even the same concentration camps where the Nazis had kept them, were kept in camps surrounded by barbed wire and American soldiers. The difference between the treatment given by America and the treatment given by the Nazis, Harrison said, was that we don't exterminate them. The report caused a brouhaha in the United States and in Britain, in that the report called for the British government, which had the mandate over Palestine, to issue 100,000 entry certificates, visas, to Jewish displaced persons, and particularly because the report called for the treatment of Jewish displaced persons as what they were, that is, as Jews, and not as members of their various national belongings. The removal, when he was INS commissioner, the removal of the designation of Hebrews from Jews could be seen as a universalistic stance by Harrison. A year later, the call to recognize Jews as being in a particular situation, as not being able to return to Poland or the other countries from which they had come, and the need to treat them differently than their co-nationals, can be seen as a particularistic conclusion on the part of Harrison. It would be interesting to note, I don't know actually, whether Harrison had seen the YIVO publications on this matter in 1944, or whether he had seen the book that you referred to, published in 1945. I wouldn't put it past Harrison to have had someone translate the publication in 44 in Yiddish for his purposes, so that he would be aware of exactly how the YIVO scholars were reacting. And I wouldn't be surprised if that would have had some influence on Harrison to come to the very different conclusion he came to in 1945 than the one he came to in 1944. I now have the pleasure of introducing my friend Professor Hasia Diner. you see in your programs a general description. I want to point out that she has held a Guggenheim Fellowship in 2010, and that her important studies have won the National Jewish Book Award not once but twice. In 2009, for We Remember with Reverence and Love, American Jews and the Myth of Silence After the Holocaust, and again in 2013 for the book 1929, Mapping the Jewish World. Hassia Diner has written on Italian, Irish, and Jewish foodways, on the history of Jewish women in America from colonial times to the present. I call on Hassia Diner.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking the organizers of the conference, and really was very gracious of you to invite me. So I'm going to begin very quickly with a series of questions, some of which Professor Weiser has already spoken about, and so I can do it in a less elegant and detailed way than he as I begin my talk. So how did YIVO assume its role in America? What role did it envision it for itself, and how did it change with time as the American Jewish population moved to an inexorably to an overwhelmingly Anglophone American-educated population, increasingly removed from its East European immigrant antecedents? What were the impacts of the Cold War, the Civil Rights Movement, the move of American Jews into the academy as students and faculty, the ethnic revivals of the 1970s, and I think really importantly here, the move of Jewish studies from strictly Jewish institutions, the rabbinical seminaries for the most part, as well as Yeshiva University, to the colleges and universities all across the land. How did they leave their mark upon YIVO's potential subscribers, readers, and stakeholders? Whom did YIVO view as its world, as its folk? And what were the topics that YIVO tackled to speak to the interests and concerns of those in its networks and to the larger American Jewish public, particularly those concerned with the world of letters? Now, there are many ways in which this could be done, and I want to focus in a very narrow way on publications, and particularly on the YIVO Annual. Very handy way to try to think about these topics. We know from the keynote this morning that there were several YIVO publications before the annual, which begins in 1946. There was Schriften, there was Yiddios, Yiddish YIVO Blätter. These were all in Yiddish, and the one had the English Yiddish counterparts, although they weren't actually perfect translations one of the other. And they were for members. That is, they were for the people who were the actual participants in YIVO. But my subject is the YIVO Annual of the Social Sciences, an American-born project, which, unlike the earlier YIVO publications, was defined as a strictly scholarly one, unlike Yiddios and Blätter, and it was aimed at an American English-reading public. It was not, other than the very first volume written exclusively for or by, most importantly, YIVO insiders. So it came out in the first full year after the end of World War II. It was a year that made it very clear there was absolutely no going back. It was the year of the Kelch pogrom. It was the official beginning of the Cold War, the year of Churchill's Iron Curtain speech at Westminster College. Demographically, it was officially marked as the beginning of the baby boom, the first year that saw the demographic explosion of the American publication. 1 year after 1946, when the YIVO Annual began, was the opening of the first Levittown, which we might symbolically see as the beginning of the post-war rush to the suburbs, a move in which young American Jewish families stood in the vanguard. And also 1946 was the first year of the functioning in New York of the Ives-Quinn Civil Rights Bill. So it was the year, it was a bill enforced by the New York State Department of Human Rights, which banned, and importantly for our purposes here, discrimination on the basis of religion in institutions of higher education, private ones in particular. So this is the more a very telegraphed context of that 1946 moment. When the YIVO Annual began, we might want to just quickly think about who some of its sort of either co-publications or competitor publications may have been. Jewish Social Studies had been founded in 1939, and the publications of the American Jewish Historical Society, which had been launched in the 1890s. 2 years after YIVO Annual was begun, American Jewish Archives began its publication. To suffice it to say that without any systematic comparison as to the readers, real and potential, as well as the subject matter of those publications vis-a-vis the YIVO Annual, can say just off the bat that AJHS Journal and that of the American Jewish Archives focused solely on America, and they were purely historical in their subject matter. And as opposed to Jewish Social Studies, which included a great deal of social science kind of contemporary research, the YIVO Annual would combine both the historical and the contemporary sociological or social psychology kind of material. Now, to just begin or to start thinking about the YIVO Annual, I want to look to 2 articles that were written about YIVO Annual in 1946, immediately after its first publication. Both articles appeared in Commentary, itself a product of this age. It did not, it was founded in 1945. So the first article was written by Milton Konvitz, a professor of law at Cornell, and it was entitled YIVO Comes to Morningside Heights. The focus was on YIVO itself, its founding, its relocation to the United States, and not just on the newly launched journal, but Konvitz offers us a way to think about the journal, its title, and its potential and its problems. The social sciences, he wrote, represent the self-consciousness of a society. Through them, a community acquires knowledge itself. As in other fields, the Jewish social sciences would follow the interests and the everyday affairs of men, okay? And I'll kind of make that gesture, because that runs through all of this, using the methods of exact measurement that distinguishes the natural sciences. Nor would they, YIVO and YIVO Annual, stop with quantitative analysis. A social science study is more than a description of events. It attempts an explanation of change. Okay, he obviously got the gender correct, okay, in terms of the subject matter of the YIVO Annual, certainly in its first couple decades. That Konvitz postulated in the article that YIVO and of what YIVO and the Annual could do, he considered that YIVO's concern with Yiddish, quote, as the living folk speech of the Jewish folk, is its key, quote, it's the tenet of its basic philosophy, but he postulated that that would be a problem that would retard its efforts from bearing scholarly fruit. Yiddish, he said, was all fine and good. He was no opponent of Yiddish at all, but he noted that the Jewish public, now largely resident in the United States, vast majority American-born, native English speakers, which needs to examine itself, will not be served by YIVO with its deep Yiddish focus. YIVO would not be able to, quote, minister to the self-understanding and inner strength of the Jewish group in America. He stated the question bluntly, how can a scientific institute devoted to Jewish social research that chooses Yiddish for its language be said to manifest a popular orientation if the people it works among no longer speak Yiddish? To this end, Convitz lauded two developments: YIVO's publication that year of Max Weinreich's Hitler's Professors, you saw the cover, in English, not a translation, from Yiddish, and the first volume of the YIVO Annual, quote, a collection of English translations of Yiddish papers just published. These two are, and again here, Convitz, foreshadow YIVO's development into a bilingual institution. YIVO's wisdom in moving to English for the dissemination of scholarship boded well for Convitz, and he predicted that while it will continue to hew its outstanding work in history, folklore, economics, statistics, and linguistics, it seems to, and these are now again his words, it seems to have turned to American work with great interest, and judging from the evidence in that first volume of the annual, quote, is rapidly assimilating the best American techniques. A second commentary piece in 1946, specifically on the YIVO Annual, was written by Oscar Handlin, who reviewed the first issue of YIVO Annual in commentary. He gave a brief but still evaluation, particularly as thinking about how the annual began that year and how it would develop, and his predictions as to how it would develop over the course of, say, the next quarter century. The Harvard-trained historian on the faculty of Harvard's history department since 1938, who would in the next decade play a pivotal role in the launching of American Jewish history as a professional entity, considered the appearance of the YIVO Annual of importance for reasons exactly what Convitz had said. Now in English, Handlin told us, American readers, quote, deprived of access by ignorance of Yiddish, could, quote, be able to learn of the products of YIVO scholarship. The annual would be profitable to the members of YIVO themselves, but for other American Jews, people whose knowledge of the language would be perforce be weaker, the annual would serve them well. Handlin then offered a quick summary of what appeared in that first original volume, assessing the articles as they fit with American conceptions of social science. He noted that the editors included linguistics as a field, generally counted as one of the humanities in the hands of Yiddish, but in the hands of Yiddish has become a social science which mirrors the part played by Yiddish in the social life of the Jews of Eastern Europe. But in this maiden, shall we say, voyage of the YIVO Annual, he noted that the articles paid no attention to political science, all perhaps because of, quote, the alienation of the Jews from the state in Eastern Europe. Hence, no articles on statecraft. Handlin also pointed out that the YIVO Annual ignored economics, okay, as it is understood in the American Academy. Yes, there were articles that stress, and I use these for my quote marks here, stress economic and social factors in history, but did not concern itself with pure economics, that is, the functioning of the system of production as such. He went on to note that the annual concerned itself mostly with social psychology and history. As to the former, they are, quote, up to the level of what is being done elsewhere, but they offer no new departures. They share with the general limitations of the approach. That's Handlin, the historian, talking about social psychology. But when it came to YIVO's engagement with history, he offered much praise. In a remark that presages the much later work of Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi and Zachor, Handlin remarked how the depth of and richness of YIVO's historical articles contrast with the general paucity of real and valuable historical scholarship in the Jewish field, something he posited as very much at odds with the millennial Jewish self-understanding of the meaning of time. More importantly, though, for thinking about YIVO and the YIVO Annual, as Hanlon saw it, he, the scholar who would go on to write and train so many young scholars in the field of social history, YIVO's work could be considered a model to actually be emulated by other American historians. YIVO's historical articles, quote, reach back to the style of the life of the whole people, a concentration on social history towards which significantly American historians have been groping for in the past few decades, and which now YIVO is showing in much greater adeptness than most other American scholars. So Handlin's final paragraph is worth sharing. Quote, the Eastern European Jew had a broad tradition rooted in Talmudic discipline, concern with problems that now form the basis of social studies. That concern was unformulated in modern conceptual categories and unscientific in terms of modern methods, but rich in its concentration upon the reality of the individual and society and upon the concreteness of phenomena in their context. The scholars of YIVO can perform a valuable service by preserving in their work a measure of continuity with that tradition. Now, Handlin and Convitz, it's worthwhile to think of them as commentators on the birth of the Annual, specifically and on YIVO in post-World War II America more generally, and on the profile of American Jewry as a post-war people. Handlin, like the men, mostly, who would become the rising generation of American Jewish historians, was the child of immigrants, a product of the old and dying immigrant neighborhoods, which were in the process of being emptied out as American Jews were making their way to their suburban homes. Actually, it was not their first set of suburban homes. Among the first Jews to be tenured at Harvard, and indeed the first professor in the history department, he had been a first-generation college student, he had been a first-generation college student. He had identified his subject matter in the emerging field of social history with immigration and ethnic community formation as his niche at that point. In fact, he had already published Boston's Immigrants, a landmark study of Irish American history. But his Jewish intellectual and personal interests were always there. He wrote often for commentary, would in 1954 author a single volume of American Jewish history with perhaps an unfortunate title called Adventures in Freedom. We don't know if the publisher pushed him to using that term. He would oversee the 1954 conference, which called for the professionalization of the field of American Jewish history. He trained some important scholars in the field, most notably Moses Rishin. Handlin would serve as the president of the American Jewish Historical Society, and more, but he never defined himself as an American Jewish historian. He was an ancillary member of the field. He was a voice, but not a kind of insider practitioner. Convitz, fascinating figure. He had been born in Ottoman Palestine. He was the son of Rabbi Yaakov David Vilkovsky, the Ridbaz, a figure in American Orthodoxy. Convitz trained in law and philosophy, associated as a student, and then as a longtime faculty member at Cornell. His intellectual and political interests were broad, including labor, human rights, civil liberties. It's a word he actually coined, among others. But despite not being in the field of Jewish history, he would help found Cornell's program in Jewish studies, and his bibliography includes numerous books on Jews, Judaism, American Jewish history, and striving towards showing the compatibility of Judaism to American life. His bibliography, American Life. Now, both of these scholars had high hopes for YIVO to address educated American Jews and to tap into those issues and experiences which speak to them. So I want to look at that first volume of the Annual, which both Convitz and Handlin reviewed. I want to look ahead from that first volume, that volume which they gave their well wishes and optimistic predictions, and to ask what over the course of the next 2 decades or so would the YIVO Annual cover. So I'm going to look at a period from 1946 to 1974, partly because I got an excellent list of all the articles that were in the annual. And also the 1970s is a very important moment in time. In the sociology of knowledge, it takes off as the full-blown beginning of the field of ethnic studies, the integration of ethnic studies into the academy. And in the field of American Jewish history, any number of books of the 1970s became classic landmark studies, which spoke as much to American historians as to Jewish historians. And here's certainly Arthur Gorin's book on the Kahila, Deborah Dash Moore's book, and I'm embarrassed to say my own on Jews and blacks in the early part of the 20th century. So most trenchantly, the 1970s, where I'm going to end this kind of travelogue of the articles in the annual, this decade corresponds to how American historians have bracketed off the end of the post-war period, a period obviously that has a clear start, the end of World War I, but an ambiguous ending. But certainly the 1970s are delineated as a moment in time when deindustrialization, the failure, the military loss of the United States in Vietnam, the heated discourse about shortages in America's basic resources drove political and social trends in ways that had nothing to do with the war, and hence the end of post-war as a meaningful category. So in those years, what did YIVO Annual publish? How did it live up to the predictions and hopes made in that 1946 moment? So over the course of those years, from 1946 until 1974, only 3 articles in the annual took their theme from something outside of the United States. Okay, it was an American journal, and even those 3 articles, which were European-centered, were really about America, in as much as there was one article about the image of America in the novels of the Yiddish writer Isaac Mayer Dick, and the other 2 explored the immigration specifically of Galician and Romanian Jews to the United States. These latter 2 importantly broke down the idea of Eastern Europe as a singular entity and rather asserted that the specificity of place need to be understood to come to terms with the emigration. But the goal or the end point of those articles was the fact that these were people going to the United States. These were Jews going to the United States. It is notable, looking at the U.S. focus, that only 2 scholars of American Jewish history or trained in American Jewish history would actually publish in the YIVO Annual, again, between 1946 and 1974, and these were Arthur Gorin and Robert Rockaway. So no other American Jewish historians, at least those of us in our stable, they would publish after 1974, but not before 1974. There were 2 pieces only in that, again, almost 20 years, that moved out of the strictly Jewish zone, but looked at the psychological and social development of other Americans, okay, namely one article on Native American children living on reservations, okay, and how they constructed their social psychological personae, although the article certainly posited that in relationship to data and observation about Jewish children. And there was one article about the maintenance of immigrant languages, not just Yiddish. So those are the only 2 that actually went beyond the Jewish zone. Language in general, Yiddish or other, had actually very little prominence in the annual. There were only 2 articles that were about Yiddish, and one was methodological in focus. There was no article about the Holocaust. There was no article about Israel or Zionism. No article which included the word folklore, which is really notable given how much YIVO in its formative period took folklore as one of its kind of pillars of concern. There was only one article on religion, okay? And as such, one might say that there was a clear bracketing of certain concerns that were of interest well beyond YIVO. The paucity of religion is worth pondering and likely reflected the distance between YIVO and the world, at least in America, of organized Judaism as a religious system. Ironically, this was a period that was the high point of Jewish membership, American Jewish membership in synagogues. And it, in fact, 1946 is often seen as the beginning of the great religious revival in America and the synagogue building boom, when synagogue memberships mushroomed. Among the historical pieces, and I'll come to that very quickly, there was only one, again, which had to do with a religious figure, and it was the Rabbi Max Lilienthal. But it wasn't about Lilienthal as a rabbi or an architect of Reform Judaism, but as an educator. And education had an important role in the YIVO annuals of those years. Literature did a little better. There were 6 articles, again, from 46 to 74 on literature, but 2 of those focused actually on how non-Jewish writers viewed the Jews, one of which was about Faulkner. Okay, so other than everything, I've given 1 or 2 examples of what they did, or counted 1 or 2. The bulk of the articles were in the 2 fields of social psychology and history, and these became YIVO's métier in these decades. So as to social psychology, over 20 articles pondered the Jewish problem in terms of how Jews in particular settings fit in, both how they lived in the present and how they made sense of themselves as Jews in particular places where non-Jews far outnumbered them. Notably, there were no articles on there was only 1 article on anti-Semitism. But and this was on anti-Semitism in the 1930s in St. Louis, but most of the social psychology articles made a point of the existence of some kind of anti-Jewish feeling hovering around the Jewish world, be it in the American military, which was one of the articles, and at Yale University, which was another article, and how Jews navigated that. So clearly these articles focused on the disjunction between Jews and other Americans in multiple ways as Jews went through their American lives. Notably, their American lives. Now, history was the single largest part of the YIVO annuals. Just under 36 articles fit the category of historical analysis, whether focusing on a particular moment in the past and examined in the context of its time period and its place, or articles which took a longer arc, for example, Jewish education, and looked at it, how did it change in Pittsburgh from 1862 to 1932, grappling with evolution and transformations. Now, the historical articles deserve a very brief, I'm told that, breakdown, and to see how it defined the lives of the Jewish people. Okay, first, it is, as Handlin had commented, even from 1946 till 74, there were no articles about Jews in the American state. Okay, there were no articles on Jews in American politics. There were articles, quite a few articles, on Jews' involvement in international concerns about Jews abroad in distress, okay, at various international gatherings, but not about Jewish politics in America. The articles on Jewish immigration, there were articles on Jewish immigration, Jewish education, particularly community studies, not particularly focused on New York, but Chicago, Albany, Pittsburgh, Detroit, and one indeed on Montana, demonstrating, as these authors saw, the breadth of Jewish life in America. Rudolf Glans, I think a fascinating figure who didn't come up in the earlier talk and was very much a YIVO insider, wrote, in fact, an article on the spread of Jewish communities before the Civil War. But for the most part, these were articles about the Jewish communities, how they changed over time in a variety of places. There was little on the great East European Jewish migration and its New York locus. It's very interesting how that's going to change after the 1970s. And again, in this period up to 1974, there was only one article which mentioned and looked at in any depth, and looked at all, to the Jewish Daily Forward, which would later become the holy grail of Jewish historical scholars, of American Jewish historical historians. And this was an article written by Tamara Haraven, a social historian. Probably very few people here will know her other than maybe Deborah and myself, who went on to write important works about the textile workers of New Hampshire, none of whom were Jewish. So all of this is going to change in the 1970s, and perhaps there'll be some questions about how and why it changed. But I would like to just conclude by saying that, for the most part, looking at the arc of those 20 years, that the hopeful predictions enunciated by Konvitz and Handlin were well borne out, and the journal became a lively and important organ, but so profoundly and thoroughly American-focused. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasya. We've just heard two fascinating lectures. We're about to hear a third. The introduction...
They can read it, just
Actually, the introduction mentions Naomi's fourth book. It doesn't mention her first three. They are A Marriage Made in Heaven, The Sexual Politics of Hebrew and Yiddish, written in a long time ago. More recently, Faithful Renderings, Jewish Christian Difference and the Politics of Translation. The Marriage Plot, or How Jews Fell in Love and with Literature. And she's also the author of an article, Gender and the Remaking of Modern Jewry in the Cambridge History of Judaism, edited by Mitchell Hart and Tony Michels. Naomi Seidman.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just really conscious of us being so... there we go. Okay, hi. First of all, just a really quick thank you to Sam for chairing the panel, to Alex and to Julia for inviting me, to Stephanie for downloading various things to me. Maybe I should say people's last names: Stephanie Halperin, Alex Weiser, Julia Rothkopf, Sam Norwich. And I think we're all grateful to Kalman and Cecile for doing the real spade work of understanding what YIVO... I mean, Kalman's book is still forthcoming, but he let me read chapters of it, so I'm very grateful. I know everyone's around here, but I don't see him. So by all accounts, the peak of... Is there a way that I could see the... Is there someone here running this? I don't have the PowerPoint in front of me, but I'll just keep going and wait for somebody to show up. By all accounts, the peak of Max Weinreich's engagement with psychoanalysis was the 1930s. The decade began with Freud's consent to join the honorary board of trustees of YIVO, launching a regular correspondence between the men. Psychoanalysis was among the methods. I'm sorry, I'm also... Thank you. Is there a way I could see what I'm looking at there? Thank you, thank you. Okay, psychoanalysis was among the methods that Weinreich mobilized in the youth research he undertook during those years, culminating in Der Weg zu unserer Jugend. During this period, as Freud's authorized Yiddish translator, Weinreich began work on the 6th volume, I'm sorry, there we go, on the 6th volume rendering of introductory lectures on psychoanalysis. He also regularly explained Freud's ideas for a Yiddish audience. Let's see, where's that? Ooh, I'm sorry, I'm just very bad at this little clicking thing. Okay, sorry. He wrote articles on psychoanalysis in the popular press. He published an introduction to the field in 1937 at YIVO. He taught seminars on psychoanalysis. In other words, Weinreich's relationship with psychoanalysis was multifaceted, and the line between his explanations of Freud and his own ideas about the psyche is not always easy to parse. Psychoanalysis was certainly transformed in being written from right to left rather than left to right, and in understanding Vilna rather than Vienna. As should already be clear, this was a mutual engagement. Freud wrote a respectful letter that served as a preface to the Rheinfehr. At a meeting in November 1938 with YIVO representatives in London, Freud went so far as to refer to the work being done in Vilna as the Jewish branch of the science, meaning psychoanalysis. And in one of his last letters to Weinreich in 1938, Freud spoke of their enterprises as endangered by the same threat, comparing both himself and Weinreich to the founder of Rabbinic Judaism, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who escaped the besieged city of Jerusalem and negotiated with the Roman emperor to allow him to create a rabbinic academy in exile. In this sense, Freud provided a prophetic comment on the topic of this conference, a midrashic commentary on what it meant to carry one's store of Torah to a place of refuge amidst a cosmic catastrophe. On the face of things, Freud's engagement with Weinreich's, you talk about Freud, just Freudian slip after Freudian slip. On the face of things, Weinreich's engagement with Freud came to an end with Freud's death, the outbreak of the Second World War, and the removal of YIVO to New York. I found no evidence that Weinreich taught psychoanalysis in the United States, nor did he undertake a full-fledged study of American Jews along the lines of Der Weg zu unserer Jugend. The clearest sign of a break with Freud was that Weinreich abandoned his translation of the introductory lectures at its midpoint in tacit recognition that the audience for such a work no longer existed. Turning his attention from psychoanalysis, Weinreich devoted his energies to rebuilding YIVO on American soil, commemorating Eastern European Jewish life and experience, and completing his masterwork, The History of the Yiddish Language. The autobiography contest of the 1930s had focused on youth between 18 and 22, but in New York, the contest focused on immigrants, and the average autobiographer was 60 years old. In this environment, Weinreich's earlier work on Jewish adolescence had held little sway. Mordechai Schechter, in his study of Weinreich's Freud translation, reports that Weinreich's coinages were initially received as masterful. For instance, Weinreich replaced the inappropriate Deutschmarisms, we could call them Bewusstsein and Unbewusstsein, for the conscious and the unconscious, with the archaisms Wissigkeit and Unwissigkeit. But the interruption of the Holocaust halted the reception of that terminology, while Uriel Weinreich's dictionary lists both Wissigkeit and Bewusstsein for the conscious. Other writers simply reverted to the older term Bewusstsein. Let me see what I have here. Yes, there is. And yet, Freud reminds us that nothing is truly forgotten. The past lives within us, and in fact, psychoanalysis never completely disappeared from Weinreich's thought. Even the terminology resurfaced in unexpected places. The term he used in the interwar period to describe the Jewish psyche was pressed into service in the history of the Yiddish language to describe a distinctive sociolinguistic feature of Yiddish language uses, the component consciousness of its speakers. Komponentenwissigkeit, so the term Wissigkeit is used sociolinguistically, by which he meant their ability to recognize which components of the language they were using, German, Lashon Kodesh, Slavic. Der Weg used Freud's theory of the layered psyche to describe the psychic structure of the Jewish collective. The history of the Yiddish language borrowed the same terminology to account for the distinctive features of a speech community. Yiddish was not simply a Schmelzsprach, a fusion language, a feature common to many, if not all, languages. What distinguished Yiddish was rather the psychic character of this feature, the fact that Yiddish speakers were conscious of the checkered character of the language they spoke, a feature generally unconscious, but no less operative for speakers of other languages. But beyond this repurposed term, did psychoanalysis just disappear from Weinreich's consciousness or YIVO's intellectual horizons in American exile? Or perhaps it went underground, as historians suggest is the case for the psychoanalytic scene in interwar Poland, a scene in which Weinreich participated, which was repressed during the communist era, but nevertheless continued to operate despite and through this repression, as unconscious currents do within each individual. The psychoanalytic perspective on Jewish culture that he forged in Vilna stayed with Weinreich in New York, but it took on a different aspect. Researchers will not find this worldview in academic monographs. It expressed itself largely in oral remarks he made about American Jews and their relation to YIVO. Nevertheless, from his arrival in New York to the very end of his life, Weinreich took a psychoanalytic perspective on his central mission, rebuilding YIVO in America. If so, psychoanalysis was crucial to his time in America, perhaps even more so than in Vilna. And here's a quote. Oh, sorry, I'm a little behind on my slides. The Israeli literary critic Don Miron relates that in their last conversation before Weinreich's death, Weinreich described YIVO as a kind of embodied psychic structure. I don't know about you Israelis, he said to Miron, but by now I know my American Jews, young ones included. If American Jews still dream as a group, Yiddish is the language they speak in their dreams. It is still the idiom of their collective unconscious. For their personality to become whole, they, at least some of them, will have to go back to Yiddish someday. And there we shall be, waiting for them down in the Yiddish cellar with a strong torchlight in our hands. If somebody will have to spell out for them the content of their dreams, to elucidate the vision they saw with bleary eyes. And we, because we made Yiddish Wissenschaft the thing we live and die for, will be able to throw light and heal. 3 speeches Weinreich delivered in 44 and 45 lend substance to Miron's memory and reveal that Weinreich was developing this understanding of American Jews while the war still raged. The most basic psychoanalytic tool he used was a Freudian hermeneutic of suspicion, wielded with caustic wit. What seemed most apparent about American Jews, what American Jews reported about themselves with the utmost confidence, generally concealed a nearly opposite thought, wish, or fear. To understand what YIVO was in America, to understand what YIVO was to America, it was necessary to clear the ground of the misconceptions, this is his favorite term, the banalities of the discourse of rich, atomized, satisfied American Jews. Those were scare quotes. In relation to YIVO and Yiddish, and to discern what was concealed behind these assertions. American Jews, in their self-regard, considered themselves to be saving Yiddish or inheriting the treasures of YIVO's work, a banal truism as absurd as the notion that a Balabatisha brother would take over the intellectual production of his brother, the Rosh Hashiva. American Jews considered it their duty to send their children to Jewish schools, even if they were thereby sacrificing the best interests of Sadie or Irving. They made a point of letting Weinreich know that they considered a Jewish organization devoted to the study of Eastern European Jews a reversion to the ghetto. Yiddish was the language of poor people, old people, of grüne Immigranten. Weinreich responded to these provocations, first of all, by correcting misconceptions. Yiddish was not just green, it comprised all the colors of the rainbow. To be in a Jewish ghetto was a spiritual condition, and more recently, a heroic stance that Americans could only dream of achieving. Yiddish was the property not only of immigrants and the old, but also, perhaps especially, of the young. It was not YIVO that was provincial, but rather American Jews, ignorant as they were of what Judaism could be beyond the stereotypes they absorbed from their non-Jewish environment. But he wasn't only concerned with correcting the record. The question was why American Jews were so persuaded of these untruths. In this regard, Weinreich made the argument that their banalities allowed them to avoid recognizing the truth about YIVO in its American Jewish context. YIVO, despite the thick accents of so many of its leading figures, its poverty and dislocation, was not a supplicant to its potential or actual American Jewish donors. American Jewish condescension was a thin disguise over a destabilizing awareness that it was the American Jewish community that was impoverished and needy in a psychological, if not material, sense. This was why supporting YIVO by reading its publications or attending lectures or enrolling in a graduate program was not an act of philanthropy or solidarity with a needy relative, but rather a step toward psychic healing and mental health, even if American Jews couldn't see that. It was in fact part of YIVO's function to make American Jewish descendants of the great civilization of Jewish Eastern Europe aware of this unconscious mechanism. Reluctantly speaking in English to the graduating class of the Baltimore Hebrew College in June 1945, Weinreich explained that it was a mistake for American Jewry, a mistake that marked them, in fact, as American, to assume that group interests and the individual interests were at odds, that donating to Jewish causes or asserting one's Jewish identity or sending one's children to Jewish schools was a sacrifice made for the greater good, a pious, if condescending gesture toward one's parents and the past. Weinreich's reversal of the American Eastern European Jewish hierarchy drew on the psychoanalytic notion of the layered character of the psyche, a structure that exposed anxieties and desires concealed behind American Jewish bluster, ignorance, and self-satisfaction. But Weinreich's use of the stratified psyche also corrected for Freud's persistent focus on the individual or nuclear family, a focus Weinreich saw as deriving from the deracinated, atomized Jewish identities shared by German-speaking and English-speaking Jews. By contrast, Weinreich argued that American Jews were unaware of how significantly their psyches were shaped by Jewish culture and history, limited as they were in associating Jewishness with family, the synagogue, and a few abstract ideas. Non-Jewish misunderstandings of Jews flowed into the vacuum with no Jewish compensation available to put up any resistance. Compensation is perhaps the most persistent term in Weinreich's psychological toolkit, mobilized to explain the miseries of both Polish Jewish adolescents and the Jewish Americans he addressed later. Weinreich believed that Jewish culture functioned as a form of compensation for the ego blow of anti-Semitism. As he clarified in Baltimore, all children require such compensation to make up for their dependency and vulnerability, but Jewish children require stronger medicine given their social vulnerabilities. He stressed that compensatory mechanisms were psychic operations drawing on fantasy and desire and untethered from reality. And by the compensatory mechanism of Jewish culture, he meant the Jewish religion, but also Jewish nationalism, and attachment to the idea that all the people who got Nobel Prizes were Jewish, which Jonathan mentioned today. He mentions it too. Despite the overlap between Weinreich's analysis of Polish Jewish adolescents and American Jews, there's a real difference between how those mechanisms functioned. Weinreich took it for granted that Polish Jewry were indeed a persecuted minority, while acknowledging the imaginary character of the compensations by which they met this condition. For American Jews, both the nature and degree of their vulnerability to anti-Semitism and the way they mobilized or failed to find forms of psychic compensation were uncertain, imaginary, and perhaps illusory. Weinreich thus deliberately avoided taking a stand on the persistent question, persisting indeed to our own day, of the gravity and danger posed to American Jews of American anti-Semitism. Nor did he participate in ongoing discussions of what Jews could do about this anti-Semitism, or what explained it. What mattered from his perspective, and what could be accomplished by Jewish educators and activists, was rather the psychic consequences of anti-Semitism, imaginary or real. Consequences Weinreich felt had been neglected by American Jewish public discourse. Weinreich made this point even more forcefully when speaking in Yiddish. Here he is talking about anti-Semitism. In his opening remarks at the 19th annual YIVO conference, 80 years ago, not today, in January, Weinreich cited a composition by a student at a local Jewish school about a Jewish child with no siblings who lived in a Christian neighborhood. When his mother told him to go out and play, he said that the Christian children were beating him up and begged her to move the family to a different neighborhood. There, the Jewish child was finally happy with many Jewish friends. Weinreich openly doubted that the composition should be taken as straightforward autobiography, bracketing the question of how much anti-Semitic bullying a child might actually encounter, or whether the composition should be taken as a, quote, a dark prophecy of horrors yet to come. Weinreich suggested that it should be read not as realism, but rather as surrealism, borrowing the term from modern art. That's a quote from him. The child was expressing not facts, and not even only fears, but also an unconscious longing for a lost Jewish intimacy. Anti-Semitism was the very real and persistent context for the adolescents Weinreich studied in the 1930s. In the 1940s, by contrast, Weinreich bracketed the question of whether Jews were justified in fearing anti-Semitism in favor of taking these fears as symptoms of more deeply buried truths. There's another related difference in Weinreich's thinking about the Jewish psyche in these two contexts. Perhaps surprisingly, YIVO is more directly implicated in Weinreich's thinking about compensation in the American Jewish context than it was in Poland, where it was just one of the phenomena bolstering Jewish collectivity against the psychic wounds of anti-Semitism. These blows might be more moderate or even questionable in America, but there were also far fewer forms of compensation, and it was left to YIVO to fill that gaping void. It was true that in Baltimore, Weinreich more tactfully named Jewish education in general as just such a bulwark. But in his addresses to the YIVO conferences in 1944 and 1945, it was YIVO that was charged almost single-handedly with the role of healing the American Jewish psyche. It was YIVO that could provide the knowledge to counter-internalize anti-Semitism. YIVO that provided the intimacy that could salve Jewish loneliness. In Der Weg, Weinreich had described a range of psychic compensations that could salve Jewish wounds through ethnic narcissism. But YIVO provided healing not through apologetics or fantasies, but more rigorously through knowledge, scientifically gleaned and delivered. YIVO replaced the fantasy that God had chosen the Jewish people, or that a Messiah would redeem them, or that a homeland would solve their problems, or the pride in the percentage of Nobel Prize winners were Jews. This is all quoting Weinreich, with knowledge of Jewish history and research into Jewish lifeways offered under the sign of science. In 1944, at the annual YIVO conference, Weinreich was even more explicit in linking YIVO's role in America with Freud's understanding of how psychoanalysis worked. Reminding his audience of Freud's service to YIVO, Weinreich explained that psychoanalysis should be credited with the recognition that the only way to master unconscious psychic energies is to recognize them, und erkennen heißt wissen. Recognizing them means knowing them. This brief phrase is a kind of Yiddish counterpart to Freud's famous summary of how psychoanalysis works, where id was, there ego shall be. Or to put it differently, where yid was, there YIVO shall be. In translating Freud's terms, Weinreich's understanding of how an individual comes to know his unconscious desires is understood through the academic research being undertaken at YIVO, cementing the connection between self-knowledge and academic research by insisting that no firm line could be drawn between the psyche of any Jewish individual and the collectivist Jewish psyche, which carried on its work underground, as it were. However ignorant American Jews of Eastern European descent were of their history or of Yiddish, this knowledge was at once foreign and highly, deeply intimate, like the unconscious. The young Jew who takes a class at YIVO, I'm sorry, that's not what I was looking for, but okay. The young Jew takes a class at YIVO, even if they've never been to Poland, perhaps especially if they've never been to Poland, was in Weinreich's view coming back to themselves. But knowledge alone couldn't heal what Weinreich called the split consciousness of Jewish Americans. What was needed was knowledge accompanied by prestige. As he pointed out in 1944, tens of thousands of young men and women in New York could understand or even speak Yiddish. The problem wasn't that Yiddish was foreign to American Jews, but that man halt nicht davon. No one valued Yiddish or Yiddishkeit. For Weinreich, prestige wasn't a measurable entity, a kind of capital to amass. Like the inchoate anxieties it helped alleviate, prestige was primarily a psychic illusion, as suggested by the long associations that he mentioned with the magician's sleight of hand and hypnotic power. Prestige took many forms and had many functions. YIVO's prestigious address and the handsome Yiddish sign hanging outside the 535 West 123rd, smooth over painful associations of Yiddish with Hester Street, a French cultural institution in New York that hosted a course in French literature, provided the satisfaction of, as Weinreich put it, "Bakumen a Herrscher von a Goy." Other pathways provided other satisfactions. When a son hears about YIVO, not from his father, the tailor, but from his Columbia professor, Weinreich said, that's a special kind of prestige. And when his father hears about YIVO, not from the Yiddish paper, but from his son, the college student, is das weitere Schule, even better. For Weinreich, acquiring prestige for YIVO was more than a strategy for institutional survival. Even if in its devastation and displacement, YIVO's prestige lent status to all who touched and were touched by it, prestige capable of healing the rift between old and new, assimilated and knowledgeable Jews, immigrant parents, and their American children. YIVO's role as a repository of the artifacts of a destroyed world did not thereby render it a dusty, irrelevant museum. Freud famously described the unconscious as a buried site, a rune, the site of an apparently forgotten trauma. Sorry, here we go. In Weinreich's retelling, which is also an echo of Rabbi Yochanan and the besieged Jerusalem, this metaphor regains its historical concreteness to encompass actual buildings, a building present now, and the ruin it displaces and bears witness to. YIVO, in Weinreich's thought, became the Jewish psyche in what was visible and in what the visible building occluded, in its brokenness or in trauma and its healing. Not in the banal sense of a triumphal survival, but both at once, inextricably, as it were, in a single building, a single psyche. Boy, this is the least responsive little machine I have ever held. This is like me with the remote control in my hotel room this morning. Oh, wait, it's moving. It's just not on my... I'm sorry, it's just not here. I am so sorry. There it is. Phew. This is such a hard job. In this metaphor, Freud is revived and brought back to his roots. In this metaphor, psychoanalysis went from one tool among many in Weinreich's estimable estimable toolkit into the implicit essential meaning of YIVO. Psychoanalysis didn't have to be taught at YIVO. Lectures on Yiddish grammar or Ashkenazic folklore or history would do the work just as well. So, was Weinreich right about the American Jewish psyche? When I stood in that group of students at this Yiddish summer program in 1991, was it myself that I was seeking or finding? Was he right about what YIVO meant or continues to mean, even now at this conference on this prestigious stage? If he was, why didn't he write an American Jewish counterpart to Der Weg zu unserer Jugend? Yes, he had other pressing commitments, other projects, but to play the role of psychoanalyst for a moment, perhaps there are other factors working beneath the surface. Weinreich introduced Der Weg by saying that he scarcely understood the youth that he was studying, given the rapid developments of his time, which had opened up a larger than usual generation gap between adults and adolescents. But surely a greater chasm separated him from American Jews. Weinreich understood that anti-Semitism occupied a peculiar place in the American Jewish psyche, wavering between stark realities and subjective phantasms. But he might have said more, it seems to me, about the uses American Jews made and make of anti-Semitism, which contributes to its psychic instability. More to the point, if his primary sources should be understood as serialistic psychic expressions rather than accurate portrayals of American Jewish life, YIVO and Weinreich were also implicated in this play of fantasy, projection, and transference in the relationships. It's surely no accident that his reflections on prestige were also the occasions for some of Weinreich's most intimate, emotional, and revealing remarks about what it meant to lack prestige. He tells the story of the embassy official processing his application for American visa who expressed skepticism that the words Yiddish and scientific might belong in the same title. He scornfully quotes a patronizing American donor who suggested that YIVO translate the word Yiddish as Jewish for your own good, expresses his rage at those who use the term ghetto Jew as a pejorative. Whose wounds was YIVO healing exactly? Who was lonelier, the 13-year-old Yiddish student or the one who interpreted his words, who heard the nostalgia in them, the call for a lost collective life? If Weinreich did not produce a finished study of the American Jewish psyche, perhaps that was because the study would have been interminable, a hall of mirrors that caught up the researcher and the institution he was building, a repository for the collective dreams, not only of American Jews, but also of its immigrant researchers. Thank you.
Shkoyach. With your permission and with the permission of the Balabatim, I hope we can take a couple of questions. We're running a bit past the schedule, but these really extraordinary talks really demand some kind of audience reaction. Comments, questions? Good. There being none, permit me to close with the following. I began with words of praise. I'd like to conclude with words of regret. We've been treated and will be treated for the rest of the day to several extraordinary lectures focused mainly on the first decades of YIVO's American 85 years. That's as it should be. It's welcome, it's appreciated. Those were, in fact, the formative years of YIVO in America. And it's entirely right that this conference should focus on the three Weinreich decades in America and on the period up through the 1960s and 70s. But I regret that this conference didn't have one additional day that would focus on the last few decades of YIVO's 100 years. Maybe in a sequel to this conference, we can look forward at the 101st anniversary of YIVO, or the 105th, or the 110th, to as engaging and as incisive a treatment as we've been hearing and will hear, I expect, in the rest of today, of the first decades in America. For my part, I would just mention the names of my colleagues who did the work of YIVO in the 1980s and early 90s. Not only people like Dina Abramovich, Marek Webb, Raj Schwartz, Fruma Maurer, Il Tulangiyo, Zachary Baker, who became chief librarian after Dina, to historians Yeshaya Trunk, Shlomo Noble, Lucian Dobroshitzky, to assistants like Alicia Svigals, Naomi Utevsky, Miriam Holmes, others that you may remember, even to Jesus, whose last name Rosario, thank you. I knew there'd be somebody who would remember that. Or Herbert, whose last name I also forget. Thank you. That's YIVO lives. Thank you.
Just a quick housekeeping note. We will be picking up back at 2 o'clock. Lunch is on your own. And
I do want to make one announcement. First of all, I want to thank all the panelists, and thank you, Sam, and especially Kalman for that wonderful lecture. But I want to mention that all of the books that are on sale out there for the duration of this conference are 10%. You will receive a 10% discount for this conference on all of the books.
Hello to everyone at YIVO. On the occasion of YIVO's 100th anniversary, I apologize for speaking by video, but I have the honor of observing one slightly older anniversary each day. My mother is Kanenahara, 106 years old, and I am the person she relies on for care. So please excuse me for speaking from here in Los Angeles. The topic I was asked to address
Laser. Laser, can you hear me? Hello, Laser. He's not on his computer. I wanted to. Yes, I'm a tech person. I'm handling your Zoom that's be coming into the auditorium. Can you turn your camera back on? I just want to do a quick little test to make sure we can have you in with no issues. Okay, great. Looks good. Oh yeah, Jason. Yeah, yep. No worries, no worries. All right, I'm going to set up a little test here. So if you could just stay there, and you don't have to say anything right now. Yeah, the background's fine. And I appreciate you wearing headphones. Thank you. Okay, I see. All right, I have to do a little crop here. No worries. Let's just crop this out. Okay. Then do the bottom. Yep. Okay, that looks good. Let's do the top. Looks good. Then let's do the left. All right. Then a little bit more on the bottom. Yeah, no, it's just the like when you full screen on Zoom, it doesn't like actual full screen, so I have to crop out like the borders of the controls and stuff like that so people don't see it, so they just see you. And yeah, it looks good. That should pop up great on the projector screen. There's like a few people in the house right now, so I can't test it on the projector, but it looks good on my side, so we should be fine. And then let me just test the sound, make sure the sound's coming in good.
I forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah. So, Jason, Elisa, who is the moderator, she will go on. She'll give a brief introduction, and then we can beam Laser up because he's going to be the first keeper of the panel.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, perfect. And then after that is the video that I sent you.
Yep, him, then the video.
Perfect. And then the in-person guy.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Yep.
All right,
and
thank
if we
you.
can keep the chat clear because the pop-ups are visible.
Oh, you can see the pop-ups. Okay. Should I not type there?
Yeah, like when you're on. Yeah, let's keep the chat clear.
Okay.
Okay. All right,
Sorry.
that sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Check. Okay.
so I'll show you. So just this green button goes forward, and then the red button here goes backwards. So we'll stay on that. I'm not sure if Julia Rothkopf is going to do this, but you can also do it. I'm not sure exactly how you want to work that out. And then your microphones are here. Obviously, you're not going to use all of them right now, but
Okay, terrific thing. And they're on?
yep, they'll be on.
Okay, great. What's your name?
Trey.
Trey Elisa.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Well, I'll just say a bit of housekeeping. Hello, everyone. We're going to get started back up. I just want to reiterate what Executive Director of YIVO, Jonathan Brent, said before the break, which is that many YIVO publications, books by presenters today, and other wonderful things are for sale in the lobby, and there's a 10% off discount for buying them in person today. So please avail yourself to that, including our centennial coffee table book, 100 Objects from the Collections of the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research. Thank you. Edited by our collections director, Stephanie Halpern. Which includes 100 objects from the collections, telling the story of Jewish history and of how YIVO collected it over its 100 years. And it includes contributions from 57 incredible scholars, including many of the people that are presenting today. So check that out. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Elisa Quint, who's going to be moderating the next panel.
Thanks, Alex. Before we get started, I just wanted to echo Sam's thoughts earlier, to echo the sense of pride and gratitude that I feel, that I associate with YIVO, and and the great pride that I take in all the work that I do, but also all the work that my colleagues do, especially those who are now working in the YIVO orbit most closely. I think you've achieved so much over the past few years, and I'm just in awe of all that you've achieved. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the panelists one by one. And our first one, and two of them actually will be coming in via the screen, one by Zoom and another as a pre-recorded talk. So yes, and then finally one in person. So we're mixing it up today. And our first panelist is Lazer Burko. He is a Yiddish researcher and a language teacher with a doctorate from the Jewish Theological Seminary. And the topic of his dissertation was the work of the YIVO Linguistic Circle. His talk today is called The New York YIVO on the Language Front, 1940 to 1970. I guess you take it away? Okay.
I can see myself, so that means you can probably see me. I'm sorry I'm just a big head on the screen. I'm sorry to disappoint my mother also, who I'm sure is in the audience. But what can we do? Okay, I'm very happy to talk about this topic because this is the topic I spent a lot of time with researching my dissertation. And it just happens to fit into this conference very nicely. So the topic is the work of the YIVO linguists in America in the post-war period. This is an informal group that was known as the YIVO Linguistic Circle, and it was sort of a successor to the pre-war YIVO Philological Section, and it was active from about 1940 to about 1970. The group included YIVO's director, Max Weinreich, and it produced a lot of the best scholarship that we have on Yiddish and in Yiddish. Max Weinreich and Uriel Weinreich, his son, they were some of the first Yiddish professors at American universities, and they helped introduce the field of Yiddish studies and the study of Jewish languages generally to a wider audience. The Yiddish speech community was obviously in decline in post-war America, since most speakers were immigrants who had arrived before 1923, when immigration was restricted. Only about 100,000 Jewish survivors and other refugees arrived in the years after World War II. Nevertheless, post-war America offered Yiddish scholars many new opportunities. First, a few became professors at American universities, a form of employment which had not been available to them in Europe, and which only a handful of Jewish studies scholars had attained in America before the war. American universities entered a boom period thanks to the GI Bill and then the baby boomers. Quotas and restrictions on Jewish students were removed, and many students came from Yiddish-speaking homes. Thousands of ordinary Jews contributed to Yiddish scholarship as dialect informants, volunteers, readers, donors. The Holocaust and the decline of the language gave an added impetus to the work that the linguists did. People knew that what was not recorded would be lost for future generations. And finally, American foundations and agencies of the federal government were in a generous mood in the post-war period, and they were flush with cash. And so there were many funding opportunities for projects which would not have been possible before World War II, or for that matter today, as we see in the news. In some ways, then, the post-war America was a sort of little golden age for Yiddish studies. The YIVO Institute itself was not always directly involved in all of the projects of the members of the YIVO Linguistic Circle, mainly for financial reasons. But the spirit of YIVO was present, I think, even if the money came from elsewhere. Although the YIVO linguists were scholars first, not activists, they also worked to maintain Yiddish as a spoken language, especially through their work in education. In 1948, even before Uriel Weinreich was appointed the first Yiddish professor at Columbia University, while he was still a graduate student there, YIVO published his textbook, College Yiddish. He was only 23 years old. It was the first modern Yiddish textbook and remained the standard work until just a few years ago. Even today, there are teachers who prefer it, and it remains a go-to reference grammar, I think. Publication of College Yiddish marked a major shift in Yiddish education. Before World War II, Yiddish was mainly taught in schools for children, either in Jewish day schools or, especially in the United States, in supplementary afternoon and Sunday schools. I'm leaving the Orthodox out of the discussion here, since although they often used Yiddish and still use Yiddish, they did not usually teach the language formally. The secular Yiddish schools gradually dropped their Yiddish, or they ceased to exist in the 1950s and 1960s, with a few happy exceptions. On the other hand, in the post-war period, a new frontier for Yiddish education opened at the college level, as young Jews flocked to the universities in record numbers. Teaching Yiddish at the college level probably peaked in the 1970s during the so-called ethnic revival, when Americans of all ethnic groups went looking for their roots. But even today, college Yiddish is still used in many colleges, in online courses, and in summer programs around the world, including, of course, YIVO's own summer program. Another effort of the YIVO linguist was what is called language planning. In fact, it seems that Uriel Weinreich himself coined the term language planning. It refers to efforts to standardize a language, to unify its spelling, to coin new words for things that did not exist before, to educate the public and to dispel myths and prejudices, to refine the language, so to speak, to decide which words are kosher and which words are treif. YIVO published a special magazine for these purposes called Yiddische Sprach, Yiddish language, which began to appear in 1941, and it sort of petered out in the early 1980s, so for about 40 years. One aspect of language planning at which the YIVO linguists largely succeeded was the standardization of Yiddish spelling. After extensive and heated debates, the YIVO philological section in Vilna adopted a standard orthography in 1936. Due to the war and to many other priorities, obviously, there was not much thought given to spelling until the post-war period. Only gradually, in the 1950s and 1960s, did many publications begin to adopt the standard spelling. The leading literary journal, for example, the Golden Ekate, which was published in Israel by Max Weinreich's friend and former student, Avram Sutzkever, fully adopted YIVO spelling only in 1961. The Vorwärts, once the most popular Yiddish newspaper, it opposed the YIVO spelling for about 60 years, but finally adopted it in 1998. And today, YIVO spelling is used throughout most of the secular Yiddish world, at least among those who have some formal education in the language. Now, another topic, the study of Yiddish dialects. Even before he helped found the YIVO a century ago, Max Weinreich had conducted some preliminary research on Yiddish dialects. He sent out a dialect questionnaire in 1923 and received several hundred replies, which have sadly been lost. I should say, dialects are very important for the study of Yiddish because dialects are the normal spoken language. The literary language has always been more unified, but in speech, especially informally and at home, almost everybody just spoke dialect. And that's still the case today. It was clear, however, even a century ago, that many specific regional features and words of the dialects were being lost due to modernization, as was also happening with many other languages. Greater urbanization, migration, improved communication, education, literacy, they lead everywhere to the gradual standardization of languages. And also the same was happening in Yiddish. However, Max Weinreich was too busy with YIVO and with other projects to continue his dialect research, so the work actually fell to his son, Uriel, about 30 years later. Partly with a dialect study in mind, Uriel Weinreich spent a year at the University of Zurich in Switzerland, familiarizing himself with the new methods in dialectology which were being practiced there. He began work on his own Language and Culture Atlas of Ashkenazic Jewry in 1959 during a sabbatical year in Jerusalem. After he obtained more funding for the project, he assembled a team of young linguists, including Mordechai Schechter, some of you may have heard of, and together they interviewed informants from some 600 different locations all across Europe, plus Jerusalem and Tzfat, where Yiddish dialects had been spoken. Many of these interviews lasted 15 hours with a questionnaire of 2,000 or 3,000 questions. So this is a lot of data that was gathered. And the answers were transcribed and organized in preparation for eventual analysis and mapping. Uriel was able to get funding for the project from a variety of American agencies and foundations, including the National Science Foundation and, remarkably, the National Institute of Mental Health. He even applied to the Department of Defense, arguing that Yiddish was necessary in order to win the Cold War, since many Soviet Jews spoke Yiddish. They didn't buy that argument, sadly. He developed an ambitious plan, probably ahead of his time, to computerize all the data using one of those giant IBM mainframe computers of that time, because he foresaw the possibility of automatic map making. The computer could make the map for you. Unfortunately, Uriel Weinreich died in 1967 at age 40, before the main part of the research was finished. And the rest of his team of linguists did not have the same genius and the same talent for getting funding, which is sometimes more important. And they carried on the work for another 30 years and eventually published 3 large atlas volumes, co-published by YIVO, by the way. Still, most of the data has never been analyzed, mapped, or published. Recently, in 2018, Columbia University Libraries scanned the answer sheets of the project, about 100,000 pages, and put them all online. Also, the original recordings of the interviews, about 5,000 hours, were redigitized and put online. And thanks to this new availability, there was a young linguist in Germany, Lea Schäfer. In recent years, she's published several articles and also books, important books, and hundreds of digital maps based on the atlas data. It's also worth mentioning another young linguist, Isaac Bleeman, who is a professor at Berkeley and who just received tenure a few weeks ago. He's working on a similar project, a corpus of Yiddish spoken in Europe, which is based on recordings of Holocaust testimonies. And Bleeman's corpus sort of complements the atlas data, because the people who were interviewed there were sort of belonged to a younger group. They were born shortly before the war in many cases. It's still a work in progress, but Bleeman has a team of transcribers who are working. But already he's created a sort of word map tool, which is basically an automatic map maker, probably of the sort that Uriel Weinreich was dreaming of in the 1960s. There are also other projects of dialect interviews that have been collected, for example, by David Katz, Litvaks, Dovber Keller, of Ukrainian Jews, but those materials have not been processed yet in many cases. Okay, a second major project that was connected to YIVO, although it was not formally a YIVO project, was the Great Dictionary of the Yiddish Language. Since at least the Chernovitz Conference in 1908, there had been discussion of the need for a Yiddish academic dictionary of the sort that existed for other European languages, or what Eliezer Ben Yehuda was creating for Hebrew, for example. Several such efforts were unfortunately destroyed in World War II. There was a manuscript in the YIVO archive, YIVO collection in Vilna, which had been left by a pioneering Yiddish linguist, Alfred Landau. He died in 1935, and the manuscript went to YIVO, and then it was lost, unfortunately, in the ghetto. A second project, also in Minsk, for a Soviet Yiddish academic dictionary, also was lost in the Second World War. After the war, there was a new urgency in such discussions, since it was clear that much of the vocabulary that had been used in Europe would be forgotten. A new initiative to create an academic dictionary came from Nochem Stuchkov, a well-known figure from Yiddish radio, who was also a self-taught lexicographer. In 1950, YIVO published his Thesaurus of the Yiddish Language, edited by Max Weinreich, which was itself the largest collection of Yiddish words and phrases to date. Over the following years, Stuchkov assembled several other editors, and he worked out a deal with YIVO to begin work on an academic dictionary. YIVO did not want to finance the project, so a separate dictionary committee was created to raise funds and to manage the project. But YIVO assigned a space in its building to the dictionary staff, and it allowed free use of its library and archive. So for most of its history, the Great Dictionary was in YIVO, even if it was not of YIVO. The first conflict in the history of the project was among the editors over the scale of the dictionary. Should it be a large one-volume dictionary, like Webster's English Dictionary, for example? Or should it be a truly comprehensive multi-volume historical dictionary with citations and etymologies, like the Oxford English Dictionary? Stoichkov wanted a one-volume dictionary, which he thought was manageable within about 5 years. Another editor, Judel Mark, wanted an Oxford-style dictionary, which would take much longer, obviously. For better or worse, Mark won that argument, and he determined the fate of the dictionary. In retrospect, Mark's plan was probably overly ambitious. The Yiddish public could not afford something like the Oxford English Dictionary, and most readers were too old to wait for something like that to be completed. But at the time, there were still 3 or 4 million Yiddish speakers in the world, and it didn't seem impossible. A second important conflict was over the spelling in the dictionary. Max Weinreich and the YIVO administration required that the dictionary follow the standard YIVO spelling, while Mark and the other editors wanted to make certain changes. Because neither side would compromise on the issue, the Great Dictionary was not published as an official YIVO publication. Eventually, Mark moved the project to Jerusalem, partly in the hope that Hebrew University would take responsibility for the project and ensure its continuation after his passing. Unfortunately, that didn't happen either. Despite his missteps, Mark deserved credit for organizing the project and writing and editing tens of thousands of entries over a period of 20 years. He recruited hundreds of volunteers to read through much of Yiddish literature pen in hand in search of new words and phrases to write out citations which would serve as the basis for the dictionary's entries. He even reached out to Orthodox Jews, tried to involve them. Chaim Lieberman, the secretary to the Lubavitcher Rebbe, contributes many thousands of citations from religious literature, more than any other volunteer. Mark was also very successful at fundraising from both private and public sources. He set up a so-called lexicographic institute at City College, which was really just a funding mechanism that enabled the dictionary to receive hundreds of thousands of dollars from the US government and US government grants. Even when he moved the project to Jerusalem in 1970, most of the money continued to come from the US government. Unfortunately, Mark did not live forever, and there was nobody after him with the same drive and productivity. He managed to publish 3 volumes and to edit a 4th volume, which appeared after his passing in 1975. Those 4 volumes, with about 80,000 entries, cover only the letter Aleph, the first letter of the Yiddish Aleph base. But Aleph is a very common letter, so actually it covers about a quarter of the total vocabulary. Mark's successors, mainly in Jerusalem, continued to work on volumes 5 and 6 throughout the 1980s. 2 staff members deserve special mention, Shaul Ferdman and Yosef Guri, who wrote most of these new entries. Because of technical problems in transitioning the work onto computers, and because of a general lack of progress, the whole project was defunded by the NEH in 1989. All of their work was packed up into boxes and put away, and Ferdman and Guri never lived to see their work published. But there is some good news from 2 years ago. A Yiddish lexicographer from Ukraine, Dmytro Tishchenko, scanned the unedited manuscripts of volumes 5 and 6, about 20,000 typewritten pages, and he put them online. And this increases the number of entries available by about 50%. So even in its unfinished state, the Great Dictionary is an important resource for scholars, advanced students, and for anyone else who is able to read the definitions. There are tens of thousands of words there that are defined there, and there are nowhere else. Today, there are very few old-timers, obviously, whom you can ask about such words. As an aside, I'll mention that Justus van de Kamp in Amsterdam has been working for 35 years on a Yiddish-Dutch dictionary, and just a few weeks ago, he surpassed 100,000 entries, making it the most comprehensive bilingual Yiddish dictionary available in the world. It's a sort of great dictionary of its own, but only for people who speak Dutch. So you can see that having definitions in Yiddish is really not so bad. In conclusion, the YIVO linguists were amazingly productive, and they managed to document the pre-war language in great detail and tens of thousands of dictionary entries in thousands of hours of interviews, in 100,000 pages of data. A problem for later scholars is really how to make good use of this huge amount of data. But that is actually a good problem to have. It's better too much data than too little. And there are many other groups, including other Jewish groups and other Jewish languages, that have not been so lucky. Maybe this is the problem that artificial intelligence can solve. In any case, YIVO linguists have left us today with a lot of work to do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laser. I don't know if you can hear me, but I hope you stay tuned because we're going to get back to you when we discuss and have questions later. So I am going to introduce Mark Smith now before we hear his paper. Mark Smith is the author most recently of Building and Consoling a Nation, the Yiddish Historians in Their Own Words. Oh, actually, that's forthcoming this year. And his paper today is titled YIVO and the Creation of Holocaust Studies. Do I have to press play?
Now to everyone at YIVO. On the occasion of YIVO's 100th anniversary, I apologize for speaking by video, but I have the honor of observing one slightly older anniversary each day. My mother is Kanenahara, 106 years old, and I am the person she relies on for care. So please excuse me for speaking from here in Los Angeles. The topic I was asked to address, YIVO and the Creation of Holocaust Studies, is interesting in itself, but also because it expresses a contradiction. YIVO on the one hand, Holocaust on the other. Even before the well-known appeal by Salo Baron in 1928 to, quote, break with the lachrymose theory of Jewish history, the culture and attitude of YIVO had already been set in a positive direction. YIVO's subject was and remained Jewish life, not Jewish suffering or death. In all the journals published by YIVO before World War II, the Historische, Ökonomische, and Philologische Schriften, as well as the YIVO Blätter itself, articles on anti-Semitism, anti-Jewish legislation, and attacks on Jews are exceptionally rare. As for books, I know of only one that was published by YIVO before the Holocaust on the subject of Jewish catastrophe, the 1938 edition of Nossen Hanover's Chronicle of the Chmielsky pogroms introduced by historian Yankov Shatsky. And I know of only one such book after the Holocaust, aside from books on the Holocaust itself, namely the 1965 posthumous volume by historian Elias Cherikover on the pogroms of 1919. This anti-lachrymose view influenced YIVO's approach to Holocaust studies in two ways. The first was that YIVO did not allow its original mission to be overtaken or subverted by the imperative of Holocaust research. Whether this was deliberate or a natural outcome of its pre-war culture, I have not discovered. But the result is that although YIVO made significant contributions to Holocaust research, only 2 volumes of the post-war studies published in this series of YIVO Blätter were devoted entirely to the Holocaust. And in YIVO's total published output from that time to the present, Holocaust topics occupy only a small fraction of the space. The second manifestation of YIVO's anti-lachrymose orientation was that although YIVO was among the first Jewish institutions to study the Holocaust, YIVO-affiliated scholars turned to Holocaust studies with the same approach they had applied to previous periods of Jewish history. Contrary to other early centers of Holocaust research, most YIVO scholars did not concentrate on death and destruction, or even on Jewish heroism or German crimes. Instead, YIVO scholars studied the Holocaust as the latest, albeit most frightful period of Jewish history, and focused on Jewish life under German domination and the struggle to sustain it, relying wherever possible on Jewish sources of information, as they had before the war. YIVO's role in the creation of Holocaust studies encompassed 3 phases: contemporaneous reportage during wartime, immediate post-war collecting and publishing of primary sources, and following a period of research and gathering of forces, sustained production of scholarly works. After the Germans invaded Poland in September 1939, YIVO rescued its operations by relocating to New York, but retained its focus on Eastern Europe. When the Germans forced the Jews of Warsaw into the now famous Warsaw Ghetto the following October, a map of the ghetto appeared immediately in the November-December issue of the YIVO Blätter. Lucy Davidovich recalls in her memoir that, as assistant to editor Max Weinreich, it was she who drew the heavy black line of the ghetto onto the street map. By early 1942, enough information had been gathered for the well-known Yiddish educator and writer Shlomo Mendelssohn to publish an extended article in the YIVO Blätter titled, "How the Polish Jews Live in the Ghettos." YIVO's focus on the Jews rather than the Germans appears in such chapter headings as population density, health conditions, food provisions, earning a living, schools, organization of Jewish life, refugees, communications, Jewish cultural work, and underground work. All of these would become principal topics of Holocaust research for YIVO-affiliated scholars in the years to come. By the end of the war, YIVO was engaged in an intense effort to gather information about the recent catastrophe. Such information took two forms: documentary materials and personal accounts. In the documentary field, YIVO was fortunate to receive collections from the three principal ghettos of occupied Poland. From the Warsaw Ghetto, YIVO received the Hirsch Wasser collection. As one of the few survivors of Emanuel Ringelblum's secret Einig Shabbos project, Wasser was able to preserve not only duplicates of documents now in the Ringelblum archive at the Jewish Historical Institute in Warsaw, but many other documents that are held only by YIVO. From the Vilna Ghetto, YIVO received the Avrom Sutzkever and Shmerke Kaczerginski collection. Both of these well-known pre-war poets were leaders of the famed Paper Brigade that rescued Jewish historical treasures from the YIVO collections under the eyes of the German authorities in Vilna, to which they added a rich collection of materials on Jewish life in the Vilna Ghetto. And from the Lodz Ghetto, YIVO received the Nachman Zonabend collection. Following the mass deportations of Jews from the ghetto, Zonabend was one of the few remaining who were ordered by the Germans to pack and ship Jewish property. Secretly and in haste, he hid or buried documents that he was able to retrieve immediately after the war. Each of these ghetto collections includes official records and publications of the Judenrat, the imposed Jewish governing council, together with personal materials on aspects of daily life, such as diaries, letters, photos, and literary works. Additional materials were collected directly by YIVO in New York and by its branches in Great Britain, Australia, Israel, and elsewhere during the late 1940s and 50s. YIVO's second principal effort after the war was to conduct or acquire eyewitness accounts. YIVO personnel interviewed survivors in the displaced persons camps in Europe immediately after the war. Further interviews were acquired from other organizations, and YIVO continued to conduct survivor interviews in New York from the 1960s onward. At one time, it was common for scholars and staff to encourage survivors whom they met or knew to let YIVO record their experiences. Today, the online finding aid indicates that YIVO has more than 2,000 eyewitness accounts of the Holocaust. In the first post-war years, Holocaust research was limited by access to relevant sources, and publishing archival materials was a first step toward scholarly work. This early concentration on primary sources is reflected in Volume 30 of the YIVO Blätter, published in late 1947. The volume was titled The Jahren von Umkunft, The Years of Catastrophe. Its contents include first-person accounts of events in the ghettos and camps, Zelig Kamenovich's now famous essay, The Spirit of the Ghetto, maps of camps and ghettos, reviews of dozens of books on the Holocaust, and reproductions of original documents from the ghettos. Following this came the turn from collecting to scholarship, as reflected in the only other post-war volume of the YIVO Blätter devoted exclusively to the Holocaust, Volume 37, published in 1953, titled Die Tekufa von letzten Churban, The Period of the Recent Destruction. There is only one entry that could be described as a primary source, a Yiddish translation of Zelig Kalmanovich's Hebrew diary from the Vilna Ghetto. All the rest are research articles by leading early Holocaust historians, including Philip Friedman, Yeshaya Trunk, Yosef Kermish, and Leon Polyakov, among others. Even the articles on German topics were based largely on Jewish sources. An example is Trunk's article, Epidemics as a Weapon in the German Extermination Plan, which draws almost exclusively on materials from the Ringelblum archive, records of the Jewish self-help in the Warsaw Ghetto, official publications of the Judenrat, notes by Jewish doctors and nurses, and eyewitness accounts. Many of the articles had been previewed at YIVO's annual conference in January 1953, which commemorated the 10th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising and was attended by 2,000 members and guests. All the articles also appeared in English translation that year as Volume 8 of the YIVO Annual of Jewish Social Science. The following year, in January 1954, YIVO signed a landmark agreement with Yad Vashem for their joint documentary project. It was funded by the Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany, which provided essential support to both institutions during that period. The principal project was a series of bibliographies of Holocaust writings that appeared in 12 volumes from 1960 to 1975. 5 in Hebrew, 3 in Yiddish, 2 in English, 1 in Hungarian, and 1 multilingual introductory volume, the well-known Guide to Jewish History Under Nazi Impact by Jacob Robinson and Philip Friedman. This and the 3 Yiddish volumes were prepared by YIVO under Friedman's direction in New York, primarily on the basis of YIVO's holdings. Of the Yiddish volumes, 1 was devoted to books in Yiddish, and 1 each to articles in Yiddish periodicals published in Europe and America. Despite the recent growth of digital resources, these volumes remain the essential starting point for research on early writings about the Holocaust. The other notable outcome of the joint documentary project was the first and apparently only volume of a projected series of monographs. This was Isaiah Trunk's History of the Lodz Ghetto, published in Yiddish as Lodz by YIVO 64, heavily in the YIVO archive. Its success in Yiddish, but relative obscurity outside of Yiddish resulted in the much-praised English edition by Robert Moses Shapiro that appeared in 2006. One of Friedman's major for which he had been collecting materials before his death in 1960 was a wide history of the Juden. During his lifetime, he had published articles on leaders of the Ghetto and Vilna Jewish councils. Isaiah Trunk had been researching the same subject since the mid-1950s, took up the project and completed it in 1972. His monumental Judenrat, councils in Eastern Europe under Nazi occupation. Written in Yiddish but published in English, it received the National Book Award for History. By way of context, the only other work of Jewish history that has received a National Award is Others by Irving Howe, 4 years later. Trunk produced further work that relied entirely on sources in the YIVO archives. His 1979 Jewish Responses to Nazi Persecution. As he emphasized, it focuses, quote, the day-to-day life and struggle of the Jewish, and after an introductory essay, excerpts from
I think we're close to the end of his talk, but we're going to try to listen again to these last couple of minutes. We're just working on that technically. I'm just amazed, just now that we have a minute. I had the privilege of working in the YIVO archives as a scholar in residence, and my amazement always functioned on the level of objects or single documents. And to see from Laser's and Mark's papers these long narrative views of these projects that really unfold over decades, and to see how important they are and how they're sustained by their the institution, of course, here in this case by YIVO, over such a long period of time, and of course with the passion and energies of these scholars is just another level of amazement, and I think it's underscored by Mark and by Laser. I wonder if we should come back to this. Okay. How are we doing? Um,
Yeah, we'll come back to this. Let's move on to the next.
Okay, so we're going to move on, and then maybe we'll just return to the last few minutes of Mark's paper. So let me just introduce. Okay, so our next speaker today is Itzig Gottesman. Itzig is the visiting scholar in the Department of Germanic Studies and the Schusterman Center for Jewish Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. And we all know and love his important work defining the Yiddish nation, the Jewish folklorists of Poland. But right now, he's most engaged in his popular blog called Yiddish Song of the Week. So you should check that out. The paper is called YIVO and Folklore in the Post-Holocaust Years.
Okay. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you to YIVO. I remember it was great to see all these people from the 1980s when I worked for 5 years as an archivist. And where I sat and did my archival work, there now hangs a $19 million Klimt painting. Before we look at YIVO and folklore after the Holocaust, we have to briefly mention the beginnings of the YIVO Ethnographic Commission, which ceased its work when the war began. The YIVO Ethnographic Committee, as it was known before changing its name to the YIVO Commission, was part of YIVO from the very beginning in 1925 in Vilna. Though it was subsumed under the philological section, it became the most popular YIVO section with hundreds of Sammlers, collectors, sending in materials from 140 towns and cities from all over the world. YIVO placed a special importance on folklore. In an English-language brochure from 1929, the American branch, the Amoptale, listed the collecting of folklore as one of 3 fundamental aims of the Institute, quote, to rescue from oblivion the products of the collective soul of our people, Jewish folklore. These materials included Yiddish folk songs, folk tales, especially those, but also jokes, legends, Purim-Spielen, folk beliefs, such as charms and folk remedies. To obtain this folklore, YIVO from the very beginning sent out questionnaires, enquetes, to the Sammlers. These questionnaires were short and only included 4 or 5 examples of what was wanted. Some were on the observance of holidays, one was of Jewish traditions on Christmas, others on custom, such as the Upsherinish, cutting the male child's hair at the age of 3. The first enquete, dated December 1925, inquired about local legends. For those in the Vilna area, they mentioned legends about the Vilna Gaon. For those in the Ukraine, they were advised to ask about the legends of the Ludmila Moed. In Congress Poland, they were to be on the lookout for legends about the Polish uprising of 1863. In eastern Galicia, there were legends about Carmelin, the richest man in town who during a storm would not let go of his treasure of gold and drowned. I have to say that this legend of Carmelin was written about in my grandmother's memoirs, that this actually happened in her town. But that is the nature of a legend. Right? A legend is a story that is told to be believed. And so I was shocked when I saw that it was in the questionnaire of YIVO and not my grandmother's original story. The method of collecting folklore was in contrast to the folklore expeditions of S. Ansky from 1912 to 1914, in which Ansky and his team traveled from shtetl to shtetl, collecting and recording folk materials. They did use questionnaires at some point, but it was always the folklorist who marked down what was said or sung. The Sammlers had done such a fine job of collecting, the YIVO Sammlers had done such a fine job of collecting and sending what they had written down to Vilna, in the YIVO in Vilna, that by 1930, YIVO received 100,000 folklore items. Some of these materials can be found today in the collection of the YIVO Ethnographic Commission. They survived because in 1942 they were moved by the Nazis from Vilna to Frankfurt, and from Frankfurt they were repatriated to the YIVO now in New York. After a visit to the Vilna YIVO in 1930 by the eminent Yiddish folklorist I.L. Kahn, the emphasis of the YIVO Folklore Commission gradually changed from the collection of materials to the training of younger scholars. This goal was already stated in the original program of YIVO. To this end, YIVO established the Aspirantur, an advanced research program not just for folklore but for other sections as well. The established scholars Max Weinreich, Zalman Rezen, and Zeli Kamenovich were to supervise the research projects of the aspiranten. I.L. Kahn, who lived in New York, was a folklore supervisor from afar. By 1935, the first of the aspiranten began their work. In the field of folklore, there were two, Nechama Epstein, who specialized in Yiddish jokes and humor, and Shmuel Zanvil Pippe, who specialized in Yiddish folk songs, children's games. They both perished in the Holocaust, but both had published excellent essays on their subjects in the late 1930s. The high point of the pre-Holocaust Sammelarbeit at YIVO was the volume Yiddische Folklore, published in 1938, and edited before his death in 1937 by I.L. Kahn, with the assistance of Epstein and Pippe. The volume was conceived of as an ode to the YIVO Sammlers, subtitling it the fifth volume of the YIVO Philologische Schriften. It listed all the places from which folklore materials had been sent to YIVO. The YIVO Folklore Commission was not the only pre-war contributions to Yiddish folklore. In the YIVO series Philologische Schriften, the three large format volumes that were printed in Vilna, 1926, 29, and 30, they contain much folklore. In volume 2 and 3, there are enough folklore studies to form its own section in the volume. In volume 1, also called the Landeubuch, there are articles about proverbs, the evil spirit Landtuch, and a pioneering study by Yud Lamed Khan on folk song. In the 1930 periodical YIVO Blätter, which began appearing in 1931, YIVO Blätter's folklore articles were not just collections of folklore, but the only venue at that time where YIVO-associated scholars could review books, react to international research and scholarship, and give the aspiranten their first publications. In 1936, Pippe published his articles on Yiddish Kinderspielen, children's games, and two collections of Galiciana Yiddish folk songs, together with his brother Oizer. The developing of a new Yiddish generation of Yiddish folklore scholars in Vilna thanks to the aspirantur was abruptly closed with the Holocaust. Thanks in large part to Max Weinreich, YIVO was reestablished in New York during the war, incorporating the American section, the Amoptel, of YIVO. Though Max Weinreich has rightly been thought of as mainly a linguist, his work and research on Yiddish folklore is substantial, especially as an editor. One need only read the footnotes of his history of the Yiddish language to see that. When YIVO moved to New York, the folk that provided the folklore was largely gone, but scholarship and fieldwork continued. As early as the mid-1940s, YIVO asked people in the displaced person camps, DP camps, to collect in the camps and to send in folklore materials to the Yiddish headquarters. My own mother and uncle were doing Zammel work collecting in the DP camp of Vienna, collecting Yiddish children's rhymes and folktales and sending them to the headquarters in New York. A crucial moment in the rebirth of Yiddish folklore at YIVO was a course on folklore and folk literature at UCLA in the summer of 1948, taught by Max Weinreich. Among the young participants were future Yiddish folklore collectors and scholars Beatrice Silverman, who soon to be married to Odile Weinreich, so we're going to have three Weinreichs now, who was also a panel in the UCLA seminar. Chana, or Eleanor Molotek, who would later become Max Weinreich's secretary and become the music and theater archivist at YIVO, married another seminar participant, Yossel Molotek. Most of the seminar group were able to participate thanks to fellowships. These students were so inspired by the seminar that Max Weinreich led that in 1948, when they returned to New York from LA, they published 3 issues of a journal in Yiddish called Yiddische Folklore, one of the finest achievements for folklore studies in Yiddish in post-war YIVO. The first project the Folklore Club did, and they called themselves a club, after their return to New York, was to send out a questionnaire on Passover. Part of the results were included in Beatrice Weinreich's article, The Americanization of Passover, comparing the Old World Passover Seder to the American Seder. For example, the search for chametz with a candle and feather in the Old World was replaced in America with the search using a flashlight. Celebrating Passover at home in the shtetl was replaced by a trip to Miami Hotel for the entire 8 days of Yontif, where all cooking was done by hired workers. Why pay the tailor to make a new suit for Passover when you can go shopping and bring a suit home in one afternoon? Round or oval matzahs became square in shape in the late 19th, early 20th century. In America, it has become a sort of tradition to invite non-Jews to the Seder, but in the Old World, this was never done. In this article, Bina Weinreich used the method of questionnaires quite effectively, though the editors claimed that collection was no longer the object, that collection of folklore was no longer the object of the club. More important was to study the methods of folklore theory. In the first issue of Yiddische Folklore, published in January 1954, the club acknowledges that since the Holocaust, there has been no larger collections of Yiddish folklore printed. Most of the Vilna collections were destroyed. But in an optimistic tone, the editors write that nevertheless, the folklore work would continue, and it did. Over the previous years, since the end of the war, a large folklore collection had accumulated. Some sent to YIVO from Sammlers who remembered the pre-war years and the Sammler system. The editors welcomed these materials and would print them in the journal. But the editors write, quote, "We maintain that the Yiddish folklore researcher cannot be satisfied with all the materials that were printed until 1940. In other words, continue printing. In this first issue are represented only a small number of Sammlers, especially those who are associated with the Kahn Club. But we hope this journal will help us connect with a larger circle of collectors." The introduction also calls for the Sammlers to send in any variants they have of a song or story, and not to be dissatisfied when they see some similar version already in print. This emphasis on variants is a break with the approach of Yud Lamed Khan. Khan wanted the world to see what he considered the best that Yiddish folklore had to offer, and therefore he combined versions of the same tale or song. If a Sammler sent in only a fragment, just one verse to a song or no logical ending to a tale, Khan would edit it before publication. The folklore club members asked for folklore no matter what shape. Comparing the variants could reflect the history of the song, where and when it originated. This was new in Yiddish folklore research, except for Przeludzki's collections in Warsaw. The editors also expressed an interest in collecting not just from informants, but also from local daily newspapers or journals or printed memoirs. The material did not have to come from a living informant. This was another aspect in which the club did not follow the approach of the Vilna Ethnographische Kommissie. And as a conclusion, the editors write, quote, "But one thing is clear. The responsibility to collect the raw material is imperative. Research and popularizations can wait, and so we restrict ourselves to collect raw material and postpone scholarly approaches and popularizations for later." So they expressed both sides of the coin, both scholarship and collecting. But they did both. The emerging folklore scholars from the YIVO Folklore Club were Uriel Weinreich, Beatrice Silverman Weinreich, and Chana Molotek. They would go on to write important works and to continue the collecting of Yiddish folklore, especially Silverman Weinreich and Molotek. Their widening of the folklore genres to be collected was important and needed. Quote, this is the club speaking, "On the other hand, we do not limit the genres of this raw material to folktale songs and proverbs, but include also customs and folk art, especially since there is not, at the moment, any separate ethnographic publication for them." End quote. Another break with the Kahn tradition of Yiddish folklore was the inclusion of materials that he considered borderline folklore, or in his expression, halb folklorische und Sophic folklorische Schaffungen. and by this he meant Badchonis, the declamations of the Badchen, Hasidic nigunim, folklorized art and theater songs. Kahn did not appreciate the Badchen and his wedding rhymes. In his opinion, in his view, there was babbling and bad poetry. The editors of Yiddish folklore believe differently, that it's not a question of folklorischkeit, yes folklore, no folklore, but an issue of degree. And since no one is championing or defending the halb folkloric creations, let us in this journal defend them. The editors presented a long list of what to collect, and most of the genres are not surprising. Songs with melodies written down, jokes, proverbs, omens, folk remedies. The list, though, also includes genres that were not included in the pre-war YIVO list. Jewish baking recipes, Jewish food, dancing, folk art, joke books, even old records, like 78 records. If it's just a fragment, send it anyway. They wrote. In this first issue of Biene Weinreich showed herself to be a skillful collector. Chana Molotic proved to be a skillful researcher and gave exhaustive annotations for each song. Molotic's expertise at finding parallels and variants before the age of computers was extraordinary. Her memory of having seen a song before in this or that archive was also incredible. I worked with her in the archives for 5 years, and her memory for songs in the YIVO archives, not just folk songs, but theater and art songs, was unmatched. Her analyses were so thorough that little could be added to her annotations done 20 to 30 years later. The Kahn Folklore Club was able to enjoy the benefits of earlier collectors in America who had donated their Yiddish materials to the American YIVO, the Amoptel. One of these folklorists was Aleph Litvin, best known for his 6-volume Yiddish Neshamas, detailing his travels through Eastern Europe before the First World War. With a keen ethnographic eye, Litvin was a great storyteller and collector, and his papers at YIVO contain tales, songs, and proverbs which were used in various YIVO exhibitions and publications over the years. Early attempts at finding an American Yiddish folklore were desired, but by the YIVO Club were desired but difficult. Biene Weinreich had collected games and rhymes of Jewish children in the streets of New York and suggested that expressions such as gee whiz or jeepers creepers were expressions created by Jewish children to replace the exclamation, Jesus Christ. Right? Jeepers, creakers, Jesus Christ. Gee whiz, Jesus. Okay. Anybody know anything about that? I don't know. I didn't look that up. Anyway, they were trying to find an American Yiddish folklore. Uriel Weinreich, the well-known Yiddish linguist, put together a collection of geographic names, a folklore genre that was popular with the pre-war folklorists Shmuel Lehman and Noach Prolitsky. Here one can read about, quote, the Bialystoker Kuchenfressers, or the Warszawa Ganovim. Uriel Weinreich collected these and arranged the nicknames geographically on a map. Unlike the Prolutsky-Lehman collections of this genre, which rarely gave any additional information on why the inhabitants of these towns had these nicknames, it's not obvious that when you say a Bialystoker Kuchenfresser, why they were, do they ate more kuchen? I don't. So there was no additional comment on it. Though a Batchen's rhymed drinking song from Pinsk would have been rejected by Kahn, Uriel Weinreich, the linguist, looked at it poetically and broke down its dialectical features. Chana Molotic announced in the journal that she is preparing an index to published Yiddish folk songs. This plan never became a reality, but certainly inspired her to assemble the popular songbooks that she and her husband Yosem Molotic, who was also at the seminar in Los Angeles, 3 volumes, Mitrogen Gesang, Perl von Jiddischen Lied, and Songs of Generations. In the second issue of Yiddish Folklore that came out in June 1955, it became clear that the first issue was a great success and folklore materials came pouring in. Among the contributors were writers such as Mendel Elkin and Yermia Hescheles. Some names of contributors and singers were the same names that Kahn had recorded in the 1920s. This second issue was not offset printed as the first, but financed by YIVO. It seems it was among the most successful YIVO projects at the time. Among the YIVO Folklore Club participants was Label Khan, also, I don't think he was in LA, but he was part of the club, who had a tape recorder, and in 1954 recorded 90 songs sung by Lifsha Schachter Widman as an assignment for the club. Several of these songs appeared in the 3 issues of Yiddish Folklore, but more importantly, they are listened to today by younger singers who want to learn the older tradition of Yiddish folk singers. An example of how the materials recorded by YIVO 60 years ago can have a new life and still teach us new old things about shtetl life through folk song. In addition to being the music archivist, Chana and Yasa Malatik started a wildly successful weekly column in the Yiddish Vorwärts newspaper, Lene der Monnen sich Lieder, Readers Remember Songs, starting in 1970. Readers would send in a line or two of a song they had once known and ask the melodics to complete it or identify it. More often than not, the melodics would indeed identify the composer or poet and complete the song. This close connection between the folklorist Chana Malatik and their contributors was always very close, beginning with the YIVO journal, Yiddish Folklore. In addition to the Yiddish Folklore journal, independent scholars associated with YIVO had monographs connected to folklore and folk life. Among them was Yitzhak Rivkin's The Fight Against Gambling Among Jews, published in 1946 by YIVO, opens by saying that the Yiddish songs about gamblers and gambling is what inspired him to write the work. Rivkin's next work, also connected to Eastern European Jewish life, also published by YIVO, was Yiddische Geld, published in 1959. Other YIVO studies of folk life was Mordechai Kosova's Yiddische Mecholim, Jewish Foods, published in 1958, which originally was published in YIVO Blatt. Yeah. Though we think of Yiddish collections and projects as pre-war or post-war, there are collections that span both. After he arrived in America, Max Weinreich published I.L. Kahn's collected manuscripts in the YIVO archives from the 1920s and 1930s. Did I press something? No? Okay, well, that's YIVO. Many of his articles, such as Folk Song and Folksy Song, Folkstimlach, can still be considered relevant today. The most moving of the chapters are Kahn's letters from New York to YIVO's aspirant, Pippe, who was in Vilna in the 1930s. Kahn teaches his protege about folk song theory and the differences in the various songs that Pippe is accumulating in YIVO. There are even moments when the younger protege has a deeper understanding of the songs than his mentor. Max Weinreich also edited an important reissue of Kahn's folk song collections entitled Yiddische Volkslieder mit Melodies, a YIVO publication 1957, 500 pages. This is not only had the song text and melodies, this book not only had the song text and melodies, but also the names of the singers and where they came from. It's required reading for any folk song scholar. Though the Holocaust briefly mentioned most YIVO activities, some important folklore studies did not stop publication through the years. YIVO Blätter continued publishing during the war years, but not in Vilna. In New York, thanks to the Society of Friends of the YIVO Scientific Institute, the American branch, it was able to be continued. Articles on folk life, such as rural Jewish occupations in Lithuania by Hirsch Abramovich, and Purim plays and clowns in the ghetto of Amsterdam by Jacob Schatzky, appeared in the publication. The journal YIVO Blätter was joined by a second Yiddish journal, Yiddische Sprach, edited for decades by Yudel Mark. If one were to count the number of proverbs and local expressions printed in Yiddische Sprach, it would be in the thousands. Some contributors, such as Chaim Sheskin, then, when I spoke to him living in Brooklyn, started contributing folklore to the New York YIVO, the Vilna YIVO in the 1920s. I'm going to skip to the end here. Beatrice Silverman Weinreich, who could be certainly, even though it was anonymous, was a co-editor of the journal Yiddische Folklore, edited a volume of Yiddish folktales published by YIVO and Pantheon Books in 1988. Most of the tales printed were from the YIVO archives and had never been published before. It joined 16 other folktale collections in translation from various languages, for the Pantheon Fairy and Folklore Library. In the field of Yiddish folk music recordings, YIVO Sound Archive is world known for its three collections, the Ben Stonehill Collection, the Ruth Rubin Archive, and the YIVO Folk Song Project, East European folk song in its social context. The story of the Ben Stonehill Collection is well known, how he took a tape recorder in 1948 to an Upper West Side hotel where displaced persons, Jewish, were arriving. He stopped any Jews who walked by and asked them to sing a song. The result, a collection of 1,000 songs in various languages, but mainly Yiddish. What makes Stonehill's collection unique is the spontaneity of the singers, and as a result, the recordings cover a wide range of songs and singers. The Ruth Rubin Archive consists of her recordings of Yiddish singers beginning in the 1940s in America, where Rubin more often than not sought out good singers and recorded them. As a result, I believe you will rarely hear a bad singer, bad, in quotation marks, a bad singer in the Ruth Rubin Archive. The YIVO Folk Song Project, East European folk song in its social context, initiated and directed by Barbara Kirschenblatt Gimblett, 1973 to 75, recorded 320 hours of tape and 2,000 songs. This project was a response to song collections that were only interested in the song itself, but revealed little about the singer and his or her world, and how the song fit into the life of the singers. Barbara Kirschenblatt Gimblett created a 6-page questionnaire in Yiddish and English, which the field worker would ask for every song, and included such questions as, what is the first line? Are there parts of this song you don't sing? Why forget? Did you change the words? Why? When did you hear it for the first time? Did everyone sing this song, or just certain people? Who? Women, Hasidim, others? These questions were asked after every song. Only recently has the collection been digitized and put up on the YIVO website. These three recording collections taken up together comprise an unmatched importance in the research of Yiddish song. As you can see, YIVO in America has folklore resources that no one else has. This is no secret, and researchers and scholars have been coming constantly to study the materials on a regular basis. With digitization and cataloging, the materials are more accessible than ever. If you have some free time, listen to the Ruth Rubin Archive and pick any song. You won't be disappointed. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have the rest of Mark's lecture sorted. Do I press play? Okay.
Project was a series of bibliographies of Holocaust writings that appeared in 12 volumes from 1960 to 1975. 5 in Hebrew, 3 in Yiddish, 2 in English, 1 in Hungarian, and 1 multilingual introductory volume, the well-known Guide to Jewish History Under Nazi Impact by Jacob Robinson and Philip Friedman. This and the 3 Yiddish volumes were prepared by YIVO under Friedman's direction in New York, primarily on the basis of YIVO's holdings. Of the Yiddish volumes, 1 was devoted to books in Yiddish, and 1 each to articles in Yiddish periodicals published in Europe and America. Despite the recent growth of digital resources, these volumes remain the essential starting point for research on early writings about the Holocaust. The other notable outcome of the joint documentary project was the first and apparently only volume of a projected series of monographs. This was Isaiah Trunk's History of the Lodz Ghetto, published in Yiddish as Ghetto Lodz by YIVO in 1964, and based heavily on materials in the YIVO archives. Its success in Yiddish, but relative obscurity outside of Yiddish circles, resulted in the much-praised English translation by Robert Moses Shapiro that appeared in 2006. One of Philip Friedman's major projects, for which he had been collecting materials before his premature death in 1960, was a wide-ranging history of the Judenrat. During his lifetime, he had published articles on the leaders of the Warsaw Ghetto and Vilna Ghetto Jewish councils. His colleague, Isaiah Trunk, who had been researching the same subject since the mid-1940s, took up the project and completed it in 1972 with his monumental work, Judenrat, the Jewish councils in Eastern Europe under Nazi occupation. Written in Yiddish, but published in English, it received the National Book Award for History. By way of context, the only other work of Jewish history that has received a National Book Award is World of Our Fathers by Irving Howe, published 4 years later. Trunk produced one further work that relied almost entirely on sources from the YIVO archives, his 1979 book, Jewish Responses to Nazi Persecution. As he emphasized in the preface, it focuses on, quote, the day-to-day life and struggle of the Jewish victims, and after an introductory essay, consists of excerpts from 62 eyewitness testimonies from the YIVO archives. In 1967, YIVO convened an international colloquium on the Judenrat, chaired by Max Weinreich, at which leading Holocaust historians presented and debated their ideas. Some of the figures best known today include Trunk and Robinson from the U.S., and Nachman Blumenthal, Shaul Esch, and Natan Eck from Israel. The complete papers and discussions were published by YIVO in a bilingual Yiddish and English volume in 1972, titled Imposed Jewish Governing Bodies Under Nazi Rule. This, too, remains an essential source on the range of views, many speculative or based on isolated data, that preceded Trunk's authoritative study. The other well-known historian of the Holocaust, who relied notably on the YIVO collections, was Lucy Davidovich. Her 1975 book, The War Against the Jews, is the only work of the post-war era to draw to a comparable extent on YIVO resources, and it is written from the same internal Jewish perspective as works by the other YIVO-affiliated historians. She mentions specifically her reliance on YIVO's 3 ghetto collections donated by Wasser, Sutzkever and Kaczerginski, and Zonabend. And now, for those who have been thinking with growing impatience, what about? Indeed, what about Max Weinreich's pioneering book, Hitler's Professors, published by YIVO in Yiddish in 1946 in the YIVO Blätter and then as a volume itself, and in English translation in 1947, with a second English edition in 1995. His study uncovers the scholars and professionals who helped to justify Nazi racial policy and invent more efficient means of murder. It is based to a significant degree on materials in the YIVO archives, yet it is decidedly lachrymose in tone. It focuses more on the Germans than the Jews, and is based primarily on German sources, refuting all that I have said about the contradictory nature of YIVO and the study of the Holocaust. It is an example of the hazards of generalizing about historical events, as I have attempted to do. But then, of course, it is unique, both among Weinreich's writings and among YIVO's Holocaust publications. Next, an observation. Thinking about YIVO's archival holdings and the contribution made by YIVO to Holocaust research led to noticing a contrast between the 2 leading YIVO-affiliated Holocaust historians, Philip Friedman and Isaiah Trunk. Both relied heavily on archival sources in their earlier years in Poland. But Friedman changed his method on coming to America. His many important articles and essays rely almost exclusively on published sources, and notably, he produced no book-length monographs. His work at YIVO as head of the Historians Circle and of the Joint Bibliography Project with Yad Vashem placed him, one might say, at the front of the house. But to quote the British historian Maitland on his mentor Lord Acton, it could also be said of Trunk that he was, quote, at home, no doubt, upon the front stairs, but supreme upon the back stairs. For Trunk, the back stairs led to the YIVO collections, where he was first employed as archivist, then for many years as chief archivist. He relied on the YIVO collections to produce historical studies that fulfilled the demand voiced so often by pre-war YIVO scholars for works written auf den Smach von archivalische Quellen mit an Apparat, on the basis of archival sources with a scholarly apparatus of citations and commentary. And finally, a personal note. Speaking as someone who has benefited from decades of hurried visits to YIVO's collections, and more recently from unlimited access to these materials online, the promise of YIVO's digitization project, particularly for research on the Holocaust era, is a welcome joining of these front of house and back of house areas of knowledge. Congratulations to YIVO on this centennial year, and thank you all for your attention.
Okay, three very wonderful papers. I want to invite Itzik up to the stage so we could take some of your questions and start a conversation about what we just heard. And we're going to have Laser come up, right? Oh, terrific. So, as we wait for Laser to join us, does anyone have any questions, or should we get started with a question first? No questions? Oh, Kalman. Okay.
This is really a conversation, but I'm really interested as someone who was present through much of what you were talking about in the latter period of your discussion. Why, in your view, did research about Yiddish folklore decline so much after the 1970s? Obviously, some of the fewer people to interview, but there are people still to interview.
Why did the process of interviewing decline?
Of collecting in general, that is, the last collection you mentioned was BKG's collection.
73 to 75.
Yeah, and the gap since then, you could sort of fill in the picture. I mean, you yourself are a folklorist, and
Right.
you worked on pre-war stuff.
Right. Well, I mean, I have an archive of 700 tapes of recordings, mainly folklore recordings. But I think that Barbara's project, and it was just digitized last year. I think that was the last major project.
Itzik, so you're a Zummler too? Is that what you mean by recordings? What's the nature of the recordings?
Well, if I know that they can sing, or I just ask folk life, just growing up. And I have my special interests, weird customs that people are, that I'd like to know more about. No one ever reads about when you read about the shtetl. So I think that's,
That's
I mean, I collect people sitting around a table speaking Yiddish, because who knows it,
So you just press record, and you just
When I'm smart,
That sounds worse than it
in my smarter moments, I just press record. When I want to ruin it, I say something.
I mean, I don't know how you feel about, encountering all of these different lenses on the big picture that you've also you're contributing to. Oh, hi, Laser. Can you hear us? And Laser, I'm not sure where because you're considerably younger, so I was going to just ask more of a reflective question, or just a reflection, really, about how I would have appreciated knowing about all these dimensions when I was a Zoomer program student, as we have with us today, because it's really it's quite an amazing big picture. It's like learn Yiddish and then choose your own adventure, I think, because there's so many different pathways into the archives, and so much to discover.
I mean, what's interesting about folklore is it's such a small field, but it's inspired so many, and it's something people can relate to, and that's part. In Vilna even, why were so many people sending in materials? What was going on there psychologically, or I have my own interpretations.
Yeah, your interpretation.
It was a time when generations were separating, where the generation gap was big, and with folklore you could connect to your parents or grandparents without being religious, and I thought that was important, and
Right. If you weren't going to, let's say, follow your grandfather or your father to shul, you could connect with them on a different way, in a more maybe semi-academic way or scholarly way.
Or singing, or
Right. Even a cultural
or
way
stories.
that was framed differently.
Yeah. So I think that's one of the reasons. Maybe other people have other reasons.
Laser, I'm not sure if you heard the other talks.
Oh, yeah, I heard. Very
wonderful.
interesting. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome to weigh in on the conversation now at any time.
Okay, well, I'm not an expert on folklore, but definitely, I don't know, folklore, it has sort of an old-timey ring to it. So I don't know what they call it, ethnography, or what they make up new names to refer to it. So maybe the subject of folklore itself is not as popular as it used to be. But I mean, certainly folklore still exists and is still waiting for people to research it. And I mean, if you listen to like Hasidim talk, it's whatever this rabbi did and that rabbi did, and that's miracles are happening left and right. So there's lots of folklore happening, and I don't know if anyone's looking at it. and there's new music and new things happening. It's certainly worth examining.
Laser, were they drawing on the folklore? You said there was an overlap among some linguists were looking at folkloric material in order to define words.
Yeah, it was very interesting to listen to Itzik, because he's mentioning the same people that I mentioned. And of course there is some overlap because folklore was part of this old subject of philology, which covered literature, language. That was sort of the 19th century view of national culture. So these old-timey linguists that were also interested in folklore and in music, and they all sort of dabbled in different subjects. And for example, I talked about like the language and culture atlas of course, the language and culture. So there's all this culture, and there's music, there's songs that people are singing, and they ask about different customs. I don't know if anyone's actually looked at that aspect of those materials. That's 5,000 hours of people talking, and it's a lot of there's a lot of folklore in there.
Oh, great. Oh, we have a question.
I have two questions. Okay. Mostly for Itzik, but Laser, also please weigh in. Having seen RG 1.2, the YIVO ethnographic collection firsthand, there's a ton of really small slips from Zomlers where they submitted their material, including like jokes and sayings and stories and slang. So my question relates to that is, how did scholars, sort through that and make sense of it, and or what could scholars do in the future that hasn't been done, or how much has that material been put to use? And my second question is, how much scholarly work has been done on minhagim and customs in, all across the Stadtlach of Eastern Europe, both in terms of religious practices, maybe even in synagogue, and also from at the border of religion and superstition for things like how people would cut their nails.
To the second point, Nathaniel Deutsch is putting together a online digital base for customs, for Jewish customs. So you should check that out. And what was the first question? We have him talking this summer for the summer program on that project. Okay, and you said pieces of paper with jokes on them? Because that would be Nechama Epstein. That was her work, classifying Jewish jokes, and published a work on it.
There's just so much material in the YIVO archive that's very small. Yeah, well,
no, I agree.
It seems like they collect the material that survived from Vilna. It seems is kind of chaotic in form, and my question is has that been systematized by, or was that systematized by the work that was done by YIVO ethnographers?
You should find Epstein's article in YIVO Blätter and her classification of Jewish jokes, Yiddish jokes. It's overwhelming in the YIVO archives how much material there is. Once you start looking at the ethnographic committee and Litvins, there's so much there that no one is working on.
So I guess we have some materials that are kind of in their old-fashioned state, like kvitlach, little small pieces of paper as they came in so many decades ago. And then we also have now newly digitized materials of all kinds, especially recordings and materials that Laser referred to. So much work to do, right? Do we have any other questions?
I think that's a good place to stop. Thank you so much, all of you. Yeah. We now have a 15-minute break, so grab a coffee, a piece of cake, use the restroom. Join us back here at 3:45 for the next panel.
panelists?
I'm the, what do they call me, a moderator.
Moderator, oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
um,
The first person doesn't have any slides, she said.
Yeah.
The third person does have slides, and I don't know about the second person.
yeah, I spoke with the third person, so they know how to use this. They're good to
Okay,
go.
okay. You should speak to Stephanie. Does Stephanie have slides? I don't know. Your second, yes.
I have slides.
Okay, so Anita has no slides.
Okay.
So we have-
Anita's going first, yeah, okay.
She's going first.
We have your slides ready, so this is the clicker. And this
Okay.
is forward here, the big green one, and the red one's backwards.
Okay, and I'll be able to see it up here.
Yep, there.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to see here, I don't want to see
Yeah.
here. Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
okay, great.
Okay. Well, but we want to go back,
So
right?
let's go back to the,
Cool.
Okay.
Very good.
All right, so, all right. Well, can we get everybody in, please? Can you tell them to come in?
Yep.
That would be nice. I don't know, ring a bell or something? Okay? Yeah, you're going first. We're following the order of the program. If we get a minion, I'll be ready to start. Come on. Yeah, but I don't have any authority here. Anymore. No, not for a long time. Well, we got them in there now. Now they're coming. I'm going to ask you to come sit up here, you know. No, because, hope, okay, I'm also going to, oh, you just got to stick to 20 minutes. This is not my first one. Well, not 26, 8. Pages. It's how you got double space, you got small fonts, I mean, you know, all this stuff when you do.
I thought 18 minutes for, you know,
Excellent.
point to take a minute to sit.
That's okay, that's okay. You got 20. Okay. here. You told them? Okay. 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 So it's my pleasure to welcome you to this third panel that looks at the history of the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research. I'm Deborah Dash Moore, and I wanted to take a leaf from Sam Norwich and begin with thank yous to everyone who organized the sessions. I think they've really been very interesting. One of the things that you will get to hear this afternoon is what happens once we leave the post-war period, which I think is really important. Indeed, I don't think YIVO would be here celebrating 100 years if it were not for the changes that occurred in the mid-70s, and then much later, when whole new generations of young people who become scholars, who come to shape the field, enter the orbit of YIVO, some of them staying within that orbit, and others of them moving out to build other institutional venues for it. And I want to start with just a small personal reflection. I completed in 1975 my dissertation, and Michael Herzog was the outsider on my committee. And I guess he liked what he read because he invited me to offer a course in the Max Weinreich Center, graduate center that had been established not that long ago. The course was going to be on, and was on, history of Jewish immigration to the United States. The course went very well. There were some number of really wonderful scholars who later went on to do great work, not necessarily because of the course, but that was part of their training. I did a second course on second-generation Jews in New York City as well, and it was the invitation of Michael Herzog that brought me to the YIVO. And I think that personal connection is an important piece of what starts to expand the range of the YIVO in the United States as it seeks to not just reestablish itself, but to become an influence within the world of Jewish studies more broadly. So the first presenter today, this afternoon, is Anita Norwich. You have a really nice description. She's a former colleague at the University of Michigan. I want to just point out a couple of her wonderful translations into English, starting with A Jewish Refugee in New York by Kadya Molodowsky, and followed by Fear and Other Stories by Hannah Blankstein, and most recently Desires by Celia Dropkin. She's going to speak about Yiddish graduates.
Thanks. You'll be happy to know that I don't have a PowerPoint. The disadvantage of coming so late in a conference like this is that you've probably heard a lot of what I'm going to say. The advantage is that maybe because you've heard a lot of what I'm going to say from other people, you're more likely to believe it. So let's see. Let's see if that's true. In 1942, the poet and partisan fighter Shmerke Kaczynski wrote the now famous line, Nein, wir wollen keinmal sein letzte Mohikane. No, we will never be the last of the Mohicans. That's both a defiant proclamation and one you only need to proclaim when that's exactly what you fear becoming, the last of a group, an ideology, a belief system, a people. YIVO was, at least in part, founded on that fear. But post-war, Yiddish scholars tended increasingly to claim being the last of the Mohicans as a lament, but also as a badge of honor. The last to be born in Eastern Europe, raised in a Yiddish-speaking community, the last to attend Yiddish shulas, the last to be native speakers. During the first international Yiddish conference I attended, it wasn't here but in Oxford, I was told about all the things that would make it impossible for me to become a scholar and teacher of Yiddish. I've referred to these disqualifications in the past as the 3 Gs of post-war Yiddish scholarship, on the basis of gender, generation, and geography. I would always be lacking in something, even though my first language was Yiddish. The exclusionary 3 Gs held that I had not been to yeshiva and so didn't know the deep structure of Jewish thought. I was born after the war, meaning after the Churban, and therefore not in the most vibrant secular Yiddish world imaginable. I was not born in Eastern Europe and was therefore far from the long, rich historical tradition of Yiddish in those lands. All that is true of me and almost everyone in this room. But all that also ignored the ability of every man or woman, young or old, born here, there, or anywhere, to learn. I was told I was too old to catch up. I was in my mid-20s. I was told I couldn't type Yiddish, so that was a problem. By then, I could read, write, speak, analyze Yiddish literature, but indeed, I could not type. I was even told my Lodz Yiddish accent was all wrong. Post-war, YIVO led several generations of Yiddish scholars to stop thinking of themselves as the last of anything, to stop thinking that you had to have been born in a particular place at a particular time, speaking Yiddish as your first language in a particular accent in order to become a Yiddish scholar. It's not that there was no more gatekeeping. Anyone who came to YIVO through much of the last century had to pass a certain set of unwritten tests. Were you serious enough? Why were you here? Did you have the right credentials? How was your Yiddish? Where did it come from? But that necessarily changed as demographics changed. In New York, as it had in Vilna, YIVO attracted graduate students from all over the world, from departments of linguistics, history, folklore, English literature, comparative literature, German, Slavic studies, sociology, political science, and more, using the methodologies students had learned in each of these fields. There was no such thing as Holocaust studies yet, but YIVO was the first place in the US where one could study the Holocaust and, just as crucially, where one could study where Ashkenazic Jews came from and what they had created. At a time when there were no Yiddish programs, let alone Yiddish departments in most of the world, Yiddish trained people to research and teach in the various disciplines from which they had come. Okay, so first you have to get it in the right order. Then, oh, I can't have lost 2 pages. Okay, so I don't have a PowerPoint, but I have lost my thread. I am embarrassed. Okay, it's in my, okay. With the establishment, picking right up there, with the establishment of the Max Weinreich Center for Advanced Jewish Studies in '68, it was impossible, or at least highly irresponsible, to be a Yiddish scholar without spending years in the YIVO library and archives, and in YIVO's Yiddish classes in language, history, and culture. YIVO's success in training scholars may have ironically made its role in training scholars less urgent. You can now study Yiddish at the graduate level in a handful of universities throughout North America, Israel, and Europe. You still, of course, need to come to YIVO's unparalleled archive and library. When the Max Weinreich Center invited scholars from all over the world to teach at YIVO, there was no more exciting place to be. The classes I took here were the reason I became a Yiddish professor. But academics was only one part, and arguably not the most significant part of YIVO at its founding. It was, as several of the people who have spoken here have made clear, it was YIVO's self-proclaimed purpose to serve the Jewish people, to be, quote, the palace of the people. There were always, and there continue to be, questions about the relationship between die Hoge Fenster and Jiden von der ganz Jahr. Loosely understood, this is what the French call a division between l'école and la vie, or in the US we call a division between town and gown. YIVO has always had to satisfy both. And YIVO has always been in the business of preservation. The Sammlers, like the folklorists, historians, cultural critics of YIVO, were primarily not university faculty, at least not until the latter third of the 20th century. They were activists, tuels, public intellectuals. We can count on one hand the number of people who had academic positions in the first decades of YIVO in the US, beginning with Max Weinreich at City College in 47, Uriel Weinreich and Schickel Fishman in the 50s. A few more arrived at university positions in the 60s, others in the 70s and 80s, and the numbers grow steadily. It remains to be seen if they will continue to do so. Yiddish studies tended to follow a particular disciplinary trajectory. At YIVO and in universities, research was first in philology, linguistics, social sciences, then history, and a bit later, literature, music, art. YIVO and our home departments gave us the tools to do two things at once: compare the development of Yiddish literature to other literatures, explore the dynamic between Yiddish and American culture, put Yiddish languages in literal conversation with other languages and cultures, situate Jewish and Yiddish history and politics within the broader contexts in which they had been developed. Once, however, Yiddish became established in the universities, making it legitimate by making it commensurate became less urgent. In some ways, we've struggled with the tension that can be traced to Yud Lamed Peretz's first published semi-autobiographical work, Monish. In 1888, Peretz wrote, "Mein Lied wollt anders gar geklingen, ich soll vor Goyim Goyish singen." My song or my poem would sound different if I were to sing in a non-Jewish language for non-Jews. How different is a question that hasn't quite left us. Among other things, Peretz meant that Yiddish lacked a sufficient vocabulary for love or other aspects of the modern age. In the same year, Shalom Aleichem made a similar claim. A century later, Isaac Bashevis Singer said Yiddish had no words for weaponry or the military. And all of these things were said in Yiddish. There was, in fact, no lack of such words then or now. 20 years later, those Peretz lines, "Anders wollt mein Lied geklingen, ich soll vor Goyim Goyish singen," those lines disappeared from the text of Monish. Yiddish hadn't altered its lexicon, but the world had changed. There had been mass emigration, the first Russian Revolution, the Kishinev pogrom, the Dreyfus Affair, the first Zionist Congress, the founding of the Bund, the Chernowitz Conference, in which Peretz and others insisted that Yiddish be recognized as a national language of the Jewish people. The distinctiveness or the limitations of Yiddish was no longer at the forefront of cultural inquiry. Nowadays, we're still hovering between Peretz's 1880 declaration and the insistence that Yiddish can express anything. Like our universities, Jewish studies and Yiddish studies has been mired in the political and cultural debates of recent decades, and even more so of recent years. This too is not new to YIVO, which always sought to avoid political rifts, but could rarely do so. YIVO and every university must now ask what diversity means in our context. At least we used to have to ask that until a couple of months ago. One thing it means for us is that Yiddish is no longer solely the provenance of Jews. The further we move from Yiddish as the language spoken and read by the vast majority of world Jewry, the further we have moved from Yiddish studies as being solely in the service of the Jewish people. To many in the academy, the idea that Jewish studies should be in the service of Jews has been considered too parochial. That may be the most radical shift in Yiddish and in Jewish studies in America. I've heard, rather way too often, a sentiment that says, and I quote, Yiddish speakers are made in the bedroom, not in the classroom. I did not make that up, and it's the first time I've repeated it. That is, Yiddish is inherited at home. It should be clear these days that this is neither true, nor would it give us much hope for the future of Yiddish studies. As a corollary to the political and social debates we've been witnessing, Yiddish studies has become, to some extent, a study of alternatives. Many of us in this room are often asked what draws students to Yiddish. I know that there are students here who are drawn for many different reasons. 30 or 40 years ago, even 20 years ago, we used to be able to say many of our students had a personal connection to Yiddish through family members. This was both an advantage for some and often a challenge for teachers. There was some unspoken assumption that the teacher's job wasn't just to teach grammar and vocabulary and syntax and context, that is, to teach the language. It was, for some, the job of our teachers to evoke some latent knowledge of Yiddish, to tap into something like the collective unconscious. I wrote this before I heard Nomi. To tap into the collective unconscious, to unleash students' inner Yiddish. All this while teaching from college Yiddish, a textbook Uriel Weinreich published when, as Leib said earlier, when he was only 23 years old, a few years older than our students. Students who used to come to Yiddish because of family connections rarely stayed longer than the first year, more rarely through the second. Still, my experience teaching at YIVO at the University of Michigan and in many other places more recently suggests that nostalgia is far from dead and should not be disparaged in the way academics sometimes do. There were, to be sure, students who came because they needed Yiddish for academic work, for comparative linguistics or comparative lit, for immigration or labor history, for Eastern European history, for folklore, for Holocaust studies, and so on. These students knew that they needed more than a rudimentary familiarity with the language. YIVO played a crucial role in educating those students through the Uriel Weinreich Sommer program that began, like the Max Weinreich Center, in 68 and 69. The summer program was the only game in town, in any town, for many years. It was the only place to send students for language training. It has been joined by intensive summer programs in various parts of the world, and more students are drawn to these programs because they are not only training for academic jobs, but because they're interested in culture, in theater, music, translation, even something called Yiddish dance. There are certainly students who come in the hopes of continuing to create in Yiddish, not about Yiddish, but in Yiddish. They're certainly looking to reconnect with the past, not necessarily their past, but a particular past many see now in political terms. In our terribly divisive and fraught historical moment, some come because they see Yiddish as having roots in socialism, as an alternative to religion, an alternative to Zionism. Some are drawn to what has come to be called queer Yiddish, by which we are to understand Yiddish as a minority language, non-hegemonic, discriminated against, fighting to be recognized and accepted. At its origins, of course, Yiddish and YIVO were inseparable, as were Yidden and Yiddish. Yiddish as an adjective means both the language and the people. Now YIVO's main language is English, and Yiddish is often just a tool needed for further studies. Yiddish has also become a symbol. Symbols stand for or suggest something else, often an idea. We used to offer varied interpretations of Yiddish culture in Yiddish. Increasingly, we find varied and often competing understandings of Yiddish as a counterculture, a bridge to the past, a symbol of defiance, or as not something, again, not religion, not Zionism, not hegemonic. Perhaps it's inevitable that the richness of the language and its culture is replaced by the richness of its symbolism, but I hope not. The populations who continue to use or study Yiddish have unfortunately had little to say to one another. Those for whom Yiddish is still a heritage language are often surprised by the motivations and interests of younger people who come to Yiddish. The Hasidic and Haredi communities will, for the most part, not read the modern secular literature most of us teach. or will do so only surreptitiously. And scholars are only beginning to deal with these communities' linguistic and literary uses of the language. There's a familiar expression that says, English redt men, Yiddish redt sich. English is spoken, Yiddish speaks. Nowadays, though, Yiddish is more often spoken about than spoken. As US universities begin to cut back on Yiddish language courses, as well as other so-called less commonly taught languages, YIVO's role in language instruction becomes even more important. Literacy, I think, is the most urgent need these days. I mean training in reading Yiddish, but also training in reading its culture and history with a deeper contextualized understanding. Literacy as understanding both the pshat, the straightforward literal meaning of the words, and the sod, the secrets revealed by the words, the worlds they open up for us, the new views to which they may lead us. There is a clear connection that works in both Yiddish and English between Wort und Welt, between the word and the world. We've seen a remarkable increase in the numbers of translations from Yiddish into English and other languages. This is not a commercial interruption. Translation used to have a rather lowly status in the academy. You certainly couldn't get tenure on the basis of translation alone. That has changed dramatically. Translation has sometimes been seen as acquiescence or even betrayal, suggesting that Yiddish won't be read in the original anymore. But experience shows exactly the opposite. Reading works in translation brings people closer to Yiddish, makes them curious about the Yiddish versions, makes some recognize the need for access to the originals. And as translation theorists and critics have often told us, translation gives new life to old texts, revitalizes them as it adds new audiences. For those of us in literary studies, it has been a challenge to write for a primarily English readership about texts that have never been translated. But that too has changed dramatically with new translations. One of the many ironies of Yiddish is that as its popular vernacular use has declined, its status has risen. As early as 1943, Bashevis Singer commented that what had once been the language of der Yiddische Gas was being relegated to the past, while Hebrew, once the language of scholarship and learning, was taking its place on new Jewish streets. There has been resistance to this reversal. The Association of Jewish Studies has reported more faculty claiming Yiddish than Hebrew as their first or second major area of scholarship. Right, that's what I said. And there is a noteworthy statistic reported by Joshua Schickel-Fishman, my favorite statistic. Using US Census Bureau reports, he documented what appeared to be an extraordinary increase in the number of Yiddish speakers. Between 1940 and 1960, an entirely expected 45% decrease in native Yiddish speakers was reported on the Census Bureau, by the Census Bureau. But between 1960 and 1970, there was a 66% increase in those claiming Yiddish as their mother tongue. This number had declined by 1980, but there was still a net increase of 42% over the 1960 figures. Experience and common sense tell us that the numbers need to be reinterpreted to reflect historical realities. Birth rates and immigration do not suggest anything near this rise. The numbers actually parallel those for other language and ethnic groups in America during the same period, Spanish, Italian, Korean, and more, and can only be understood within the context of rising ethnic consciousness during the 60s and responses to the wars in Israel. The most significant change affecting Yiddish studies, as all other studies, is the digital age. It is now possible to research, read, teach texts that were entirely inaccessible when many of us started teaching at universities. OCR recognition and digitization projects at the New York Public Library, the Yiddish Book Center, the Library of Israel, the National Library of Israel and Tel Aviv University, YIVO's various digital projects, including its Guide to the Archives, its Archive on Jewish Life in Poland, the online YIVO Encyclopedia of Jews in Eastern Europe, and more, all of these have changed the field more dramatically than any of us could have imagined. I began these remarks with a partisan song by Shmerka Kaczynski, so let me end with another song by him, written in 1943. Most of you know the resonant Jugendhymn. One stanza ends with, Ewig werden wir verbinden unsere Nächten mit den Heint. We will always connect our past to our present. What's changed is our understanding of unser, of our. But it's still an excellent motto for YIVO going forward. Ewig werden wir gedenken, ewig werden wir verbinden unsere Nächten mit den Heint. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita. That was just wonderful. Our next speaker is Stephanie Halpern, who is here at the YIVO. She, as was mentioned, I think, briefly before, is responsible for this wonderful new volume of 100 objects, having done the editorial work there, and you'll see she's also done work on exhibitions. She's going to focus on YIVO's post-war archival initiatives, Collecting America.
Thank you, Deborah. In May 1948, Max Weinreich and Harry L. Laurie, former executive director of the Bureau of Jewish Social Research and director of the Council of Jewish Federations and Welfare Funds at the time, were both invited by the editors of Commentary magazine to participate in an informal conference on writing the history of American Jews. From this was born a symposium on Jewish social research in America, culminating in the responses of 59 scholars and communal workers to comments by Laurie and Weinreich. In making a case for the necessity of, quote, placing Jewish social research on a firm basis, Weinreich, in his remarks, called for a, quote, central planning, research, and training institution in the domain of Jewish social science. He offered that YIVO, with its archive, library, and network of worldwide research workers and collectors, would be the natural place for this central institution. It would seem no coincidence, then, that in September 1950, YIVO publicly announced a program intended to lead to the establishment of a central archive on the Jews of America, focusing on the beginning of mass immigration until 1950. In its project announcement in the YIVO newsletter, the institution lamented that though 2 million Eastern European Jews had arrived in America over the past 80 years, their contributions to both American and Jewish life and culture had garnered little interest among Jewish historians who focused instead on American Jews of German and Sephardic ancestry. This collecting initiative was extremely forward-thinking. Made during a time when archives were mainly viewed as neutral storehouses of the historic record and archivists as non-biased actors at the disposal of scholars, YIVO seemed acutely aware of the control archives could exert over the past. Though the inherent power of archives is widely accepted today, the power to create history or erase it based merely on what is collected and made accessible, YIVO understood decades before this thinking became prevalent that preservation of records is a decisive act that shapes what stories we think matter. Through YIVO's call for materials, the institution acknowledged that though the economic and cultural achievements of America's Eastern European immigrants rivaled those of their German and Sephardic predecessors, the historic record was limited to the stories of those two groups. And because of the lack of interest in writing about the Eastern European Jewish contingent, there was little effort made to preserve the, quote, monuments of that life, a neglect leading to a dearth of material on this population. YIVO wished not only to preserve materials of the Eastern European Jewish past in America, but also to collect contemporaneous materials so to, as, quote, obviate a repetition of our present predicament 50 years hence. It was YIVO's intention to wage a systematic and broad campaign to collect materials that would reflect all eras and facets of Yiddish life in America. And as YIVO did in the pre-war years, they engaged the community in taking an interest in their own past and culture by collecting materials themselves. The call to action in the newsletter stated, YIVO summons all friends and organizations to rise and take an active part in gathering materials and documents, and thereby become participants in the establishment of a great and important institution for the future of American Jewry. YIVO made appeals to individuals to participate by sending in any of the old published and handwritten materials they possessed. YIVO asked for things like letters in all languages, journals, booklets from membership associations, bulletins, newsletters, school materials, anything connected to communal and cultural organizations, and more. YIVO also made requests to Jewish organizations who had played a central role in the construction of the Jewish immigrant community in America. YIVO asked that these organizations think about what might be useful to scholars and to hand over any institutional records that were no longer necessary to maintain their current activities, including things like minute books, cash books, written and printed correspondence, membership lists, and on and on. YIVO explained that it was imperative to have their records preserved so that generations to come would be able to use these materials to produce research about each institution's role in the shaping of American Jewish life. YIVO promised that any donated materials would be listed in the YIVO newsletter. They often made good on their promise, though many more materials were donated than YIVO had the capacity to highlight. A quick perusal through the newsletters of the 1950s reveals the donation of some of the following large institutional archives. In 1951, YIVO received the collection of the United Service for New Americans. The records of the National Desertion Bureau arrived in 1953. The Educational Alliance and the records of the early activities of HIAS, including the work of the Ellis Island Bureau, came in 1954, and the National Conference of Jewish Communal Service in 1956. Smaller collections included such treasures as materials on the efforts of the United Non-Sectarian Boycott Committee of the Bronx towards the American boycott of Nazi goods in the 1930s, Yiddish publications from Kansas City, Kansas, and Sioux City, Iowa, documents from the B'nai Zion Society of St. Louis by way of a rabbi in Natchez, Mississippi, activities of congregations throughout the country, including bulletins, announcements, pamphlets, and reports sent from congregations in Hollywood, California, Rochester, New York, Denver, Colorado, Chicago, Illinois, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Richmond, Virginia, and New Brunswick, New Jersey. Complete sets of the Jewish Tribune from Portland, Oregon, records of the Jewish Anarchist Agricultural Colony in Clarion, Utah, materials on the Cooperative Colony Jersey homesteads, materials on Jewish organizations in Detroit and Los Angeles, materials on the Sholem Aleichem houses, and the collection of Beit HaMidrash Hagadol founded by Eastern European immigrants in 1852. In advertising these donations, YIVO was explicit in the types of scholarship they could support. Things like the history of Jewish immigration to the US, studies in the socioeconomic adjustment of recent Jewish arrivals and general acculturation, the demographic and occupational structure of Eastern European Jewish immigrants, the impact of their new home upon them, and more. The decision to publicly announce an effort to create a central repository of materials on Jewish life in America represents a conscious choice to acknowledge an official expansion of activities and a widening of the scope of YIVO's collecting and research interests. And here I'd just like to be very clear that I'm not suggesting that YIVO shifted its focus away from the culture of Jews in Eastern Europe, as we've heard today. To be sure, YIVO still sought out these materials and continued to produce scholarship on them, albeit in a modified way, now that the collecting was being done in a drastically changed Jewish landscape. Rather, I'm saying that YIVO's collecting opened up to also include these American materials now in a very systematic way. The announcement can also be viewed as a recognition of YIVO's position as an American institution interested not only in participating in the documentation of American Jewry, but in the shaping of it as well. In 1959, YIVO proclaimed that it was the first and the only institution in existence in America that was concerned with the history of Eastern European Jews in the US, and with the institutions, cultural bodies, unions, and mutual aid and relief organizations they had set up. What would the American Jewish community be, YIVO wrote in the newsletter that year, if it did not have a research center to gather the records of our national experiences and to draw the scientifically controlled inferences of these experiences for our community? Some might object to this notion that YIVO was the only institution in the country at the time collecting materials on Eastern European Jews in America, and cite, for instance, the American Jewish Historical Society as a counter to this claim. But their own mission, with its conspicuous lack of mention of Jews of Eastern Europe, doesn't support this. And I'll just read the mission. The object of this society is to collect and publish material bearing upon the history of our country. It is known that Jews in Spain and Portugal participated in some degree in the voyages which led to the discovery of America, and that there were Jews from Holland, Great Britain, Jamaica, and other countries among the earliest settlers of several of the colonies. There were also a number of Jews in the Continental Army, and others contributed liberally to defray the expenses of the Revolutionary War. Since the foundation of our government, a number of Jews have held important public positions. The genealogy of these men and the records of these achievements will, when gathered together, be of value and interest to the historian, and perchance contribute materially to the history of our country. Though 1950 could be considered the start of the official expansion of YIVO's scope, this grand ambition was precipitated by a number of activities focusing on Jewish life in America that took place throughout the 1940s, alongside, of course, other initiatives such as the restitution of YIVO's pre-war collections and the active collecting of materials documenting Jewish life under Nazi rule. For example, in 1942, YIVO mounted the essay contest Why I Left Europe and What I Accomplished in America, open for all Jewish men and women not born in the US or Canada who had emigrated from Europe between 1900 and the 1930s. A supplementary contest to this was announced in 1952, What Changes Have the Last 10 Years Affected in My Life and Views, the purpose of which was to determine how the events of the recent past had affected Jewish immigrants living in America. In 1945 to 1946, YIVO held an essay contest for Jewish soldiers and veterans on the subject of my experiences and observations as a Jew in World War II. YIVO also circulated questionnaires, gathering information about pressing issues for American Jewry. In 1944, for example, we heard all about this questionnaire this morning in response to the 1943 instruction issued by the Commissioner General of Immigration that Jews could no longer be classified as a race, but only as a religious community. YIVO circulated a questionnaire regarding the classification of Jewish immigrants in America. In 1949, the Yud Lamakahan Folklore Club conducted the first of what was meant to be a series of studies on Jewish holidays in various lands and sent out a questionnaire on Passover customs in the Old Country and in America. YIVO's scholarly activities and publications in the 1940s and 1950s also reflected this broadening interest. For example, Jewish life in America was a central theme of the 24th annual conference. In that same year, YIVO embarked on several other initiatives, including the transformation of the shtetl Jew, a study meant to highlight the social changes in the lives of Jews that had come to America from shtetls, focusing on the past 3 generations of immigrants. YIVO also announced the first of what would become a years-long essay contest for the best essay by a graduate or undergraduate, focusing on an aspect of American Jewish life. In this contest, YIVO was interested in scholarship that represented, quote, the inner life of this community, the process through which it passes, and the problems it presents. At YIVO's 26th annual conference, a resolution was adopted for YIVO to engage in the planning and publication of a history of the Jews in America on the occasion of the tercentenary of Jewish life in this country. And the 28th annual conference in 1954 was dedicated to American Jewish life in honor of this anniversary. In 1956, YIVO even formed a social science circle whose goal was to, quote, become a forum and center for Jewish social science research on American Jews, stimulating work in a field that has too long been neglected. YIVO also placed a greater emphasis on publishing studies of American Jewish life in publications such as the YIVO Annual. Kolpa Pinson, in the editor's preface to Volume 5 of the YIVO Annual, published in 1950, acknowledges the reasons for this. The inclusion in this volume of materials on the United States, Canada, and Israel demonstrates once again the living contact of YIVO not only with East European Jewry, but also with all of the newer and vital centers of Jewish activity. YIVO also embarked on the publication of the first 2 volumes of Elias Cherikover's series on the Jewish labor movement in the United States in 1943 and 1945, respectively. Cherikover, who began these volumes before the war, died before what was intended to be a 5-volume work could be completed. But in an attempt to continue his efforts, YIVO solicited collection donations to support their research. Though the series was ultimately never completed, materials were received from dozens of individuals and organizations involved in the American labor movement, including William Wolpert, Executive Secretary of the United Hebrew Trades, Charles S. Zimmerman, Vice President of the ILGWU, Jacob C. Rich of the Forward staff, as well as cultural figures such as Yiddish American sweatshop poet Morris Rosenfeld and Yiddish anarchist poet David Edelstadt. YIVO's interest in Eastern European Jewish life in America did not wane in the decades following the establishment of the Central Archive. Major collections were received in the 1960s and 1970s from organizations such as the Workmen's Circle, the American Ozeh Committee, the Jewish Education Service of North America, and the Joint Distribution Committee. In the late 1970s, YIVO waged an active campaign to collect the records of remaining Landsmannschaften throughout New York City. In some ways, this project was a realization of what YIVO believed in the 1950s was a key component of their work. At that time, YIVO was attracted to the immense resources of materials that could be available by appealing to Landsmannschaften. But YIVO understood as well that many involved were reluctant to give up their materials because of an emotional attachment to these objects, viewing them as symbolic connections not only to the old world, but also to their families and to their own youth. Though YIVO was able to collect some materials from members of various Landsmannschaften, it was not until the initiation of the Landsmannschaften project in 1978 that this initiative was fully realized. During the course of the project, YIVO's aim was to identify and locate the estimated 2,000 remaining Landsmannschaften in the US, with the goal of promoting the idea of depositing their records at YIVO so that they would be preserved and made available to researchers. During the first months of this project, YIVO staff worked to create relationships with the officers of these organizations and conducted a campaign to heighten awareness among members of Landsmannschaften regarding the great historical value of their records. Your participation in YIVO's Landsmannschaften project is an important contribution to documenting an exciting chapter in American Jewish history, YIVO wrote. The documents collected in this historic undertaking will perpetuate the history of your society and the work it accomplished for Landslight the world over. YIVO mailed out thousands of record surveys soliciting information about the establishment and history of the organization, its previous and current functions, its relief efforts during both world wars, information about the makeup of its membership, leadership, and dues structure, and even asked about the types of disagreements that might come up amongst members of the Landsmannschaft. The answers to the questionnaires provided a treasure trove of information. The need to collect these materials was even greater in 1978 than it was in the 1950s. In its application to the National Archives and Records Administration, which provided funding for the project in the amount of $87,000 through a National Historical Publications and Records Commission grant, YIVO explained that these mutual aid societies were disappearing at a rate of 15% per year. Now, nearly 30 years after their initial efforts, rather than having to overcome an intense clinging to the past, YIVO was operating from a position where materials were at risk of being discarded or destroyed. Already, there was so much that had potentially been lost. A response on one questionnaire from a member of the Friends of Alexandrov wrote, "Our only reason for dissolving after 57 years is that everyone is old. There are only 3 members younger than I, and I'm almost 74 years. Most members moved away, and the others are afraid to travel by subway. I expect to move to Florida in the next few months also. I am sorry I didn't hear from you sooner, because I had copies of letters I sent out for maybe 20 years, but getting ready to move, I threw them away." By the end of the project, YIVO had amassed the largest and most significant collection of documentation on this unique immigrant institution, with over 800 Landsmannschaften represented. In addition to a published guide to these collections, YIVO mounted an exhibition in 1986 Hello, Landsman, featuring materials from the collection. Frank G. Burke, acting archivist of the United States at the time, participated in a program in conjunction with the exhibition in which he commented on YIVO's role in the important work of documenting American immigrant history. YIVO continues to receive materials from every Landsmannschaft that closes down, and today there are over 1,500 represented. I'll also mention briefly, as an example of YIVO's continued role in the documentation and research of Eastern European Jewish life in America, the Milstein Family Communal Archive Project, which was a 3-year initiative launched in 2006, intended to develop a preservation and research program based on the archival heritage of various New York Jewish social service organizations. Reflecting the period of early migration, the archives of these institutions, YIVO believed, would be not only an invaluable resource for studying the trajectory of immigrant Jewish life in America, but would also allow generations of scholars to write the histories of these institutions and the unique role they played in shaping Jewish life. The historic archives of Jewish communal agencies, stated YIVO in its project plan, are as integral and as important to the larger Jewish community as the old records of births, marriages, and deaths maintained by pre-war communities in Europe. YIVO's initiative, which recognized that there were various financial and administrative challenges facing these institutions, proved prescient. Nyana closed in 2008, and FEGS faced Chapter 11 in 2015, eventually shuttering its operations. Both of these collections became part of YIVO's archives, and they were added to the estimated 10,000 linear feet of material YIVO possessed at the time on Jewish life in America. I'll end here at the beginning by going back to 1950. Max Weinreich wrote in the foreword to Volume 5 of the YIVO Annual, "In the European period of its quarter-century existence, YIVO was chiefly engaged in the study of the sociology, history, psychology, language, and literature of Eastern European Jewry. But we firmly believe that YIVO also has a singular contribution to make to the study of the changes in Jewish culture and personality in a changing America." YIVO's approach to scholarship, according to Weinreich, did not advocate merely for the study of the history and culture of Jews in Eastern Europe, or only for the study of American Jewish history as it related to American history. Rather, YIVO's approach was a comparative one that allowed for a broadening of the narrative where the Eastern European Jewish past becomes an integral part of understanding the American present. Through this, YIVO's contribution to both scholarship and to the preservation of materials was the elevation of this American present to the position of an important aspect of Jewish history as well.
Thank you, Stephanie, very much. Our third speaker is Rebecca Margolis. She comes all the way from Australia for this talk, which is great, where she is has a chair in Jewish civilization at Monash University. And I draw your attention to several of the books that she has written that's listed under her biography. She will be speaking about learning Yiddish with YIVO, a century of cultural transmission.
Shalom Aleichem, teure Freund. I'd like to begin by thanking my colleagues at YIVO and my fellow presenters at this conference for the opportunity to collaboratively reflect on the immense impact the organization has had on research and education in Yiddish. Given the scope of my topic and the time limitations, I will briefly highlight a few salient points concerning YIVO's roots and its post-1940 educational work in America. I will then focus on the model of immersive language pedagogy developed by the summer program, from now on the Zoomer program, assessing its long-term influence on Yiddish teaching, scholarship, cultural activity, and community building. My sources include findings from a survey of program alumni that I conducted this past year, where I received 160 responses from students who attended between 1971 and 2024. Let me briefly introduce the pre-1940 period. Since its founding in 1925, YIVO has placed education alongside research on Eastern European Jewish language and culture at the heart of its mission, with the aim of forming a people-oriented institutional foundation for Yiddish scholarship Nochem Stiff, co-founder of the then-named Yiddish Scientific Institute, proposed in 1924 a model to coordinate research, collect materials, standardize the language, and train scholars to raise the prestige of the language and its culture. Despite the symbiosis between scholarship and pedagogy, education and advanced training in YIVO's pedagogical section, reactivated in 1927 as the pedagogical psychological section, was slower to gain traction in its early years. The section's work included outreach work to young people as ethnographic collectors, planning a pedagogy museum, documenting Jewish schools in Eastern Europe and America, and, in the 1930s, training teachers and hosting a graduate seminar through its Aspirantur model. The audience for this work was a stateless, Yiddish-speaking population facing socioeconomic challenges and uncertainty. Under Max Weinreich's leadership, the wartime relocation of YIVO's headquarters to New York in 1940 reoriented its educational initiatives towards an American Jewish population. As Cecile Kuznets observes, in the wake of the Holocaust, YIVO's mission was irrevocably altered as it came to terms with the decimation of the Yiddish-speaking folk that had constituted its raison d'etre. With no expectation that an Americanizing population would return to Yiddish, Max Weinreich turned his attention to cultivating a scholarly succession among a select group during a period that included the 1955 renaming of YIVO as the YIVO Institute for Jewish Research, and deep uncertainty about the organization's future objectives. In 1968, he became the posthumous namesake of the Max Weinreich Center for Advanced Jewish Studies, established as an American successor to the Aspirantur program to offer seminars and training for graduate students. Alongside this vision emerged a future-focused narrative surrounding Yiddish in America, embodied by Uriel Weinreich, Max's son, who had relocated to New York with his father as a Yiddish-speaking teenager. With the benefit of hindsight, this narrative forms the central focus of my discussion today. Without delving into too much detail, Uriel Weinreich introduced the following forward-looking innovations to support Yiddish in America during a life tragically cut short by illness in 1967 at the age of 40. Number one, Uriel Weinreich authored College Yiddish, published in 1949 by the YIVO when he was just 23. With so much that could be said about College Yiddish, I'll point out here that the volume underpinned formal education in Yiddish for decades and remains in print today. I'd also like to briefly draw your attention to Weinreich's introduction to his volume in 1949 and his comments in 1960. So you can see here, in 1949, his sense of connection with the YIVO, that's very clearly articulated. And then in 1960, his surprise at the way that this volume really altered the trajectory of Yiddish language education in America. Number two, Weinreich was appointed the Atran Chair for Yiddish Language, History, and Culture at Columbia University in 1951, where he institutionalized Yiddish as an academic field and mentored scholars and teachers, including Mordechai Schechter, Joshua A. or Schickel Fishman, and Marvin Herzog. He also mentored the next generation of leaders of the 1960s Jugendruf youth movement. Number three, Weinreich led research in the emerging field of socioeconomics, producing foundational studies such as his 1953 book, Languages in Contact. Number four, Weinreich collected the lexicographical data that formed the basis for the modern English-Yiddish-English dictionary, published posthumously in 1968. Number five, he lent his name and posthumous vision to the Uriel Weinreich Summer Program in Yiddish language, literature, and culture, established in 1968 in collaboration with Columbia University, co-sponsored by NYU in 2005 and currently by Bard College. Cecile Kuznets observes of the YIVO Zuma program and the Max Weinreich Center. The alumni of both programs soon became leaders in the expanding field of Jewish studies across the United States, fulfilling their namesake's vision of YIVO in fruitful dialogue with the American academic scene. As a young Yiddish-speaking academic transplant to the United States, Uriel Weinreich envisioned the next steps for promoting Yiddish continuity among his cohort of Americanizing migrants and their descendants, steps actualized by the YIVO program. The major reorientation entailed not only the language shift in the United States, as documented by Schickel-Fischmann in the 1960s, but also a broader question of where to situate Yiddish in the evolving American Jewish experience, beyond Yinglish and Leo Rostin's The Joys of Yiddish, the coding of Jewishness in sitcoms, or the nostalgia of Fiddler on the Roof that was so sharply critiqued by public intellectual Irving Howe. My focus today is that immersive Yiddish summer program and its impact on Yiddish teaching and broader cultural transmission. The YIVO Zuma program became the flagship model of intensive Yiddish learning, with similar programs emerging in recent decades across the United States, Canada, Israel, Germany, France, England, and Poland. With my remaining time, I will focus on key points of impact in the 1970s, the 1990s, and the 2020s. So in the first period, the 1970s to the 1980s. In its first decade after 1968, the Zuma program had not yet emerged as YIVO's flagship educational offering. The 50th anniversary volume of YIVO Blätter briefly references the Zuma program in its section on Der Limud von Sprach und Sprachwissenschaft, Language and Learning Scholarship. Authored by Mordre Schechter in 1977, the article presents Yiddish study as integral to YIVO's work to encompass general education and specific groups with the Aspirantur program as its highest level. Schechter briefly outlines YIVO's, quote, comprehensive program of Yiddish language learning in its new intensive format, administered by Marvin Herzog and with Schechter as its main teacher, noting that its 4 levels are, quote, in general, very successful. Schechter's report goes on to detail a wide range of earlier and contemporaneous educational programs, including courses and seminars offered by YIVO and its affiliates worldwide, lectures, pedagogical materials, including Weinreich's College Yiddish and Schechter's Yiddish 2 textbook and its orthographic guide, as well as translations into Yiddish, some of which were, quote, nicht gewen beschert, Hitler yamach shemoy, so didn't come into fruition, the same volume includes photos of the 1977 Aspirantur and Zuma program classes. So this is where you all get to mumble and point out everyone who's in all of these photos. There are going to be a couple of these, so it's a fun activity. Schechter's cursory report suggests the transitional state of Yiddish education at YIVO's 50th anniversary. Schechter's listings include projects dating back to the 1930s, but no overarching pedagogical objective for the YIVO. Stepping beyond Schechter's subdued assessment, recent qualitative data from program graduates from the 1970s underscores the deep significance of the Zuma program. This is reflected in both social media as a site of collective recollection and in my survey of Zuma program alumni, which reveals patterns regarding the program's role as a sustained educational space for Yiddish language and culture. A key theme in the 1970s and 80s is that the YIVO Zuma program was the first and, at its time, only immersive Yiddish program of its kind, joined only later by the Oxford Summer Yiddish program in the early 1980s. As such, it played a formative role in fostering new community around Yiddish. The Zuma program served a generation that came of age during a countercultural era marked by a broader return to roots, exemplified by the klezmer revival and the culture that emerged around the fusion of traditional Ashkenazi instrumental music with Yiddish language lyrics. The year 1980 also marked the founding of the Yiddish Book Center. This section draws on my 2025 online survey of Yiddish Zuma program graduates and a December 2023 Facebook post by Naomi Seidman in which she shared a photo of the 1991 graduating class. The post generated dozens of comments over a period of several months, identifying individuals in the image and reminiscing about participants' experiences in the program. The list reads like a condensed who's who of the Jewish studies academic world, including Jack Kugelmass, Michael Stanislavski, Diane Roskis, Robert Moses Shapiro, Janet Hatta, and David Neil Miller. Baker also shared a page from his class notes, you can see on the right there. In his survey response, Baker noted, academically and socially, the summer program was everything that my undergraduate institution was not, and in a good way. He also recalled poet Yankov Glatstein as a guest lecturer in the enrichment portion of the Zuma program shortly before Glatstein's death in November of 1971. He added that several of his classmates remain among his closest friends. Robert Moses Shapiro's survey response corroborates Baker's observations by listing his remarkable cohort. This enthusiasm is further reflected in the quantitative survey results from this cohort. While the results are speculative, several trends emerge, notably the overrepresentation of this cohort in describing the program as paradise. So you can see we're dealing here with the light blue and dark blue group. And the degree to which alumni have remained in contact even 53 years later. So you can see, again, if we include 1970 to 1984, this is a group that's really stayed together over time. I'm now going to move into the 1990s period. The 1990s represent a distinct stage in the development of the Zuma program and Yiddish in America more broadly. Klezmer music entered the world music scene. Classic Yiddish films were remastered and re-released with subtitles for broad audiences, and the field of American Yiddish studies, encompassing linguistic, historical, ethnographic, literary, and cultural approaches, expanded from a bookshelf to a bookcase. This area coincided with both the new media discourse around Yiddish revival and Joshua A. Fishman's scholarship on reversing language shift. The 1990s formed the backdrop for Jeffrey Chandler's widely cited Adventures in Yiddishland, Post-Vernacular Language and Culture, which argues that in a post-Holocaust reorientation of Yiddish, the language functions as a symbolic resource that extends its communicative role. Within this post-vernacular mode, the YIVO Zuma program cultivated an immersive Yiddish environment through daily classroom instruction combined with a wide range of activities, including lectures, song workshops, and field trips to sites of memory or Hasidic neighborhoods in the New York area. The 1990 Zuma program served a different cohort from that of the 1970s and 80s, though it continued to foster a sense of participation in a distinctive program. By the turn of the millennium, the intensive Yiddish education model had expanded to include Paris at the Medem Bibliothek, Amherst at the Yiddish Book Center, Vilnius, Tel Aviv, and Weimar, among others. Here is the 1991 graduating class image, courtesy of alumni Leah Garrett, which generated the extensive and ongoing discussion on Facebook, as well as a seg to the class of 1996, which current academic director of YIVO, David Braun, calls a banner year. The cover of, and here again you can look and see, play the game, see who you can name. The cover of the 1998 edition of College Yiddish. Oh yes, so here is the game being played on Facebook. So if you want to check out this Facebook post, there are dozens of responses where everybody is naming everybody who participated in the summer program and what happened to them. The cover of the 1998 edition of College Yiddish, released with a new illustrated design, reflects how deeply the Zuma program had become integrated with that textbook and by extension with YIVO's Yiddish educational model. The Zuma program students, as well as its instructors and guest presenters, featured a who's who of scholars and creatives active in Yiddish scholarly and cultural milieus, offering participants a strong sense of belonging within that space. A common denominator of survey responses before 2000 is students citing pragmatic rationales, language learning for university courses specifically, rather than motivations related to identity or community building. I'm now going to move into the 2020s. In brief, the post-coronavirus cohort represents another stage in YIVO's educational offerings. Like many educational initiatives during the lockdowns, the YIVO Zuma program shifted deftly online during the pandemic, and its digital offers expanded exponentially. A 2020 media article titled, "Times are schwach, but Yiddish classes are booming." You've got that, there it is. YIVO Summer Language Course gets a big boost in attendance for its all-digital program, reported a graduating class of 120, marking a 60% increase in enrollment from the previous year. The virtual model dramatically expanded the program's accessibility. Survey respondents from 2020 recalled virtual enrichment activities, including pickle-making workshops. As I discussed in my 2021 study, Forays into a Digital Yiddish Land, Secular Yiddish in the early stages of the coronavirus pandemic, the pandemic significantly expanded and diversified Yiddish engagement. I'm now going to conclude. I conclude with a few thoughts on the general trajectory of YIVO's Yiddish teaching over the past century. From the mid-1920s through 1940, YIVO's leaders and audience were Yiddish speakers, and education signified the elevation of a civilization through the gathering of data and scholarship. The destruction and uprooting of that civilization demanded a complete reorientation in the face of the crisis, a process that required decades and remains ongoing today. What is Yiddish today, and for whom, why, and how? In many ways, Uriel Weinreich was attuned to the needs of the American-raised generation of heritage speakers and to the parameters of Yiddish studies as an academic field. However, Weinreich could not have anticipated the extent to which Yiddish would resonate as an identity marker. As Amelia Glazer's 27 study, The Idea of Yiddish, Reglobalizing North American Jewish Culture, posits, as a borderless diaspora language, Yiddish is invoked beyond North American Jewish culture as an emblem of transnational memory, radical politics, and cultural reclamation. Anyone involved with Yiddish over the last 20 years is acutely aware of how much the Yiddish world has expanded in meaning and in the diversity of those who identify with it, and how much a virtual Yiddish land, punctuated by intensive and temporary physical sites, such as immersive language programs and cultural festivals, has evolved alongside it. In my book, Yiddish Lives On, I suggest that the enactment of Yiddish in meaningful, participatory, and embodied ways provides increasingly significant sites of engagement with Yiddish outside the Hasidic world, and I call this creative language spaces. It is no coincidence that the YIVO's YIVO's Zuma program website quotes a student from 2015. For me, YIVO is a place where we can find the real Yiddish. As the world continues to fracture, real, embodied Yiddish in created language spaces represents an invaluable cultural resource. In this brief talk, I have considered the YIVO's contributions to Yiddish language learning as a form of cultural transmission, with a focus on its flagship Zuma program. Of course, there is much more to say. For example, my survey responses reveal significant statistical correlation by year of birth, year attended, and gender, topics beyond the scope of this presentation. I have highlighted how the Zuma program has evolved to offer a robust, resilient, and enduring model for connecting with language and culture, and for training future scholars and cultural carriers in a post-Holocaust world. I look forward to our continued conversation. Ashenim Dank.
Thank you for three really different and interesting and stimulating presentations. We have some time because everyone was really good and stuck to the 20-minute maximum time slot for some questions. So it's open. I see a hand in the back.
That was me? Me? No.
Could you repeat the question for those online? Could you repeat the question?
I was interested in the correlations between gender and year of birth and year attended the summer program, which you just mentioned.
Does this work? Yeah. I'm sorry I can't do this auf Regel Achis on one foot. If there's a publication that comes out of this, then I will do the analysis. I can say that I have an amazing research assistant named Annabelle Noir who loves this kind of regression analysis. And so the data is there, but there are like hundreds of correlations to be made, yeah.
Thank you. This might be too, theoretical, but where do you, for the whole panel, feel that the graduates of these programs in this developing Yiddish world is going to go in the next 5 to 10 years?
Where they're going to go?
Well, we always need more archivists and librarians who have both language and content knowledge. So that's one place.
Look, I think they're going to go, I mean, you can answer that better than, you know, we should have you raise your hands. What are you going to do next? Some will go on, I assume, I understand, to continue graduate work in whatever fields they're in. A few may get academic jobs in Mirz Hashem, although I wouldn't hold my breath. But, you know, some will, and some will become, you know, people who work in the communities where translation or libraries or Jewish or interfaith communication is necessary, which is to say they'll work in the world.
I'm going to give a slightly more maximalist response because just because I have the privilege and honor of teaching in an immersive Yiddish language setting, and I've appreciated the fact that my students are increasingly on a Yiddish journey. So there isn't a goal, there's not an objective or a place they think they're going to land. They're on it for the ride with a fellow cohort building this community, and it doesn't have an end to it. It's potentially a lifetime of community building. And I think it's not something I had the time to go into in depth, but it's one of the things that the survey also bears out, that the ways that Yiddish learners in the 1920s are envisioning their connection with Yiddish seems to be more of a lifetime, almost marrying into a culture or immigrating to a new place, and the sense that it's going to be a very long, enduring connection no matter what.
Gausje?
Hold on, Hasai, one second.
You need the mic.
Thank you. So having served a few times on selecting students for the summer program, I was really struck by, for one thing, the number who were applying from Central and Eastern Europe, okay, and from countries we would assume were once the heartbeds of Yiddish, the heartland of Yiddish life, and obviously this application process and their participation was a reflection of the fall of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Soviet bloc, and also the number of students who in their applications said directly, I'm not Jewish, but I want to do this. And I wonder how you see this new era impacting the summer program, but also generally what YIVO does and Yiddish studies.
I mean, you're asking both a demographic and an ideological question. What I was trying to say was that YIVO's foundation one of its foundational goals to serve the Jewish people isn't over, but it's also, I think, insufficient. That is, it's necessary but insufficient as part of what it does. Because as you say, we've seen this even in Michigan, where you wouldn't think people would show up, from China to study Yiddish, but there is increasing interest from non-Jews coming both from Eastern Europe, from the places where Jews once lived, and places where Jews didn't live in great numbers. There's something that attracts them to Yiddish that is partly community. I take your point very seriously, and is partly, what was there in those cultures? What existed there? Is there anything that we can learn from there for our own times? And I think the answer to all of that is always yes. A lot and yes.
I'd like to jump in. Yeah.
Okay.
So in terms of that's another change that if I'd had more time I would have noted for the 1990s, is the 1990s suddenly Eastern Europe isn't buried over there. So people started coming from Eastern Europe, speaking with the Slavic accents that native Yiddish speakers would also have brought. And there was also this opening up of new archives and new possibilities. So I think that was a huge shift in the 1990s due to that precisely. and a shift in the cohort. And again, I see that in the survey results, a huge increase in people coming from Eastern European locations to study Yiddish, but living in those locations, not immigrating to the US, going back and doing work. In the 2020s, it's interesting that Yiddish is among a number of lesser spoken languages that are generally not native languages to their speakers or their speakers' families. So if you look at, for example, what are the fastest rising languages on Duolingo during the pandemic and since then, we have Yiddish, we have Gaelic, we have Klingon. Those are the three biggest increases. So it's funny, but there's also an Esperanto, of course. So there's this sort of interest in lesser spoken, quirky, interesting languages, but I think it's also a space for a generation that may not necessarily connect with a backward-looking ethnic identity and be interested in building something new. And so it's a meeting space. So language becomes a place to gather and to build. Of course, there are always the heritage speakers and people looking to reconnect with their past, particularly a lot of students who have one Jewish parent or find out that they're Jewish or find out that they have a Jewish grandparent. And that often is that Eastern European cohort where students come to YIVO because they find out that they're actually Jewish and they didn't know. And this just came to the fore. So that's an interesting thing too. But I think that we are actually very fortunate to be in this really vibrant, exciting space that is it's not dwindling or diminishing at all. And I think if we translate Yiddish, the slogan "Fahren Jiddischen Volk" as for the Yiddish people, then I think we're doing a thing here around Yiddish.
Okay, Jonathan, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit to this. When I first went to Vilnius, to the Central State Archives, where they had stored many of the archival documents that were rescued after the war, I was shown Yiddish materials upside down. They couldn't read them, they didn't know what they had, etc. Today, in this Zoomer program class is a young woman from Vilnius who is here, who works for the National Library, who wants to improve her Yiddish in order to work in the library on Yiddish materials. When I was in Vilnius this past week, I met with 4 of the faculty at Vilnius University who are in Jewish studies, each of which has taken classes online from YIVO, each of whom is intent on improving their Yiddish. Why? Not for family reasons, not really for even academic reasons, because they could be doing something else in the university, but because their generation is developing the idea, and it's a very important one. It didn't exist 20 or 30 years ago, that Jewish history is part of Lithuanian history, and Lithuanian history is part of Jewish history, and they have to know about that because it's a huge gap for them. And therefore, it's a huge gap in their own national narrative. So there are many reasons there. In America, I would say, the work of translation, as Anita was getting at, I think, in your talk, the needs of translation are enormous. We can't think that we have even gotten to the middle of the beginning. And the needs for what, I can't remember whose presentation Max Weinreich proposed, and I wish somebody would take that idea up. There needs to be dual language editions of Yiddish work with glossaries, with footnotes, with introductions, exactly as there are when you take German or you take Russian or you take French. I don't know why those teaching editions do not exist. Maybe they do. If they do, I haven't seen them.
There are some that are beginning to be produced that are sort of shorter versions of Yiddish literary texts. The real problem, I've had this problem before where I've wanted to have facing pages. I don't understand the problem, but somewhere between publishing from, printing from right to left and left to right makes publishers nuts.
Publishers are always nuts.
This is also true.
That is no excuse.
But
This is easily done if people want to pay
I'm not
attention to
suggesting
it.
it's an excuse.
I can
I'm just
tell you,
telling
I was
my
45
experience.
years a publisher.
You were in publishing. So the only place that I've ever, Jonathan, I'm with you 1,000%. The only place where I've ever had luck, been able to publish Yiddish, writing, Yiddish oisius, along with English letters, is the PMLA, right? PMLA has Yiddish writing, and the Yiddish Book Center has also been doing some of that. But yeah, I agree with you 1,000,000%, yes.
Okay, Sam.
Two comments. The outstanding student in the intermediate level Zuma program in 1987 was a young fellow from Belfast named Robert McAllister. I didn't ask him why. He did tell me that he had taken elementary Yiddish at Queen's University in Belfast, and his Yiddish professor had told him that if he wanted to continue in Yiddish, he had to come to the YIVO Zuma program. He also told me that his parents objected to his coming, not because he was going to be studying Yiddish, but because he was going to be around so many Catholics in New York. The other comment, I was reminded by Anita's reference to the Bashevis Singer notice that Hebrew was outgrowing Yiddish, and her reference to Yiddish speakers are made in the bedroom and not in the classroom.
That is not my line.
I know,
want to be clear about that.
I only mentioned that you referred to it, and I was reminded of something that Judd Teller wrote in, I think, 1952. He noted that when he was a young fellow, 20 years earlier, it was no kunst for a young Jew to know Yiddish. This was common. But if a young Jew knew Hebrew at that time, that was a sign of learning. And that 20 years hence, that is, by the 1970s, Teller predicted that it will, now that there's a Jewish state where Hebrew is the national language, it will be no kunst in 20 years for a young Jew to know Hebrew. There'll be many of them. But if a young Jew in 20 years hence will know Yiddish, that will be a sign of learning.
Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Yes, well, first of all, Yasher Koyach to all the presenters, really everyone today, throughout the whole day. So my question has to do with something I've thought a lot about, that, of course, since the pandemic, especially with the advent of Zoom and online classes, right, YIVO's classes and Yiddish classes all over have expanded so greatly. And just yesterday in chatting at the reception, I had a conversation with a student saying, Yiddish isn't offered at my university, but I can take a class online at another university, and that's such a wonderful opportunity for me. And then, at the same time, I had a conversation saying, well, it's so great to be here in person for the summer program because there's no substitute for creating that kind of in-person community where you can have informal interactions in Yiddish and make lasting friendships, et cetera, right? And at the same time, like in Stephanie's presentation, speaking about digitization, right, this is a tremendous boon to scholars all over the world that they can access YIVO collections online wherever they are. But on the other hand, scholars today don't have the same experience of walking into the reading room and meeting people from all over the world who came to be in the same room because that was the only place they could get access to the YIVO collections. So I'm just wondering, I guess primarily to Rivka, but really to all of you, about your thoughts about this balance between the way Zoom and digitalization and all these new technologies have really enabled a minority culture covering the entire world, right, to have a kind of, a flourishing that wouldn't otherwise be available to people outside of New York and major urban centers. But on the other hand, it also makes it harder to have the kind of in-person interactions that are arguably so important to perpetuating, a scholarly community and particularly a minority language like Yiddish.
So I think there's an optimal way for this to work. And I think that way is that there are calendars punctuated by in-person gatherings, and there are so many opportunities for these. And of course, it can be financially complicated, but for students, there are very often scholarships available. So there's basically a year-long calendar of Yiddish festivals and immersive programs and events that happen really around the world. It's actually surprising how geographically dispersed these are. And you go to 1 or 2 of these a year, and then you maintain your connections by taking online Yiddish classes and whatever other virtual digital activities. But I do agree, I do think those face-to-face meetings are absolutely essential. But the digital landscape has really evened out the inequalities around access to Yiddish that previously were a problem. So issues with mobility, financial issues, people in very remote geographic regions not necessarily able to go to a Yiddish center. And even when you find a Yiddish center like New York, there's not really necessarily an address where you go to meet the Yiddish people. Like, we don't have that. So these immersive gatherings that exist, CLES Canada, the Weimar Festival, the YIVO Zuma program, I think these really underpin this whole cultural, including, I think, that scholarly culture. And I think if those two elements work hand in hand, there's a really nice way to build community and learning.
Yeah. I mean, so we have, we've digitized about 5.5 million pages, right? So that's a small fraction of what we actually have here. So you still need to come to YIVO if you're going to do this work. But we understand that because you can just sit at your house and look at the materials online, you're not interacting with scholars, you're not interacting with the archivists. And so we've tried to create, other areas, other ways that researchers can reach us, and we're meeting them where they're at. So we have Zoom appointments for people who are, on the other side of the world. And we have a very robust reference services team now, because there's nothing like talking to a person who is intimately familiar with the collections. So I think that, while digitization facilitates new types of access and new types of research, you still need that kind of connection with a human being.
I think, Cyril, you answered your question in the phrasing of the question. That is to say, the need for some kind of balance. I just want to point out that there's a difference between institutions like the Yiddish Book Center and YIVO and, unfortunately, most universities. Graduate students at universities need to get credit for their courses, and those are usually local, that is, in person. My experience teaching at both the Yiddish Book Center and YIVO has been incredible on Zoom, which I normally don't like, except you get people, from Australia, from South Africa, people are tuning in at 6 in the morning and at 3 in the morning and at 4 in the afternoon, no matter when you're teaching. But you really, the beauty of that is not just that you're getting people from everywhere, but that you're getting people with different perspectives and different relationships to Yiddish from everywhere, which I think has been invaluable all around.
My head is buzzing. It's almost like hearing all of these parshas. A couple of years ago, I thought Yiddish was having a moment. Now it's a full-blown renaissance. My question leads now, what is the next step? We have Jews and non-Jews learning Yiddish. Is there a possibility that there's going to be a 21st century form of literature, of new poems being written, new short stories, new novels by these new Yiddishists?
Alavai. What's the line? I'm going to mess this line up, but not only don't I feel comfortable predicting the future, I'm not so good about predicting the past either. I'm not sure where we're going. I don't think you can predict that. I mean, we want more Yiddish production, yay. I want more Yiddish readers. I'll just say that out front. I really want people access to that material. I'd be delighted if they produced in it, and we're getting people who are producing in it. But for me, as a literary historian, as a literary scholar,
I'm really focusing on the performing arts. When I was a child, my parents took me to the Yiddish theater on 2nd Avenue. I saw everybody who was anybody.
right, and that is being, and there is Yiddish theater. It's not going to be all over the world, but it does exist. We both have to be realistic about demographics and history and continue producing in Yiddish and in the languages that comment on Yiddish. I mean, yeah.
So, all right. We're supposed to conclude. I see, Jonathan, you raised your hand again. Do you want to make a final comment?
There are many examples of poets who, especially in Poland, who grew up natively speaking Polish, but then switched to Yiddish at a certain point. Zuzanna Ginczanka is a good example of this, and that may happen here in the United States at some point.
It has begun to happen in in various places from
Right,
people
and Alex Weiser has been writing operas and all kinds of young creativity that we can't predict the outcome of is continuing.
Well, thank you all for this really great panel and engagement. Can we give them a hand? And I think there is a dinner break, and we reconvene at
7 p.m. And dinner is on your own, but we will be back at 7. And after the panel at 7, there'll be food served for everyone, drinks, etc. So take a break. We'll see you at 7. Thank you all.
would be easier if we didn't. They felt a sense of responsibility to the public to inform them. And there were scandals and there were complaints, but, you know, there was exchange. Yeah. Oh, I see. I thought where do you want to sit? The only reason I went to academia was I wanted a free company chair. Yeah, I mean, that's where you and I still have habits. But not so comfortable. No, I think that things are better because of filming and audio. Because we have folks tuning in from around the world tonight. Okay.
We don't want to put Kalman like in the middle. Like you do like a
We could talk about our collaborative project.
Oh yeah, do you have a slideshow of Elias?
Actually, I have a slideshow.
Yeah.
Like, what did you mention? I prepared this.
Last year, Gophers come up a number of times. Another Elias, I'd like to see that.
Well, like, you know, like a YIVO conference.
Did we do a 75?
I think there was a 60.
Wait, there was definitely a 60, but was there a 75?
I think there may.
70. There was a 75. There was a 75. There was something for 90, but I don't know why.
There was a 90th. There was a 90th. I don't know if there was a conference.
No, you would have been here. Was there a 90th? You would have been
There was
here.
letterhead for the 90th.
There was no 90th, but there,
Yeah,
I think there was,
letterhead is not a conference.
but 75 there was definitely an exhibition.
Right.
10 years ago now.
But the tradition of reflecting on the great loss
Yeah.
was not present.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think.
What year was that book that
That was
Grief Encounter? Is that's 10 years ago or 20 years ago?
Grief Encounter.
Grief
That was
Encounter
20
with the
years ago.
archives. Encounter was on Grief Encounter.
I think that was probably 15 years.
It was an encounter with. What about the YIVO Gala dinner?
Yeah, that was the.
When was the last one?
What is that?
2018.
The gala?
What was it? But we've never had, there was a dinner in connection with the conference. Not since I.
Well, we should do this every year.
Just sit up here.
See who comes in.
Yeah.
Just put us.
So many traditions you have.
This is actually the whole event. Judy, we were watching. It's very disappointing.
Fantastic. Yes, I think you can all hear me. Okay, so we're going to proceed to the final event of the conference, discussion panel, YIVO's purpose today. It's been a long day. It's been a wonderful day. I have a few comments before we even start talking about the topic. As some of you know, I've been working on a book about the history of YIVO in America, and I've learned so much in the last day or so, things that I thought about in new ways, new insights, connections I didn't see before, because so little is done. So this has, for me, been tremendously inspiring. And I hope those of you, particularly those of you who are young, that is, younger than I am, are equally inspired to realize the treasures and opportunities there are to work with YIVO materials, that this is so much uncharted territory, and that the history of YIVO is in so many ways the history of American Jewry in the 20th century. And this all needs to be explored. There's so much work that remains to be done. So I wanted to start off by saying that. I also wanted to tell you a little bit about how YIVO conferences worked many, many years ago. YIVO conferences every year had a report. This was an annual event, and the different departments of YIVO would tell you what they'd done. They also talk about the budget. Was actually published in Yedias every year. They stopped doing that in the 1960s, I think. They would tell you what they were doing, what future plans were, what needs to be done. There are so many questions that have arisen today, but many of them are in some ways the same questions that we began with in 1940. YIVO was an organization that had 3 pillars. It was devoted to collecting, it was devoted to research and analysis, publication, and also devoted to teaching. One of the questions today, what we're going to talk about, is how is YIVO done on all of those fronts, but I'm going to just remind you of that first. But the first question I think I want to throw out there is the question of, to whom does YIVO serve? YIVO is a folks institute that has sought throughout its history the question of who is this folk that it serves? Who is YIVO's audience? It's changed, obviously, greatly since 1940. So I thought by starting off by asking all of our esteemed panelists who they thought YIVO's audience was, and what YIVO's mission is to serve this audience.
Are you looking at me?
Certainly.
Well, I would guess that YIVO's audience, if I had to, I mean, this is not something I really ever considered, but YIVO audience, I guess, is someone like me, who is interested in Yiddish language and culture and Jewish history, and wants to explore further. That could be something very broad. It could be something, more focused, and it really could be anybody. It doesn't have to be a scholar. It could be someone who wants to be inspired by historical objects, artifacts, and documents. That's more or less a vague sense of, what I mean.
I would just add, YIVO has many audiences, and that's part of what makes it a vibrant institution. So we have our scholarly audience that's coming to do research with our materials, that's producing the kind of scholarship that you alluded to, and we're sharing their work in our public programs, some of which are meant for, really to share that scholarship with other scholars. But at the same time, we have adult education. Some of our programs are really meant to bring the discoveries that scholars make in the archives to as vast of a public as possible. So that includes both people that already really are interested in this kind of stuff, like Eddie alluded to, but also I think we're aiming to bring it to people that don't yet know that they're really, that this can be really meaningful history and culture for them to engage with, and to deepen their own sense of who they are and the past of their family, or the past of a really interesting, even if they're not Jewish, the Jewish past, which can offer wonderful, rich things for many people. And I think we're doing all sorts of projects to bring that to people who don't already know that they love it.
I think everyone's definitely like Eddie, first and foremost. But I would also agree with that.
That would be terrible.
I would just add that, our audience is very intergenerational. So just speaking about the students we have this summer, many of whom are in the space here and online as well. Oldest student is in their 70s or 80s. The youngest student is in their teens. It's a very international audience. We have students from 11 countries, all across Europe, and Asia, Australia, and as Alex and Eddie were saying, folks who are interested in this history and culture, who care about it, who are curious to learn more, and want to engage with it and find something meaningful in it. So it could be that they're Jewish. We have many members of our audience who are Jewish, but also many members of our audience who are not Jewish and who are just very interested in this story.
I see you both want to say something, so.
Go ahead. Okay, well, I would just like to add a couple things. One is that YIVO has reclaimed its place as a truly global institution over these last 10 years. We have, for our educational programs, people tuning in from Lithuania and from Israel and from Poland and elsewhere. We have almost 80,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel, and we don't know who these people are. We have some almost 40,000 followers on Facebook. We don't know who they are. So we don't know who our folk is, actually. But I would say, as the executive director of YIVO, that, in fact, Eddie isn't the person. Eddie already knows. But I'd like to just tell a little story. I won't take a long time, but at the end of his life, Philip Roth gave a reading here of his last novel, Nemesis. And to thank him, I sent him the 2-volume encyclopedia. 2 weeks go by, I don't hear anything, so I call him up. I say, Philip, did you get the books? Oh, he said, yes, I did get the books. I have it open in front of me right now, and I'm reading it. I said, Philip, I didn't send it to you to read. I sent it to you to thank you. I didn't think you'd be interested, actually. Oh, no, he said. I used to think I was born in Newark, and now I realize it's a much bigger story. In other words, here is somebody who at one point in his life came to a YIVO event and said, I have nothing in common with you people. And now he understands that in fact he wasn't born in Newark, he was born somewhere else.
He was born in Weehawken, to be precise, I think.
And we have to make it possible for people to rediscover their interest. Let me tell you another story. We had a young Soviet, a delegation of young Soviet Jews come. And we had a very beautiful display of materials from the Soviet Union and from Russia, some having to do with the Holocaust, and any number of those young people were, appreciative and so forth. And at the end of it, this young man came up to me and he said, Mr. Brenn, I want to thank you for all of this, but what has this to do with me? And it's precisely that person who is, I feel, our audience. I want somehow to get to that person who says to himself, what has this, or herself, what has this to do with me? And at the end, I want to be able to show why it has something to do with that person. And to me, that's the aim of the organization, because without that, we can't grow.
So as you see, the ideal YIVO candidate is the wicked son from the Haggadah.
Well,
Absolutely.
So what I was going to say actually is I think that our audience also is becoming, or needs to become even more, those who don't even know how to ask the question, and we're doing that in ways that we're trying to attract the very young, right? The middle school, the high school students who don't know that YIVO exists, who don't know that this culture exists, for whom an institution like YIVO or an archive or a library is a scary place. There's a lot of people in the audience who don't need to be told that YIVO in previous decades was not always the most welcoming place to outsiders, right, or to individuals who maybe did not have the knowledge base that those at YIVO felt necessary, for them to have to access those materials. And so I think that if we want to continue having a base of support, we need to do what we're trying to do with these new initiatives for the very young.
So this is super interesting. First of all, going back to Max Weinreich, who thought that public education was the least of YIVO's priorities. Right? Research was the priority and training, and we want to come back to that. But this is an emphasis on public education and youth, which was, by the way, YIVO prior to World War II had a lot of deep attention on youth. They were deeply involved in the Yiddish schools in Eastern Europe. Their spelling system was developed in conjunction with the Yiddish secular schools in Poland. YIVO in America had a lot less contact with young children. They did try to support Yiddish clubs in high schools, but Max Weinreich himself said, we don't do anything for little children. We don't do anything for elementary school children, but he thought that the future of Yiddish was really in universities and of Jewish studies and Eastern European Jewish studies. But here you are, you showed me this educational initiative that you're working on upstairs, this new one. What is that, and what else are you doing?
Well, I'll say a bit about that in a second, but I just want to respond first to this question of Max Weinreich, because as you're saying that, I thought to the talk that Weinreich gave at the conference in, I think it was 1945, that was published as a pamphlet later, YIVO und die Probleme von unserer Zeit. And in that talk, it's a wonderful, fascinating talk, and it's 1945, so it's such a crucial point in this history and in YIVO moving to America and in understanding the Holocaust. I mean, it's such an incredibly charged time to be speaking. And one of the things that he mentions in this talk is a student at a Yiddish school. And I don't remember the exact details, but he speaks with pride about YIVO's role in showing this student that there was actually so much more to their own culture than they knew. And this is someone who grew up speaking Yiddish, but thought, there's not much to this. And then, it was YIVO through the teachers, I don't remember the exact details of the story, but it was through the work that YIVO did that the teachers were able to impress on the student how rich of a culture this really is. And this is something that matters, and it can be of profound importance for this young person. So I think that, with that story, with Max Weinreich's interest in youth before the war, the idea that YIVO provides the kind of psychological tools for youth to understand who they are and to appreciate it and to lift themselves up. I think that there always was this idea that the work that YIVO does is going to filter out to even the youngest generation, and like this kind of self-understanding of what it means to be Jewish and of how wonderful the heritage of Yiddish-speaking Jewry is, that actually should reach even the youngest children. And to go to this project today, we're opening what we're calling the YIVO Learning and Media Center, which is a space up on the second floor here, where we've already been piloting this program and bringing class groups to visit with a focus on younger classes, high school classes, college classes, even younger if we can get them in, with the idea that we want to pique their curiosity. We want to kind of immerse them in the richness of this culture, of the wonderful posters that we have, the wonderful photographs that we have of Eastern Europe, the incredible sheet music that we have, the recordings, the Ruth Rubin recordings that Itzik mentioned, and on and on and on. The incredible books, the depth of knowledge that exists. We want to inspire young people to be curious about it, because the fact is the resources are there to learn these things if you want to learn. And so the next step is making people want to learn, inspiring them to want to learn.
I want to say one other thing, because Coleman, you suggested that we were turning our focus away from scholarship toward public education, but that is not true. We are adding public education to our commitment to scholarship and research. I don't think that we have limited in any way, shape, manner, or form the resources.
No, I don't mean to imply that, but we can return to this. Obviously, the nature of scholarship has changed over time.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. But
and this public education is also renewed in ways that for a long time it wasn't there, particularly to younger people.
See, I think it's important to realize that when during Max Weinreich's lifetime, the Jewish world here was still much more intact than it is today. The survivors are almost all gone. The grandparents are almost all gone. The connection to Yiddishkeit is almost all gone for the average American Jewish person. That person grows up, or I grew up, let me put it that way, in Chicago in the 1950s and 60s in a complete wasteland. Nothing, there was nothing that, aside from going to the synagogue or joining the IDF, would reinforce my Jewish
I think I read about you in a book by Hasia Diner.
Yeah, but YIVO provides a resource that can enable young people to realize there is something, that we have materials, we have songs, we have videos, we have books, we have all kinds of things that they can avail themselves of to find out about their own heritage. And I don't know whether Max Weinreich realized what a wasteland America actually was going to become for the Jewish people.
No, he didn't expect the worst.
Yeah.
Although he saw indications of certain trends.
But we see it so clearly in so many of the more recent vocal demonstrations and.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Before we move away though from the Learning and Media Center and what it's supposed to do, I want to add, because I see we are getting away from that, that I see part of our mission not just as getting young people and other individuals interested in Yiddish language and culture, but also in getting them interested in YIVO as a place. I think that we need supporters in that way who aren't necessarily going to dive deep into Jewish history and culture, but who appreciate that we are doing that, right? And I think there are two separate groups of people. And so when a group of children come in to this new Learning and Media Center, I think that we want them to feel comfortable there, right? YIVO's a place for me, even if everything they do is not for me, you know? And so that's the way that you build another generation of supporters. I think we, you know, we're getting past the point where people supported YIVO because their parents supported YIVO and because their parents supported YIVO, right? And so we have to sell YIVO, the institution, the organization, right? I love the institution, you know, and so for me, that's kind of the first step.
Yeah, I mean, we're still very much committed to that ethos of research and training. At the same time, as everyone's been saying, the same curiosity that drew Max Weinreich and everyone else working at YIVO to the youth autobiographies, I think, is the same curiosity that drives us to want to bring classrooms, you know, class groups into the Learning and Media Center to just engage with this history and culture, and for young people to have a voice and to feel like they have a stake in the present and the future and what this engagement with this culture can mean. And one of the things that, Jonathan, you've encouraged us always to do is to defy the stereotype, to not let the civilization be viewed in this reductive way, which is so often the case in the broader cultural landscape, that Yiddish civilization is looked at as a kind of kitschy or reductive, you know, in some kind of reduced framework, but to open up all of these treasures to the broader public and to make them accessible. A huge part of all of our jobs is just creating that accessibility for the materials and the story that we are able to tell here. And, you know, to go back to that question of audience, today it really is anyone with an iPhone, right? Because we have our YouTube channel, and the content that we put out can be absorbed and appreciated by anyone. So we have to think, I think, in a more decentralized, global way about who could potentially be excited and energized and enriched by the materials that we have a responsibility to offer to the public.
I want to just underscore one aspect of that, which, you know, going back to what Steph said before about this attitude of YIVO in the 80s and 90s that we've all, some of us here have experienced, but those who haven't experienced it directly have heard the stories, and Anita Norwich mentioned it earlier with the 3 Gs that prevented, but also the idea that when you walk into YIVO, I've heard this from so many people, if you walked into YIVO in the 80s or in the 90s, they would grill you and, you know, why are you here? Do you deserve to be here? And I think that, you know, the attitude, the received attitude as I understand it was that you had to earn your place. And YIVO is this kind of like elite special place that, you know, you had to get into. And I think the attitude that we're all expressing here is kind of the opposite. That YIVO, for all of us, I think we're all people up on the stage for whom we really genuinely love YIVO. It's inspired us, it has excited us. We've gotten so much from it. And the attitude is, I want to share that with people. I want to find tons of ways of sharing that. I want to do an exhibit. I want to do a class. I want to create a book where I just show people 100 cool things that are in the collections. It's not that it's under lock and key so only I can see it or only my good friends can see it. No, it's actually for everyone. You know, so we built this Learning and Media Center where everything we're doing is a matter of trying to open the doors as wide as possible and really find all the people that might be inspired by this stuff and bring them in.
I have, before I get to a big question, I have a small question that can have a lot of answers. The small question is, what projects would you like the YIVO to do? The big question is a question about YIVO's mission and politics, and we'll get there in a minute. And it's all related, of course. It's hard to separate all these questions. But you've spoken about this education piece. What are the other projects that you would like to see YIVO undertake?
I mean, this is a big answer to a small question, but I think for many, many years, we have been engaged in only passive collecting. And I think that we need to re-enter a time where we have the capabilities of doing active collecting from Jewish communities around the country. And are not at a point in time, I don't feel, where we have the infrastructure to do that. I don't know, Max Weinreich says in some talk to the folklore club at some point that YIVO was so good at collecting materials, but they weren't so good at doing anything with them, that there's so much to do with the materials. And that is still the case, but I think he was speaking about it from a research standpoint, and I am also speaking about it from the standpoint of making the materials accessible, right? We have millions of documents that are simply not as accessible as they can be. And so I think step one, and we're engaged in this, right? Processing those materials, writing finding aids for them, making them findable by scholars so that they can be used for research purposes, digitizing them, doing all of those things, clearing out this monumental backlog of work that needs to be done so that we can properly engage in active collecting of materials. It's like a 30-year project.
I would say that one of the desiderata is something along the lines of a Frankel Center or a Schusterman Center, where you bring in 10 scholars annually, biannually, to focus specifically on the archives.
Right. With a Good Friday lunch. Yeah.
Of course. Obviously this is something that's contingent on funding and space and all kinds of things like that. But it's like that's something that I think about occasionally because, there are people here who are involved in such projects and they did very well. So I think that YIVO is sort of perfectly situated to have something like that.
If I could say one more thing. We were recently approached by someone who wanted to start a collection project of Hasidic Yiddish, which is a very good idea.
This brings me to a question that was going to come later, but why not ask it now? People ask me the question often about YIVO's relationship to today's Yiddish-speaking folk, who are primarily Haredi Jews, and about its relationship to Orthodox Jews historically. And if you've read Cecile's book, you know that Orthodox Jews were always welcome, but it was never their primary constituency in Europe because they were on a secular basis, and many Orthodox Jews were uncomfortable with this. What people don't know is the extent to which YIVO did reach out in the 40s and 50s, but not in the ways that were necessarily desirable to those communities. For instance, there was a Hasidic folklore project done. Abraham Heschel actually was the instigator of this. But without telling you the entire history of YIVO in America, how does YIVO understand today its relationship to Yiddish-speaking Jews and the Orthodox world more broadly?
I'll just start, I guess, by saying that our audience who comes to our public programs is diverse, and including on this metric. And in particular, we've had some programs about the history of Hasidism, which garnered a larger, Hasidic or Haredi audience. But I think that generally speaking, our approach is very similar to what you articulated in terms of the pre-war reality, which is that we are open, we would love for them to come, and the areas of our interest and that community, don't overlap so much, but where they do, our doors are open. And perhaps there's more engagement with our material online than there is in person. And as Jonathan mentioned, we don't know who the identity of everyone who's watching. I mean, we have hundreds of thousands of views, over 1 million, maybe we're approaching 2 million now on our YouTube channel, something in that ballpark. So we don't know who are watching every one of these videos, and I'd like to think that we're engaging with that community. And we have, we also, there's a wonderful scholar that we had, was it last year or the year before?
Chaya Nova,
Yeah, Chaya Nova on our Yiddish Civilization lecture series, who gave a talk in Yiddish about contemporary Hasidic culture. And this is she's a wonderful linguist and she studies this. And
she's a Satmar.
And
right?
she's a Satmar, exactly.
Yeah.
And so she is her own connection point between these communities, and I think it's wonderful, but it's sort of rare.
Yeah, we were approached by two journalists recently from Mishpacha magazine, which is an Orthodox magazine, and they were interested in using archival material as the basis for historical pieces. So that's something.
I would also say in our Yiddish language classrooms, our faculty, Yiddish scholars are increasingly more and more interested in the Hasidic world and Yiddish-speaking communities that are ultra-Orthodox and the literature they're producing and the online material that they're producing. And so it's being incorporated more into learning materials, and it's definitely more of a topic of research and interest.
But it's just bits and pieces. We have 750,000 visits a year to our digitized content. And I know that there are individuals from the Hasidic community who are using these materials, especially the pre-war materials. I know from the reference questions that come in. But it's not systematic in any way. And I think that's the question. Can we systematically engage with the community?
You have to invite them to the Learning and Media Center.
No.
You have to abandon YIVO spelling if you want to.
Actually, I will say, if you look at some of the contemporary Hasidic publications, the spelling is very close.
No, Mordechai Schechter always claimed that the Hasidic world, the press, was coming closer to the YIVO press. It's not. So
I think that's true. You could ask David.
You can use Isaac Bleeman's Hasidify, which is an app that you can convert between orthographies, and there you go.
One thing you have to realize is that while YIVO has been around for 100 years, we are constantly in a process of rebuilding. And we do not yet, at this point, have a full complement of staff or infrastructure that would allow us to take on some of these big additional projects. And this is a serious issue that bears on our prospects of growth for the future and how we would grow and the kinds of staff that we need in the archive. But the first priority has been to clean up the backlog and to make all that was there as available as possible to a world public.
You realize, of course, that backlog is a venerable YIVO tradition.
I understand that, but you were talking about research and scholarship. So in aiding research and scholarship, we have to clear up that backlog. As I understand it, and you can correct me, Stephanie, most of the Bund archive was never really processed, which meant that it couldn't be used. So it's sitting there for years and years and years and years, and nobody is using it. What's the point of it, you see? So we have to do that. That's our obligation. If somebody would come along and say, here are the resources you need to grow, to expand, to add 3 new positions, to increase our digitization from 8 people to 12 people, well, then it's a different ballgame for us. We could do a lot more.
Right, the wealthy Bundes type that you're looking for. No, it's not really a joke. There were always wealthy Bundists who were Mäzenaten, who helped YIVO in its mission.
I think we've found all of them.
But
maybe
you now have the
neo some in
Bund.
Australia we don't know about.
Yeah, and just to add, I mean, Stephanie and her team have done such a phenomenal job are digitizing hundreds of thousands of pages a year, close to 1 million a year, multiple hundreds of thousands of pages a year. So every year, the amount of material that is just available for free on the internet to anyone with an internet connection is growing. And it's going to continue to grow.
Yeah.
And with even more resources, it'll grow even faster. So it's not about an if, it's a when, and that opens up even more opportunities.
However, there is one thing that we are going to be exploring very soon, which is AI technology.
Right, that was my question. How is AI going to help you?
Well, it can help in translation.
It's ruining my life, but how is it going to help you?
We are exploring possibilities of translation of handwritten material. So that would be a huge step for us and for the world if we could do that.
I'll just add. With that, though, I mean, I know that other institutions often or have used AI and have gotten rid of their human staff. And I think that the way we see, or we may see AI as working, is that it will actually increase our human staff, right? Because we understand that AI is extremely imperfect, and that, I mean, it's not in a state right now that can be used without a lot of intervention from extremely knowledgeable people.
Right. On that point, I'll just tell you a small story. When I started working on this book, I asked AI to write it for me. I went to ChatGPT and I asked a bunch of questions, and it told me that the head of YIVO in America was Noah Perlutsky, who was murdered in Vilna in 1940. And I realized that I still had some work left for me to do.
This sounds like a Borges novel.
Yeah, I mean, I think the AI we're dealing with today, it's in a very primitive state in many cases, to what you're saying, Kalman, that it's getting better and better. So it's not as, I agree with you, Stephanie, that I think the optimal path forward is always going to be a human technology partnership. That we're going to need human beings who have specialized knowledge, who've studied, who've done the training to work with whatever the cutting edge technology is. And we've talked about numerous different digital humanities projects and different initiatives that could come out of this kind of collaboration. So, and especially in terms of the AI universe, it's hungry for data. And what we're feeding it in a judicious way is more and more data as we digitize more and more. More and more is becoming available. But we have, I think, a huge opportunity to guide that process in a humanistic and a scholarly and a proper way to make sure that it's not telling you that Noah Perlutsky is, head of YIVO.
Right. I should tell you, if you're looking for a good book about Noah Perlutsky, I can recommend one. I know the author. That's right.
I heard AI wrote it.
That's right. So I have to say, this is somewhat of an indelicate but an important question. This auditorium is not full. It's nice to see everybody here, but there are so many people whose histories intersect with YIVO who could have been here but who aren't here for whatever reason. They're at home watching, they're away, but there's also a history of people who are estranged from YIVO for various reasons. YIVO is an institution with scandals, like any other institution. And there's always a tension in YIVO's history between this desire to be super partisan or nonpartisan, and between serving contemporary needs. And I wanted to hear from you about how you felt YIVO is managing this tension nowadays. You've had a number of scandals in recent years, at least from where I sit in Canada. I mean, I don't know. They tell me, when I came here to America, they told me, why are you going to America? They're going to kill you there. Don't go. So everything could be distorted by the internet. But nonetheless, there is this tension, really, seriously, between your public mission of dealing with the past and dealing with contemporary issues in Jewish life. And I wanted to understand how YIVO understood that tension today.
Well, YIVO does not choose sides, but YIVO is committed to telling the truth. And sometimes people interpret telling the truth as choosing sides, when it's not, when it is simply the truth. And this is a problem, but I'm committed to telling the truth when that need arises. And that need arose a couple years ago, after October 7th. When there was a huge public misunderstanding, I felt, of what Hamas was. And I know this is probably not welcome to everyone here, but the truth about what Hamas was, where it originated, how it originated, what its intentions were, was simply not getting into the press. And so the programs that we put on were not partisan, in my view. They were rather exploring the origins and the ideology of this organization that had a meaningful connection to the Jewish world, not only today, but long ago, in the past, when the Mufti of Jerusalem met with Hitler and worked out a final solution for the Middle East. And these are things that, yes, have to do with public education, but we can see very clearly how public education on many significant issues has failed the American people, and how so many issues have been twisted by rhetoric, by partisanship, by misinformation. And so I don't know what else you may be referring to, but I assumed you were referring to this.
I didn't have, look, there are many things, but I let you answer. I mean, someone asked me about, people ask me, I live in Canada, so people are fascinated by you Americans, and they ask me what you Americans are doing, and I have to interpret you Americans to them, and they want to know about how young people view YIVO today, and they know there are factions, and we also know that YIVO there was a huge divide about the Soviet Union amongst people who were interested in YIVO in the 1940s. Yes. YIVO had a great interest in some of these topics that you were talking about just now in the 1940s and 50s, but that largely disappeared from YIVO's trajectory in subsequent decades.
Well, it has and it hasn't. We've had more than one program here on the Soviet Union, on espionage, on the Gulag. I had a program on children of the Gulag and children of the Holocaust. And Deborah Dwork and Kathy Frierson were here talking about similarities and differences and so forth. And I had that program precisely because of the misconception, I believe, on the part of many people of what has been dubbed the double genocide theory. The purpose of the program was simply to try to explain what most people know absolutely nothing about, which was the fate of children in Stalin's regime. So we have had some such programs. It admittedly is less of an issue now, unless you want to deal with some, oddballs in contemporary American politics. But it seems to me that the subject of Soviet propaganda is not an irrelevant issue today, because it was the Soviet Union that trained a whole generation of terrorists and taught them essentially how to identify themselves with the far left in Europe and in America.
I think that YIVO attracts real engagement from people, and it can have these scandals because our audience is a kind of mixed multitude. Because the way I see it, YIVO really kind of transcends many of the issues that divide the Jewish community most of the time. In terms of politics, in terms of religion, like, yes, we're a secular institution, but we only serve kosher food, and people that are religious come here too, and it's a shared past and culture that we're exploring. And so in terms of religion and politics, I think that most of what YIVO does really transcends it, and that's part of the joy of it, and that's part of why so many different kinds of people can find a home in YIVO. People that, in many cases, are alienated from some aspect of the Jewish community that they want to be a part of, they can find a home at YIVO. There's a lot of different people that are alienated from different aspects of their communities that can find a home in YIVO. And I think that lends itself to when YIVO is a home for you, you really care what it does. And so when it does something that is different than you value, and this happens on all sorts of issues. This is not just this one series. Mm-hmm. I'd say, at least a few times a year, there's like a brouhaha, a Glezel, Sturm and a Glezelte about something, about a speaker that we had.
Jewish Christmas, I think.
That happened one year. We had a Jewish Christmas. We've done Jewish Christmas like 6, 7 times, something like
Sorry,
that.
what is Jewish Christmas? I just read a book that's coming out about Jewish Christmas celebrations.
Okay, so, as I'm sure many of you know, many of the popular Christmas songs were written by Jews. And as just a fun event, we decided to have a sing-along of Christmas songs written by Jews. And it was, honestly, it's
a good program.
It was fantastic. And we had a speaker who wrote a book about this phenomenon give a talk, so it was contextualized. And then we had a sing-along, and I've never seen people so happy in this place.
What did we eat? What did we eat after?
Sorry?
What did we eat after?
And then there was a Chinese food feast, obviously. Kosher.
Kosher Chinese food. But this was a scandal, or?
This wasn't a scandal. No, this wasn't a scandal. This was so much fun. I mean, you had people that were like, grab your mishpacha and sing along to White Christmas. I mean, people were just overjoyed in this very hall. So we thought we have to do this every year. And it became an annual tradition. And Itzik gave a talk on Christmas, folklore about Christmas in Yiddish. And it's so fascinating. And we kind of thought about it. And there's so many different topics of Jewish encounters with Christmas or with Christianity. Naomi Seidman, who was here earlier today, gave a talk about Yiddish translations of the New Testament. And it's just a really fun thing. One year, we had Azan Yadin give a talk about Toldos Yeshu, which I will say, Toldos Yeshu, I'll explain what it is in a second, but first I will say we have numerous copies of Toldos Yeshu in our Vilna collections that were looted by the Nazis and saved by Sutzkever and Kaczorkinski and others in the Paper Brigade. And here in New York now, miraculously, and digitized as a part of our digitization project. So I mean, it's an amazing part of YIVO's own history and of the heritage that YIVO for 100 years now has been working to save. The story of Toldos Yeshu is it's a kind of inverted gospel. It's like an anti-gospel in which it's a satire in which Jesus is a mamzer. And he's actually an amazing rabbinic student, but he doesn't get along with people. Eventually, he steals the name of God and uses it to perform magic, and Judas has to go after him and bring him to justice. So, it's a fascinating story that speaks, and it's a very old story too. It's a story that has been it's in many different versions, in many different languages, in Yiddish, but also in Judeo-Arabic and it's not known who wrote it, and there are many different versions. So it's not quite from, antiquity, but it's a pretty old text, and it's just a fascinating story. We had an academic lecture about it, and we had readings from it, and that was our. It's not known what the original language is. It comes to us in many fragmented forms. If you're really curious to learn more about it, there's like a 1,000-page book that Princeton did. They did a big conference about this like 10 years ago or so.
Yeah, I have the children's coloring book version for my kids.
It's a fascinating story. The origins of this, what's in it, what are the kind of theological arguments of that? Why did Jews want to tell this story? And of course, it's a story of Jews living in Christian lands are kind of like poking fun at the majority culture, and part of the ritual, and Itzik had talked about this in his talk. Part of the ritual was to have readings of this on Christmas, so to have some fun and to kind of and that was the spirit which we were doing, to have some fun, but also to explore this really interesting bit of history again with like deep ties to YIVO and its collections. And I think many hundreds of people understood that, and one person was really upset.
I think. Oh.
No, I was going to talk about another scandal if you.
I was just
Hear
going to
another
say,
scandal.
There's more to YIVO than
general-
scandals.
A general
believe me.
comment about this is that I think we all want YIVO to be a space that's for open intellectual inquiry, and that we can have lively debates. If you're going to have, an open space where there's scholarship being presented and different arguments presented, and people are going to have disagreements, and they're going to be challenged by the scholarship. And so I think we all want that space to be characteristic of YIVO, and so we hope that the discourse remains somewhat civil. It doesn't devolve into a food fight.
I just want to say, no one who came to the program was upset. Someone was upset who didn't come to the program.
By the way, well, first I want to say that Jordan Chad just is publishing a book about the history of Jewish Christmas traditions, which is very interesting, worth reading. But secondly, I mentioned earlier today that Isaac Nachman Steinberg left the YIVO conference over the issue of reparations and protests about blood money. And then he wrote a letter to YIVO later on and said, well, don't you want me back? I'm ready to come back.
Yeah, but there are many stories. The Nachman Blumenthal, there are a lot of, sort of refugees from YIVO who want to come back, but they didn't get asked back, so they refused to come back. It's like that's an ongoing thing here.
But now we have the Blumenthal archive, yes, right. And we have the Steinberg archive too.
So they came back.
Yeah.
They posthumously came back.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk to you about the research side of things, because obviously research has evolved over time, and I wanted to know what you thought the kind of work, what kind of work research-wise is YIVO doing now, and what would you like to see it be doing in the future?
Well, the reality is that YIVO does not have a research team. It doesn't have departments like it used to, and the reality is that the way that Jewish studies developed in America, all of this research has sort of been farmed out to university Jewish studies departments or to history departments or literature departments. That's where all of this is taking place. As far as it affects us, or as far as we're involved, is we give out 8 fellowships annually to scholars, graduate students, professors who are working on a wide variety of different projects. And the purpose of these fellowships is to fund them in order to do work in YIVO's archives and library. So, YIVO Blätter is no longer published. YIVO Annual is no longer published. So there's it's not happening internally, but we still fund scholars to do work in YIVO's archives, and that's how that research now takes place. And that's the reason that I thought that creating a center along the lines of Frankel or Schusterman would be a great addition to YIVO to sort of reintegrate that research component to the organization.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I would just add that for public programs we do many book talks which really focus on books that were researched at YIVO in large part, and you would not believe how many pitches we get, like dozens, hundreds of pitches a year actually, and those range from this person researched their entire book sitting in our reading room to it was a peripheral source for part of their inquiry, but the fact is there's so much research that's happening thanks to the accessibility of our collections, and there's so much possibility with the research apparatus of the whole field out there that once our materials are processed, as our materials are more and more processed and digitized and available, there's just a huge amount of scholarship happening. And so it does ask this question of if YIVO is going to contribute to scholarship, what can we add that's not already happening outside? Because it's not like it was in 1925 where there was just such a dearth of people doing this, and YIVO created the field by investing in it. But this field is out there and it's really vibrant. So it becomes a question of how can we really add some rocket fuel to it. It doesn't need to be stoked to just exist in the first place.
Not everyone who comes to the summer program, for example, is necessarily in a PhD program, but we do have many PhD students who come to us because they need Yiddish, and perhaps their program doesn't offer as many opportunities, or any opportunities in many instances, to get the kind of rigorous training you would need, not just to have the language ability, but also to conduct the research. So being here at YIVO, being connected to the archive, we're supporting that research in that indirect way of training the scholars of the future, who really will be able to go into the archives and be able to find the material and be able to contextualize and translate it. So I think that's an important part of what we do as well.
I mean, this leads me to the question of what are the resources that you'd like YIVO to produce for scholarship? YIVO has a history of producing resources, whether it's textbooks or a guide to the archives and so on. And now I'm trying to remember my second question, which was equally brilliant, but yeah, but the larger question of what is the role of Yiddish in this historically Yiddishist organization in the future?
I mean, this summer program, we have the regular classes. Obviously, there are, I mean, even though I get to speak Yiddish every day at work, I think the vernacular of the organization is now English. And like I said, YIVO no longer produces YIVO Blätter or YIVO Annual. And so the role of Yiddish here is, or the role of Yiddish for YIVO is as really a kind of pedagogical institute where we're teaching scholars how to learn this language for a wide variety, and it's not just scholars, but it's a wide variety of people we're giving access to this language to a wide variety of people for a wide variety of purposes. It can be, artists or playwrights or writers who want to get it, who are inspired by the culture and the language. It can be scholars who need to access archival and bibliographic materials. It can be really anything along those lines. Because it's no longer a vernacular, the role has really changed significantly. But I would still say that it is very much an integral part of the institution's identity and its purpose.
We're not going to lose that. There's no fear of losing that. But we have to respond to reality. We have to respond to the reality of the world we live in and the world that's beyond our borders as well. Otherwise, we're just living in, a home.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Eddie, that it's a huge part of our DNA. We also have to be realistic about what opportunities are out there and how we can best support the communities out there, as you're saying, Jonathan. But Yiddish, it's so many things. I mean, we do speak it in the office a good deal, even though we also conduct business in English. And it's a gateway. It's a bridge into this entire civilization. It gives you access to so many different things, not just our Yiddish language materials, but this entire culture. And I think any deep engagement with a language that you're acquiring or reacquiring is going to be a transformative experience for an individual. That it's going to change you in some very profound way, as I think anyone here can attest. Whether you've just started to study Yiddish, there's so many students here, again, in person, online, or you've been studying it for many years, it becomes a part of who you are and how you move through the world and how you perceive your experience. So, and it does, as you're saying, Eddie, it can be in the path of scholarship, or it can be in the path of translation or the arts, or there's so many artists who come to us to study, or people who work in museums, or who have or who want to be archivists or librarians, and it informs and it gives them the training to see the world in a different way and be able to respond more sensitively, more insightfully.
Right. If you look at the post-World War II history of Yiddish, probably even before it, you see that every 20 so years there's a mini Yiddish renaissance. The same articles written about Yiddish in the New York Times. And but the meaning people find in it is not exactly the same. There's a renaissance of finding new meaning in Yiddish. This seems to be a constant.
I think in a broader sense, I wonder about the way that, we heard today so much about how YIVO, from 1940 in the decades after, adapted to find new ways to study Jewish life that really led to the new Jewish reality of that time, and which really, because of the Holocaust and because of migration, had to do more with America and had to do with more with not just the encounter of Yiddish folk culture with modernity in Eastern Europe, but then also how that then impacted American Jewish culture, and that becomes a story that YIVO becomes really invested in telling, making, doing tons of collecting and doing exhibitions and doing projects, and I think that that's the question that I have, going forward, or what are the ways that we, especially as we, deal with that backlog and we, get our materials processed and cataloged and digitized, and we deal with all these projects that we have to kind of get our house in order. Then the question of, what are the questions historically that will help us understand today even better? And so those different Yiddish revivals that we're experiencing, really being able to offer the material and the kind of intellectual apparatus to deeply understand them, and to deeply understand the Jewish world more broadly in which they're happening, which, again, like as we saw today, starts to include a lot of things aside from Yiddish. Yiddish is a very important part of it, but it's much broader than that.
Are there projects that are your dream projects for YIVO to realize in the next 5 to 10 years? I mean, there's a backlog of, unfinished projects in the archives. But between those and other things that you've thought of, where would YIVO like to be?
Where would we like to be, or what projects do we want?
In terms of what would you like to be?
Well, we want to finish the Bund. We want to start the Landsmannschaften project. We want to develop a master's degree program in Yiddish language and civilization. And we are working on it, and we hope we'll be able to announce something by September?
Later this year.
Yeah. That will be a big step for us, a very big step. We want to expand our digital production. I want to expand our additional educational outreach, not just through the Learning and Media Center, but through the online museum that we haven't talked about. I was recently in Lithuania. The Lithuanian government translated the entire first exhibition into Lithuanian, and I was in Vilnius just this past week for a 2-day seminar with 40 Lithuanian teachers to teach them how to use this in their classrooms. So it's a very powerful tool. I would like very much to have that publishing project that we talked about.
The bilingual annotated
Anita
editions.
Norwich is ready
Yes.
for the publishing project.
The publication of 100 objects is an example of what we can do. YIVO published that, designed it, Stephanie edited it, everybody worked on it. The vegetarian cookbook that we have, we published the second edition of it. There are many things. I would love, when I first got here in 2009, I actually got a contract from Yale University Press for a revision of the Uriel Weinreich College Yiddish, but it never happened for some reason. And I think it's too late for that. But there may be other materials associated with teaching Yiddish that need to be available and at the highest standard. And I would love to have the resources so that if a scholar comes to us and says, this is what you have to do, we can respond to that.
There was a joke at YIVO years ago that everyone's dream job is minister of ideas, where you get to just sit around and just dream up dream projects. So I think there's a long list, as we've been saying, of dream projects, and it's really just about having the resources. I love the idea of the bilingual series and many different kinds of teaching materials we've talked about over the years. And as we were saying, digital humanities projects of, we started to do it of maps and different ways to interact and explore, you know, the history of Eastern Europe and Yiddish civilization and Jewish civilization around the world. So it's a very long list, Colin, of different.
But right now, we don't have anywhere to really exhibit all of our stuff. There is stuff that we have that has never seen the light of day. We have 12,000 posters. How many posters do we have? More than that. How many have ever been exhibited? A dozen. And, you know, this is a shanda. It is. That these materials that were saved during the Holocaust have just been kept under lock and key. And so it's as if they don't exist for the majority of the Jewish world. What is the point? We are also working with the Vernadsky Library in Kiev to digitize all of the Ansky collection that they have. That includes a very important segment of the Ansky expedition of 1912-14, as well as additional materials of Ansky. And when we finish with that, we have an agreement to digitize their entire Judaica collection, partly to preserve it from Russian rockets.
You have a lot to do.
Yeah.
I see it's a little bit past 8, and we have until 8:30.
I think everyone wants to eat cookies now, so
Well, I was
if
going
there's
to
any
ask it,
final
should we open up
remarks-
the floor to some questions from the audience now?
This hand went up.
Do I get to acknowledge people? Fantastic. Well, I saw your hand up first, and then we'll get to you second.
As a former scholar, as a former consultant to a think tank, as a former everything, I am sometimes semi-retired. That's my profession now. I'm a semi-retired person. Do you plan any joint ventures with other academic or cultural institutions so that there would be a symbiotic relationship between what you know you have available to show and what other institutions, so there could be traveling exhibitions co-sponsored by YIVO and the Museum of the Jewish Heritage or the Jewish Museum on the Upper East Side or the Lauder Museum or museums in Eretz or other places that would love to see this joint combination. How does Yiddish fit into the present world? How can I access it for my personal life, whether I'm a Jew or not?
We have many such arrangements. We've had exhibitions at this Museum of the City of New York, the Jewish Museum in San Francisco. We have an arrangement with Carnegie Hall for concerts.
Smithsonian.
With the Smithsonian, with Vilnius University. We have just established a fellowship with Ben Gurion University. But speaking of people wanting to see this Yiddishkeit, these materials that we have, when Bibi Netanyahu went to Vilnius to look at our materials, he was on camera and he looked up at the camera and he said, "My God, I didn't know these exist. These are the treasures of the Jewish people of Eastern Europe." I immediately called my friend at the National Library of Israel. I said, "How about a joint exhibition?" He said, "Well, I don't think it'll fly here, but I'll check." And 2 days later, he called me up and he said, "No one's interested." So that happened a few years ago, but still it's a good indication of the kind of headwinds that YIVO faces and that Yiddish materials face in the larger world. On the other hand, we have a very active collaboration with Polin Museum in Warsaw. They have one of our Breitbart.
No. We have it back.
Oh, we have it back?
It's in the exhibit now.
Oh, okay,
They have
good.
two Purim molds.
They have something else of ours.
No, but our exhibits that we've produced have gone to other Jewish museums, the Jewish Museum of Miami, Jewish Museum of Milwaukee, Jewish Museum of Maryland, the Yiddish Book Center.
And yet you keep boycotting Canada. You never come to Canada.
Come and you have to invite us.
Canada hasn't invited us.
That's not true. We did many YIVO talks in Canada the last few years.
So Carol, you had a question?
It's not actually a question. So I don't know if you accept it. It's a joke.
I'm sorry?
It's a joke.
Are jokes permitted in YIVO?
We have a whole book of them.
If they're in Yiddish.
Yes.
Yes, can I go ahead? Right. It's Christmas time at Macy's. Yep.
This is not Yiddish.
Wait. Just wait. And there's the Santa's grotto. Yep. And there's Santa with his big beard, and all the children are lining up. So along comes this little boy, and he sits on Santa's lap. That's okay. They're letting do that, you know. No, none of this sort of. Anyway. And so he says to the boy, so what's your name? He said, oh, my name's Michael. He said, oh, Michael, you're the nice Protestant boy from around the corner. Take a toy. So he takes a toy, and then along comes a little girl, and she says, my name's Molly. He said, oh, yes, you're the nice Catholic girl from 2 blocks away. Take a toy. And then this little boy gets up on Santa's knee, and he says to him, what's your name? He says, oh, my name's Itzek. She says, oh, you're the nice Jewish boy from around the corner. Nimtzvei. So you got your Yiddish.
That's the addendum to Toldos Yeshu.
Okay, we have a few questions over here.
Yes, we have some questions. I think that was the one joke we'll permit for tonight, but we have some questions. Okay. Let me start just in order of proximity with our distinguished colleague from Beijing.
Thank you very much. I have a quick question. Facing the current anti-Semitism, global anti-Semitism, especially in America, and what has YIVO has been doing, in fighting against anti-Semitism? I would like to know that. Thank you.
Well, we had these 4 programs. 3 of them on the origins and ideology of Hamas, and 1 of them on the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is probably the text that is still most evident in all of the rhetoric that you see, both abroad in Europe, in the Middle East, but also in the United States. Jews control the media, Jews are all-powerful, blah, 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 blah. Getting out and protesting is not something that we do. And we pick our moments. But the most important thing, I think, that we do is education about the Jewish past. And I see the Learning and Media Center as a key element in this process, which is a long, complicated, and possibly futile one. How long have we been educating people about the Holocaust, and what good has it done? But I say to myself, if we hadn't educated people about the Holocaust, maybe things would be even worse than they are. I don't know. I don't know what else we can do.
Well, I'll just add to that. Mark Smith talked earlier today about YIVO. Since its founding, being really an anti-lacrimose place, which is to say, it's a place that's much more interested in Jewish life and Jewish culture, in positive things about the Jewish world, than in things like anti-Semitism, which is not to say we don't touch on it. And and he gave all these examples of this Holocaust literature, and Jonathan gave these examples of these programs about anti-Semitism. So we do touch on it sometimes, but I think that YIVO's kind of ethos is to fight anti-Semitism with Semitism, so to speak. Just by showing like just the wonderful richness of Jewish culture, that when you get to know it, it bucks all the stereotypes, that the anti-Semites are out there saying. But it's a bit of a more oblique response for the most part. But I think it's a wonderful thing that is important that we're doing.
And yet, YIVO is totally controlled by Jews.
More questions? Yes, Professor Norwich. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, you're the microphone already. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Okay. Go for it, Parker.
Well, being here this evening has given me a lot to think about. As a youth, my pressing question, because you keep talking about how you want to gain more youth into the program and you're trying to grow this relationship, but you keep talking about AI. So many young people do have a great fear of AI, and you've talked about taking jobs and this relationship with humanity. But I am very curious what your thoughts are on how it's destroying our environment, and it's got a lot of issues, and how you think it could be beneficial, even though a lot of youth have really negative feelings about it.
We look to AI to translate Yiddish handwriting. I don't know how it's destroying the environment, though I take your word for it. I assume everything we do, it destroys the environment somehow or other.
Well, I really love what you said, Stephanie, about how it will open up different technologies, not necessarily just AI, but different technologies as they develop will open up other new opportunities for jobs to engage with, to look at the archive and really be able to contextualize all of this material culture. But I think, we always want to be using technology in a responsible way. We try to be as efficient as possible. As we're a Jewish nonprofit. We use the resources we have as efficiently as we can.
Excuse me one second. I have to tell you, it never occurred to me until just now during this conversation that if we developed some kind of an AI program that would translate as we would like, that it would take anybody's job. I can tell you that nobody's going to lose his job at YIVO because of AI.
No, what we said was we would add jobs if we were to use AI, because we can't use this technology without human intervention. And our goal here is and has always been to create full-time paid positions. We don't hire people for part-time gig work. That's just not our policy. And we've increased the staff over the years, over the past 10 years.
When I got to YIVO, our staff was, I think, 22 people. It's now over 40.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I will say, we're not doing anything with AI right now. I mean, these are just preliminary conversations and ideas about how we can responsibly incorporate it into the work we do. So we hear you. I think...
Yeah, I think we agree with you, Parker. We want to, be responsible about it.
That was mean. There's a time-honored academic tradition when you're told that this is the question and answer period and you're supposed to ask a question, of making a long speech and ending it with, and what do you think about what I just said? So I'm going to try not to do that. I do have one very, very short question, which is not related to the long speech I'm not going to make, which is about the relationship between YIVO and other Yiddishist organizations that either exist or are coming into existence. Whether you see any, I mean, you have, without question, the unparalleled archive library, terrific staff, but what is the relationship with other organizations? But one of the things that's sort of struck me listening to all of these talks today is one of the ways in which YIVO's audience has necessarily changed. I don't want to, age myself, but I'll tell you very quickly. The first talk that I gave at YIVO, which was a while ago, I talked about, among other things, Yoshikal, and I said, a novel by I.J. Singer, and I said Yoshke was a diminutive of Jesus, and Singer was making some comment about Jesus, and 3 people yelled at me from the audience. You're misrepresenting, nobody cared about Jesus, nobody thought about Jesus. That is, the fear was, the other great, even better one, is I was talking about Mamaloschen, the mother tongue, and how Yiddish had been feminized, and some guy literally raised his hand and said, my uncle wrote Yiddish. So the point of this is that the fear... That wasn't a joke. The point of that is that the fear was that YIVO was misrepresenting the past, that these young upstarts were misrepresenting the past. Jesus, feminist, what's going on here? And it seems from this that the fear now is about the future. Is there going to be one? What will it look like? How will we form it? And I'm wondering what the focus on the here and now in the present is in your estimation. And I will tell one joke, which is, it's actually not funny.
The best kind of a joke.
But it's part of the controversy that we've been talking about. When Bibi Netanyahu said that the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem gave Hitler, Yamach Shemo, the idea for the final solution, Angela Merkel said, the Chancellor of Germany said, no, that was us.
Well, that's absolutely true. I didn't say that.
No, I'm not talking about what you're saying. I'm talking about, no, obviously not. I'm just saying that the way in which it's easy to misrepresent the past it should give us some pause, and the question of what we're doing right now should give us even more pause. But so what do you think about
What are we doing now? I mean, that's a pretty big question.
Okay, so I'll go back to the easy one, which was the relationship with other Yiddishist organizations.
We have cordial relations with every Yiddishist organization that comes our way, and we try to be good neighbors with the National Yiddish Book Center and with other organizations.
Yeah, we do collaborative programming, which, Anita, you've been involved in some of it. They have taken our exhibitions. They've written about and done podcasts about our projects. I mean, we're very good friends with the folks at the Book Center. The simple explanation of the difference between us is that they're really about books, and we're the archives and books. And they've got the books that everyone had. We've got the books that were very, very rare. I'm sure that's obvious to many people here, but yeah, we complement each other, and I think that that's true also with with the Workers' Circle. They are an activist organization. We are not. They're a kind of fraternal organization. We are not. But obviously there's overlap in our interests, and insofar as there's overlap, we're very happy to collaborate on programs and on other initiatives, like there's the catalog that just was released. If you want to say anything about it.
The Universal Yiddish Library catalog, yeah, which we contributed, tens of thousands of records to.
Also, Steph and I are both involved within GIVEB. GIVEB frequently uses our material. They have a regular From the Archives column. It's mostly, I would say, 99.9% our stuff. so that's another organization that we're closely connected to.
You want a robust ecosystem. You want Yiddish-focused organizations working together on the things that they can work together on. And many of the scholars we work with us. They work with many other organizations, and it's good because it means a larger audience, and it means the scholarship is getting to more eyes and ears.
Yes. Well, actually, before I get to Sam Norwich, I see you, but I also saw a young person in the middle of the room. Another young person in the back. So, well, okay, let me start with the first young person in the middle, and then we'll get to the young person in the back, if that's okay with you, Sam. Yeah. Yes. Great.
Very quick, simple question about the future of YIVO. 100 years from now, much of Manhattan below 59th Street will be underwater. What's the plan?
We're going to be above 59th Street. That's the plan. Only 60th and above.
What did you say, 50 years or 100 years? We'll let our children think about that.
You'll have completed digitization by
then.
Back to Morningside Heights. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
YIVO satellite, we're going to be in space. Jews in space. That's, I think, the reality.
Well, I think in a also semi-serious way, one of the things we learn from studying this civilization and culture is that the future is not foretold. There are opportunities to produce new avenues, and that human ingenuity and creativity can do a lot of important things. So, in a general sense, are going to respond to go back to that technology question, we're going to respond to whatever the challenge of the day is in the most responsible way possible to protect these materials, to share this culture with the world, and however we need to respond, we will, to ensure that it does have a safe future for the next 100 years.
All right, there was a hand in the back of the room. I can't comment on age anymore. I can't see that far.
Very few people are fortunate enough to live to 120, although Mark Smith's mother may accomplish it. And when I started at YIVO 10 years ago, we had a few people on staff who were native Yiddish speakers, like Shandel and Faggy and Marek Webb, who are no longer with us. And so the YIVO that was born in 1925, like most other beings born in 1925, in a sense no longer exists. So assuming that the rituals that I keep performing to summon a Divik to inhabit me continue to not be successful, what is now the time for YIVO to create a mascot to embody the spirit of Eastern European Jewry that has been lost, and what do you think this mascot should be called and look like?
I really took a turn there.
I vote for Eddie Portnoy to be our mascot, actually.
I would just, more of a serious answer to the first part of the question. I think that it's a kind of like a ship of Theseus situation. The myth, every plank of the ship is over time replaced, but the ship is fundamentally, in its essence, still the same ship. I think that YIVO is that kind of institution because you have, in every generation, you have these links. This is a place with tremendous, as you know, I know you know this, tremendous respect for the people that came before, and all those people had tremendous respect for the people that came before, and the name of Max Weinreich is said every single day in these halls, not to mention all of the other amazing figures from the history. So I think that we can still embody it, and it's going to always look different and keep changing, but I think we have a profound continuity at the same time.
So I think the last question of the evening or comment goes to Sam.
You asked earlier, Kalman, about YIVO's attitude to Jewish religious life and practice. Two vignettes. One from 1975, before my time, when YIVO was approached by the Church of Latter-day Saints with an offer to microfilm, that was the reigning technology at the time, to microfilm the entire YIVO archive at no expense to YIVO. Microfilming was then the only way to preserve these materials. YIVO didn't have the resources yet to microfilm them, and the Balabatim of YIVO, the board of YIVO, asked the Mormons the question, will you use the information in these microfilms to try to convert the souls of the departed? You have to remember that YIVO's board at the time was, I think, exclusively composed of secularist, anti-religious even men. When the Mormons said, well, of course, we are trying to save their souls, the YIVO board said, loy mit an aleph, no way, we're not doing it. It actually found funds from NEH to do some microfilming over the following years. The second the second vignette is from 10 years later, 1985. Arthur Cohen had just become chair of the YIVO board a few months earlier, and before leaving for the summer to his home in Mallorca, he gave me a check for $100, and he said, Sam, it's time for YIVO to put up a mezuzah. I told a few members of the staff that we would buy a mezuzah and put it up. And Chana Frischdorf, Aleh Shalom, who was the assistant director of YIVO and had been in the Warsaw Ghetto, said to me, was sind wir plötzlich geworden eine religiöse Institution? Did we just become a religious institution? I put the check in my desk. 2 months later, Arthur came back from Mallorca, and he said, Sam, you don't need my $100? What happened? The check had not been cashed. And I said, you know, Arthur, you're right. We will get a mezuzah. And I announced to the entire staff that we were about to get a mezuzah, and I asked Jack Weinstein, the frum Jew in the library, to get us a kosher cloth, kosher mezuzah. Before anything else happened, Bolek Ellenbogen, a fellow Bundist from Warsaw, came into my office and said, was sind wir plötzlich geworden eine religiöse Institution? And I said, we're getting a mezuzah. The next day at 12 noon, I had announced to the entire staff, those who would like to be there, please be there at 12. And we put up a mezuzah. Just as we were gathered in the vestibule to put up the mezuzah, in walked two ladies from Great Neck. And one asked, is this the Jewish Museum? And I said, no, but we also have exhibitions, so please stay, join us, we're putting up a mezuzah. And one of the ladies asked, did you just move in? And I had to explain that, no, we had moved in 30 years earlier, and that YIVO was the kind of institution that respected its forebears. And the forebears of YIVO had mostly been secular Jews, actually apikosim in one way or another, who had, some of them gone through yeshivas, but had left that world and regarded themselves as weltliche Juden, secular Jews. but that in fact there was a deeper Jewish history going back far farther, and that we felt it was time for us to have a mezuzah on the door so that any Jew who walked in would know that this is a Jewish house.
Yeah, you know, according to the YIVO Manias of that year, YIVO was going to sink into the earth. It wasn't going to be global warming, it was going to be the mezuzah.
I think though, Sam, you know, all those vignettes go back to this question of responsibility, that we owe an unpayable debt to the generations who came before us and to the people who risked their lives and who died to save this material and to carry this culture forward. And I think we all take that responsibility very seriously. A common refrain in the halls of YIVO is "Dos is a kasha," right? You know, that's a tough question, and that those questions don't go away. The questions of how to act responsibly with such a complex history, I think, is an ongoing question that just continues.
I think that's it. I guess it's my honor and privilege to thank you all in the name of YIVO, or maybe an actual YIVO representative should thank you, but I will thank you also.
Thank you, Coleman.
Yeah, thank you, Coleman.
All right, please join us out in the hall for some refreshments.